You stole my heart of gold after my silver soul. Can you dig any deeper now? I gave you all I own, put you on this golden throne, but I'm a little stronger now. Cashed in on my promises, you know I'm too generous. Now I've learned to never help you out, 'cause I'm done cleaning up your mess. Found myself in my regrets. I've become a little stronger now. A little stronger now. Cashed in on my promises, you know I'm too generous. Now I've learned to never help you out, 'cause I'm done cleaning up your mess. Found myself in my regrets. I've become a little stronger now. A little stronger now. It's so strong, so strong now. It's so strong, so strong now. It's so strong. You cashed in on my promises. You know I'm too generous. Now I've learned to never help you out, 'cause I'm done cleaning up your mess. Found myself in my regrets. I've become a little stronger now. A little stronger now.
Hello, everyone. How are you? How's everyone doing? Oh my gosh. Okay. Oh my gosh. Sorry. I have the dryer going. It's gonna be loud. Hey guys. Hey Ing. Damn it, that's really loud. Goser Mouse. How are you? Hangenstein. Casper. Hey Fairly. Hey Crow Friend. Hey Cosmic. Casper. Matt's hi. Hello. How are you? I love saying your name. Crow Friend. Okay. Crow Friend. Makes me happy. I'm gonna put the link in. Cosmic. So how is everyone doing this fine evening? Oh, I know, right? I do my own laundry. The hell? What is in there? Okay. Oh yes, I do. I do. But yeah, this microphone, man, picks up the noise. So how's everyone doing? It's kind of annoying. Oh well, it is what it is. Gotta do things when you gotta do things. It's been a while since I actually, had to put a load in the dryer while I was alive. So, sorry. I apologize. So, what is going on except that really annoying noise? Well, I guess it just sounds like, to me, it's weird because if I like take out one of my, like earbuds or whatever, and I'm listening, it's like, oh, yeah, can't really hear it. And then I put my headphone, I'm like, good Lord, it's like magnified so much. It's amazing. It's like sometimes when I'm sitting here, I'm like, I don't know. It's just like you have like extra sensory abilities or something with hearing. And I'm like, whoa, what is that? And I hear things outside, and it's weird. It's weird. It's one of those things. Busy bee, you've been a busy bee. Yeah. So, anything new in your lives? What is that? Do you know what I mean? Did you hear? Hold on. This is like, do you hear that? What is that? What is that? Hold on. That's weird, man. That's weird. I don't know. Oh, you just never know you're gonna pick up on. Pick up like what sound you're gonna hear. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Oh wait. The heck. I'm gonna like literally that is like so distracting for me. For real. Like every time like I look at the screen and then I start hearing the dryer and I'm like, oh my God. It's like it's so distracting to me. Okay. Oh my gosh, why'd you have an MRI? Why? Like, what's going on? I had to have an MRI done. And man, those things, I mean, no. Oh, you silly jokester, you. Hey, Colin, how are you?
Doing wonderful. Hey now, it's
Good.
Cosmic here.
Hey now.
How's it going? What's new, Lemonade?
Oh, I don't know.
Not much, just the same
Well,
old.
same old,
Your misery went on
same old.
a little bit of a psychotic rant again.
Yeah, it was
Okay.
funny. It was just, I was like, good Lord, this guy's psycho.
I heard he went after Hansi too.
Yeah.
And I clicked on, I kept just clicking on and off of his stream, and I knew there's something damning going on because he was also playing like some manifesto of a killer,
Hey,
and the
Sugar
killer
Plum.
and the killer was like, everybody was
Hey,
just
sugar plums and sugar plum ease.
Sugar Plum Ace.
What's going on?
No, actually, Cosmic was just talking a little bit about, Hansi and Misery going after him right now. And
Hansi went after Cosmic?
no, no. Misery is going after Hansi right
And
now.
Cosmic.
No, I just heard parts of it, and I heard because he was doing that thing where I think he plays a serial killer's manifesto at the same time. And this, all I clicked on and all I heard was some serial killer kid going, everybody just bullied me, so I just turned into the person they were trying to bully me into. I thought I just might as well become that. I was like, see,
Oh,
Gemini,
wait.
Gemini,
Excuse.
why
Wait
do
a
you be
minute.
doing that creepy ass shit, Gemini?
Wait. Okay, wait. Are you okay? Wait a minute. Are you like you? Okay, hold on. Are you talking about the part of that video that I posted today? That guy talking? Is that who you're talking about?
Oh, maybe that's what. I don't know. I don't know. I'm confused now. All I know is Jibbernan was playing some sort of audio, and it sounded like some young person
Uh-huh.
talking about becoming the bully. No. That's that other. No, that's one of Robbie's fucking friends. That
Yeah, the
guy was the one.
glare.
That
The
guy
glare.
was the one. I was manipulated into being
Yes.
an abuser. No, that
Yes.
guy's just a true crime douchebag.
It's
This what
exactly.
I
You
was
took the
referring
words out of my
to
mouth.
was someone play something Misery was playing. He was playing like some school
Oh.
shooter kid, and he was rambling into his webcam before he went and shot up a school, and he was like, I'm gonna become the monster everyone's
Oh,
trying to bully
yes.
me into."
Yes.
And you know how
Right.
Jim Renam does? He's always like playing snippets and like going,
Yes.
"See, I can identify with that."
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. No, I didn't see that part. I mean, I know the last stream he started playing some of that. I think it was Virginia Tech or something. I don't know. An Asian guy. But I didn't really, I don't know. I didn't see that part, but today, but I was just, I know that I just, I messaged Hansi and I just hope he's okay. Um, I haven't heard back from him, but I just hope that he's doing okay. And if he's listening, we love you and we're always here for you. And so, but I'll continue to kind of check in on him and everything.
Yeah,
So,
Misery will never succeed. He just has minor victories sometimes, but overall, the war, we're gonna win the war.
oh yeah,
There's no way he's gonna win.
yeah, that's right. Exactly. Um, I mean, what is that saying about the marathon, right? Or it's that metaphor about um, I'm getting them mixed up now because there's kind of two different metaphors, like with war, and there's also like the marathon. Like it
Oh
is a
shit,
marathon.
y'all.
What? What? Don't
Is
scare me. Don't.
your chat is this one unlisted?
Why?
Because it's not letting me type in the chat, and it said the chat is closed.
What?
Yeah. So I'm trying to figure out what the hell's going on. What the hell going on? Wait a minute.
Oh, gee, Christ.
The hell going on? What the hell going on?
Oh God, it's a gang stalking.
Yeah, it was saying I can't. Let me see if I can get it to say it again. Hold on a second.
Yes, Ing, that's right. That was disgusting.
Because I was trying to type in the chat and it kept refusing it, and then it came up, said something about the chat is closed or something like that.
Is that for real?
Yeah, so that's why I was asking, did you maybe have it unlisted or something?
Mm-mm. Cosmic, did you check on that?
I'm sorry, I'm restarting my phone. It just started up. Hold on.
I know Neck Breed says the chat's working fine.
Hold on, let me try it again. Maybe it was a YouTube glitch. You know, the YouTube does some weird shit sometimes.
Mm. Update that hillbilly computer, Mary.
I think it's not.
Hello, soul sister.
I don't think it's the computer. I figured out what some of the things were wrong. Some of the things, the problems I was having with my email is apparently because I never ever delete messages. It was fucking slam full, and that's why the email was malfunctioning. Then I fixed YouTube because apparently I tried to set the shit on mobile, and mobile won't work on a computer. The mobile aspect of YouTube. So I put it back on desktop. So that's all good now. So apparently it's not the computer. It's just shit going on that I didn't realize.
Oh. What? Bread? Bread man? I don't know. Oh, neck bread. I'm sorry. Did I say breed? I'm sorry. I know. Sorry, my bad.
Yeah, I
Excuse me.
checked everything. Everything seems to be
Neck
fine.
bread. I
Checked it through the
apologize.
laptop and through the phone. Everything
It could
seems to
be
be
a
working.
YouTube glitch because you all kinds of weird shit happens with YouTube. Because I've not been able to type simple like words like bread or butter or sometimes in people's chats, and they would keep rejecting me, and I'd be like, "What the fuck is wrong with bread and butter?" So I think it's just YouTube glitches sometimes.
Okay, so I just hold on. I've just got a message from Hansi, so he's doing okay. He's doing better. So okay. Oh, I mean to do that.
Yeah, Gemini was like a ruthless animal attack last night. I didn't hear. I heard that he was getting harassed tonight, but I really didn't hear a lot of the Hansi harassing. I'm sure he played his song. Oh my god.
Yeah, he did. Um, yeah, he did.
That's right. That's right, Ing. I run 12-hour streams and then try to figure it all out. Actually, that damn stream was 17 hours.
17 hours. Yeah.
But you know,
Where are they sniping? Which channel is it? Oh, is it the other Tyrone? Because
yeah, they got another one up on
oh,
the.
fucking,
I
that's
went
what I'm
over.
talking about,
I went
guys.
over
Like,
for a few minutes in Nikki's, and yeah, they were talking about Tyrone's got another channel up, and they were talking about strike this motherfucker. I got another channel.
hey, well, I mean, we'll continue to play that game, I guess, but
I was wondering why you didn't strike Misery today. He was playing your
well,
audio.
Yeah, well, it's the problem with that though is it turns into a never-ending battle, Cosmic.
yeah,
Once you start that, it's like, okay, back and forth. Struck you, struck them, struck you, struck
that's
them, and
right.
then
Struck
everybody's
you,
shit
man.
all fucked
Struck
up.
you, Miss. Struck off.
I guess the true crime community allows Misery to get away yet again.
Oh yes, and I'm
Surprise,
not a bit surprised.
surprise.
I knew it was gonna happen once he came in here. I was like, this motherfucker is gonna get away with everything here because everybody else does.
Well, that's okay, and Cosmic, to be honest, like that ran through my mind when I was, listening to it. I'm like, okay, right now I'm fighting the strike that he put on my channel. And the thing is that if I'm fighting that, then you know what I'm saying? Like, and then I do,
Can't take on a 5,000
because he
different
was, I
wars.
mean, the thing is that he was providing commentary. And so I can't be a hypocrite in that way. And so what do I do?
Yeah,
Like
I
in that
agree with that.
situation?
I agree with that. I
I
feel like
mean,
if
what am I?
somebody's gonna run your shit and you run their shit, you can't. What you gonna say? You just gotta let it be.
Oh.
Yeah, neck bread. You're right. You're mute. Oh, there you go.
I guess I don't know. I guess we would hope we would live in a society of people who care.
Guess
Yeah.
what? That's not gonna happen in true crime.
Not in true crime, no.
Nope.
Well, I
Half
mean,
of them are murderers themselves. Not literally, but you get my drift.
well, all we can do is do our part in trying to and at least making a community within the true crime community that doesn't stand for that shit. Because there is a lot of different little communities within this true crime. And, so it's just one of those things. We just have to kind of continue to build this community. And the stronger we are and the more that we have, the better the outcome is going to be, the more influence we're going to ultimately have. And so that's that. You were talking about the war. That's a part of winning the war, the art of war. Like it's there's a lot of little battles along the way, right?
Yeah, me personally, that's what I'm not willing to fight every single one. That's just how I am.
Well, yeah, I mean, when it comes to like the situation with Misery, yeah, I'm gonna fight like every battle that.
I don't blame
Unfortunately,
you on that one. I don't blame you on that one. I just got way too much shit going on in my personal life to be fighting every little damn thing. I don't even tell y'all half of what's really going on here. I've even told you just some of it, Jamie.
No,
I
I
got
see
too
him
much
on the
shit going
front.
on. I don't have time for all the YouTube bullshit.
Oh yeah. I mean, yeah. But okay, so what I was saying earlier was like, okay, the metaphor. So within a war, there's a lot of these little battles, and but they all add up to the big.
battle at Bunker Hill.
Yeah, they all add up to the war, and you're gonna lose a battle here and there, but ultimately you want to win the war, and so that's what we're doing. And with this whole copyright strike thing, well, I'm fighting that battle, and
Oh,
hopefully.
that reminds me. Let me tell you something. We'll talk in private about that. I came up with some ideas how to get this channel up to 1,000.
Oh yeah. Oh
I'm not
really?
going to tell my secrets out here on the open for everybody to be
Oh
pulling up my
yeah.
secrets.
Right.
So I'll tell you behind the scenes what to do.
Okay. Yeah. I'm like,
Oh
shoot.
yeah, let me tell you that. Sorry, I didn't see your message saying you wanted to talk in private before we came
Oh,
live. I didn't catch it. I'm really bad with not hearing the alerts and shit because I'm one of those people that don't keep my phone strapped to me all the time, and I'm bad about if I don't hear it checking it. So I may not even check my shit, but every blue moon because I'm like, oh well, maybe I should check this, and then I find out I had some shit for like 5 hours ago, and I'm like, oops. So
I know.
I'm not good with the alerts because my phone doesn't if I don't hear it, I don't think to check it much.
Yeah. No, that's fine. And I mean, it's fine. We'll talk after, but no. Well, one thing I'm like, because you had talked about Nikki and because she was streaming, and I was confused because I'm like, is she like making stuff up, like
Ooh,
Nikki? Because
about what?
okay, so
I was over there, so I can tell you anything I heard, but what are
okay,
you referring to?
so when she was talking about, she was like, yeah, and I found out the past 48 hours that every single one of my live streams have been sniped on a monetized channel, and they're making money, and that pisses me off. I'm like, okay, where? Like, what is she talking about? Or is she making this up in her head? Or is
I guess
somebody?
she's talking about ones where you have streamed her and left them up or something. I
Uh-uh.
guess.
No, I've never, like, she said, whoever did this is like pulling a Tyrone Biggums thing, like they were doing to me, like literally just her whole live, just sniping it. And I'm like, what? She said every single one. Like, I mean, I
Well,
haven't,
she might be listening to somebody's shit and not going to check for herself, kind of thing.
yeah,
You know what I mean? Because
yeah,
too many people on here do that. Somebody tells them anything, and they're like, "Really? There was
yeah.
a 10-foot Sasquatch at the fucking county fair?
And they were
Really?"
talking shit about me. Fuck, man. I'm going,
I mean, that's one thing I don't do is I don't listen to a bunch of hearsay. I'm like, if you want me to believe it, you bring me some damn proof because that's way too much of that goes on here. Where you can tell somebody anything, you can literally tell them, "Hey, man, there was a fairy. I saw a fairy outside of my window last night," and people will go, "Look, I trust Mary and what the fuck she says. If she said there was a fucking fairy out there, there was. Damn it, you know what I mean?"
right, right, right. And so, but I'm just, I was like, what? Like, I'm just confused because I'm like, what is she talking
She's
about?
probably listening to what people told her instead of going to check
Ugh,
for herself.
Tyrone, like, get a life. I know you're like multiple people. Yeah, just block them.
Tyrone, I've got to ask. At this point in time, in the middle of January in 2020, how are the crack sales in your neighborhood? I've got to know.
I know. How's your
Hey, and
neighborhood?
have y'all started dyeing crack rocks yet? I think that would be appealing to the people if you started putting them out in all different bubblegum colors.
Oh, I'd
It's
like
almost
that.
like you're getting ready for Easter.
That's right. That's right.
That's
That's
right.
right.
Okay.
That's
Oh,
right.
I'll check. I'll check right now, Casper.
Oh, I thought she was getting ready to say, I'll check right now. I'll check right now about them crack rocks.
Oh
She was
yeah,
gonna say,
looks like a quarter of a gram's going for $10 still.
hey, they should start doing that with weed too. Colored weed
Yeah.
for the
Genetic,
people.
I
genetically
mean,
modified
Mary
weed.
is
They
our
could do it.
resident.
They could
Our
do it.
Yeah, she's our resident like marketer right now. Like
That's
she's.
right. That's right.
We could do seasonal colors.
That's right.
Okay, I'm found. I got a link to the channel that's sniping me.
For wintertime, what you need is some weed with a little bit of cocaine sprinkled in it for, just for the season to look like snow, a little Judy fly, a little Judy fly.
A little jitty fly? What's that? What's jitty fly?
Judy fly is weed and coke mixed together. They call it Judy fly.
Oh, I never heard of that.
I always heard it. I've heard a few people refer to it as Jitty Fly, but I usually hear it called Primo. You put coke in a blunt. That's weird. Primo. I never did it. That seems weird to me.
Yeah, it's called Judy fly around here. I don't think I'm not sure if I ever smoked any Judy fly or not, but I definitely smoked some weed when I was a teenager that was laced with PCP.
That happened to me one time, and I just started sweating. I took my
You know,
shirt off.
nothing at all happened to me. I'm really immune to drugs, pharmaceutical and street drugs, because remember, Cosmic, I was telling you I'm not somebody that's has that propensity to addiction. So I'm like super immune to shit. I don't have the same reactions to things people do. Like, I couldn't tell that I did anything any different. But one guy that was with us, they called him. As a matter of fact, I'm thinking they were calling him Casper back in the day. He went over and I remember he went over to the car and was trying to get in the car, and he was just shaking like hell and trying to get the key in the damn thing and couldn't get it in and shit. But so apparently it affected him, but the rest of us were fine.
So, oh my God, seriously, like, okay, so it's another Tyrone channel sniping me, but they had the audacity to fucking copy and paste my copyright disclaimer, like I wrote that myself. Like, to kind of say that if anything that is utilized, any content, it's within the Fair Use Act and everything. They copy and paste that. God damn, they're psycho.
Hashtag Colored Weed Nation.
Oh Lord.
That's what Ing said.
Oh my gosh. Hilarious.
Ing said, Neri, stop triggering me. You stop triggering me, motherfucker. Stop triggering me.
Mary.
I am very triggered right now. My God.
I am triggered right now.
Yeah, I remember hearing somebody saying something about triggered about something. I'm trying to remember what it was. Somebody was all triggered to fuck about something. I'm trying to remember what, though.
Are you talking about 180s live earlier? We're talking
No, I saw a little bit of 180s live, but I didn't see much of it.
Yeah,
I only checked it on my friend Perplexed.
Oh gosh, Laura. Oh, this is funny. Tonight.
Oh, I was watching y'all's live a little bit of it last night when I woke up from my nap, but I couldn't participate because I was fucking tired as a motherfucker from the 17-hour live. But I did when you were running the breakup videos, and I had seen them before, but I did want to say that Laura's purple hair was on point in that one video. Usually I never did like the shade, but that dark shade of purple, now that shit was on point.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, don't talk about that video. Poor Perplexed. I just feel bad for her when I think about that.
I believe she really was hurt by all that. I believe.
Oh no, yeah, she couldn't.
I mean, she really was. I could tell.
She can't hide her emotions. Yeah, Perplexed. One of those people. She's not good at hiding her emotions.
Yeah, she'll never admit that, I'm sure, but she was. And they did have more going on than a friendship. It was like friends plus, friends extra or whatever. But I could tell that she had.
I mean, were they hanging out? Was he like taking the RV over there?
No, but they were spending hours on the phone every day, like 4 hours a day, and there was like a connection.
Yeah. Okay, friends plus.
Yeah.
Friends plus. So
friends with not quite benefits, but sort of thing.
Yeah, hold on. To share a screenshot.
And you can start to kind of bond with people even if you hadn't met them in person. I used to think that was the stupidest fucking thing ever. And then it's like I started like talking to people like for hours and stuff, and like I had met online and stuff, and for months on end. And you can start to develop like a bond with people that way. Yeah. I used to think it was crazy as fuck and be like, "Hey man, that's fucking ridiculous," But I can see how that happens now.
I mean, yeah, and I mean, because I feel bonded with you and Cosmic and Soul. Most people in chat, there's like, Paula, there's a lot of people that, and all the truth tellers, like I feel bonded with them.
I
And
think you were really hurt by the whole Robbie thing too, because I think you were deeply
yes.
invested and bonded with him, and
Yeah. Oh yeah.
that you were like deeply entrenched in that, and that's why it really fucking cut you to the bone,
Yeah. I mean, we kind of considered each other best friends, oddly enough, so yeah, I mean, we talked every day. We texted each other every day, talked on the phone like for months and months. Like,
But isn't that how like a lot of these famous falling outs and rivalries happen? Is like somebody gets hurt, starts with some person hurt,
Probably,
because
probably.
like I kind of forget this, and y'all have mentioned it. I think one time someone mentioned it, and like, so wait a minute, we watched that breakup video. Who made that breakup video again?
hello, Starlight.
Yeah, you made both of
Didn't
those.
Hello Starlight used to be a mod for Perplexed?
Yes,
Mhm.
indeed.
Oh
So
yeah,
they used to
yeah,
be
They were
friends, huh?
friends.
Ah.
yeah. So,
So yeah,
yeah,
that whole situation runs deep. That's why it was so like to large proportions and shit, because that shit was deeper.
yeah.
Just
So,
like creator on creator criticism, and she's not a creator. I learned that, but
Well, they all fell apart from when Perplex friended up with Molly and everybody hated Molly. That's when shit went fucking insane. And then when Laura and Molly fell out, then all the enemies became friends with Molly.
yeah, yeah. And and like I said, I mean, I can. It's just it sucks when you're put in a situation like that, and you see that happening, and um, I don't know. I mean, like with Robbie, like I said, I mean, it hurts because we were supposedly, you know, friends, like good friends. And with Nikki, yeah, that I mean that hurt too because we weren't.
Yeah, I figured it did too. Just because I mean, y'all were spending time every night and
Mhm.
on the panel and on the phone behind the scenes and stuff. It's like I knew that one probably hurt you too.
Yeah, I mean not as much as Robbie, but it hurt. And
You want to hear my personal opinion?
sure.
I think it probably hurt Nikki too, and I think Nikki probably still has a little bit of like residual feelings for you as far as that goes. In my personal opinion, I think so.
I don't understand like what I like
Because I
what
can tell she really doesn't hate you, and that she would probably even be willing to fix things.
I just the thing is that I don't would never be able to trust her. Like, you know, I mean, I just and that's the thing about her. I mean, the things that she's in the past 3 months. I mean, the things that she's done. This like when she did that one stream in the morning where she was live and she was having a psychotic meltdown and she was saying how calling me like out for Wendy's picture and getting misery involved and all this stuff. I mean, that kind of stuff is fucked up. And it's just, how do you come back from something like that? And then getting Kay that time, and lying to her and, I mean, just a lot of fucked up shit. And I don't know. I have to be able to trust people and the things that Robbie and Nikki have done are just they're pretty much unforgivable. Like,
Yeah, calling the police, man, that's too far.
yeah, and just going around to creators and getting them to turn against me and doing streams for
Did
8
Nikki do
hours.
that though?
I mean, she went to Kay.
Well, y'all already were on the outs though, so that doesn't count about Kay because y'all already weren't friends, And
No, but what I'm
y'all,
saying doesn't matter. Okay. But see, Kay is, and she knows what is what Kay is capable of doing, and when and the stuff that she already had done, like what somebody had doxed what they thought was me, which was a police report. Whoever this was a felon. They put it up, and she put it up in her groups, just slandering me.
Well,
So
now what I had heard though was the only reason Nikki did that is because you threatened to expose y'all's private conversations about Kay. So she was like, "Well, fuck that, I'll show it first." And that's what I would do too. If somebody threatens me to be with some blackmail shit, I'll come with it any day before they get a chance to fuck me up with it. That's the way I roll. You gonna threaten me with some shit, I will come with it first.
no, and I didn't threaten her. But I guess somebody was in her ear, Robbie probably, telling her that. And
that's what I heard her say is that you threatened her with it, and she was like, "Well, fuck it, I'll tell it first then."
well, yeah, I didn't threaten her, but then after that, I was like, okay, well, she did that, so let me just show the actual the screenshot of it so you can see for yourself because she lied. And but the fact that she went and sought out Kay to tell her this.
I just got a notification that Ben Ashworth is singing "Black" from Pearl Jam.
Oh God.
He's funny with that shit.
Oh my.
It's singing streams. He's funny with that stuff.
Oh my.
Especially that one where he was singing his heart out in the shed for singing Sister Christian, singing his heart out in the shed. Sister Christian, all the time has come.
Oh my God. That's
how he was singing. Just like I just did it.
Oh my God.
Don't get mad, Ben. That was good-natured ribbon. He'll get mad as fuck sometimes when you pick on him a little too much because he doesn't know whether you're kidding or not. So he'll come all crazy out the closet sometimes when you fuck with him.
Yeah.
Making fun of his karaoke night.
Don't you dare.
Oh, he will. They started picking on him. But here's the problem. I kind of saw where he was coming from. One night they were picking on him real heavy about his singing. And I knew, I was in that chat and I knew, I was like, this shit's ticking down to the time bomb right here. I knew it. They were taking it too far. And I knew, you got to draw lines with that shit. And I knew, they know he's got these temperamental and he's got like a trigger that gets pulled, because he's manic depressive and an alcoholic and shit. And they knew this shit. And they were in there fucking with him about that music. And I knew it was just a matter of time. And on that same stream, bam, he went fucking insane on their asses. And I knew it was coming. I was like, they're taking it too far. They're taking it too far. They're taking it too far. Here it comes.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, and I'm assuming he might be drinking right now. I don't know. I don't know.
I hadn't went over there. Sometimes he is, sometimes he isn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, Lemonade hasn't done a stream in a while.
A what stream?
No singing coming from Lemonade lately.
Oh, we need to just do a karaoke night. Shit.
I've seen some people that do that on their channels. They'll have an all karaoke stream and stuff.
Maybe we will a little bit later, Never know. A little later on this tonight. But anyways, back to what I was saying.
How do we do it without getting in trouble though?
Well, mine's not monetized, right?
Yeah, I can get away. I've played a lot of music on my channel in the past, and I did the other day because they blocked me while I was playing the song. I thought they had taken me down because everybody in the chat was like, "Oh fuck, we're down now," and I was like, but then I went back and looked after the song stopped playing. I was back up. They blocked me because I was playing the Pink Floyd "Comfortably Numb" video and playing the song at the same time.
Oh yeah, double whammy there. Yeah, well, never know. Maybe because like I said, this is not monetized, so you know what? Why not? But
that's true.
You can get a little loosey goosey.
Let's get a little loosey goosey tonight.
Yeah, because that's what I do a lot of shit on my channel because it's not monetized. So I just do basically whatever the fuck I want right now because it doesn't matter that much,
Right. Yeah, soul. But back to the thing. The thing is with Nikki is that she became extremely vindictive, and so did Robbie. And what's interesting is that the situation, I mean, you have to wonder, why would they become vindictive when their friend is being attacked by Misery? Like, why would they do that? And their actions and stuff have just been really, I don't even know, like, a good word for it, but starting from that one live on the 14th on Nikki's channel,
Maybe
And
sometime we can go over to my channel and have me, you, Robbie, and Nikki, and y'all have a three-way talk and see if you can get everybody can get answers they want without it going crazy. Because I think if it's on my channel and I'm unbiased, and it's not on your channel or her channel, his channel, where nobody has complete power amongst the three of people fighting, it might go a little better.
like maybe I just right as of now, like I mean,
Because I don't know if you knew this or not, but Robbie actually asked me about that. He was like, "Mary, do you think you can moderate between me and Jamie?" He said, "I think it would go good with you because I can be, I'm capable of not getting involved and cussing everybody out and shit. That I'm capable of like, I'm good at that. I've always been like that in my life. Like mediation. I've always done that."
mhm.
And my whole life since I was a teenager, and so he already asked me about that. He was like, "I think it would go a lot better if like me and her could talk and you mediate it."
Here's the problem that we're going to face is that as long as he supports misery, I can't have anything to do with him. I just can't. Like, and if that's and that, so right there, and I know he's going to choose to support misery, and that's more important to him, and then our friendship. And so because he's not the type of person that would be willing to allow someone to tell him, but I mean, absolutely, I could not deal with that. Like, I just can't. Like, I just can't.
And you remember his video? He was done with Jamie a long time ago.
Yeah. And I mean,
And Jamie doesn't believe this, but I really do think there was pre-existing issues, Jamie. They just weren't telling you, but I believe there was pre-existing and there was pre-existing issues with both of them, and they might not have been calling it to your attention, but they were there.
well, I mean, Mary, the thing is that, yeah, there was pre-existing issues. And, here's the thing. The problem is that Robbie could not get over my parodies. And we worked through it, but he just couldn't get through it. He couldn't let it go. And that's not my problem. And he even did this to me before with Set the Record Straight and had me in tears, like just crying my eyes out and brokenhearted, about that. Like, why would he do that? Why would he, and on my live stream, and tell me basically to take the wrench away from him, and just told me to go fuck myself.
Well, see, Robbie, I'm very diplomatic, as y'all can see, but I do think he takes it to a whole new level. Where you got to have a little bit more reasoning with it if you're going to be diplomatic. In my opinion, you don't just like look. Here's an example. Like me, I'm very diplomatic. I can be cool with even that are people that I'm not cool with and cordial and all that, but I don't run over there and support the fuck out of them and worship them either. You know what I mean? That's the difference.
Yeah. I mean, overall, I think, I'm kind of the same way. But
like I might go in some streams, like I'll go in Laura's and make a comment or two if I want to, but I don't make it a regular basis to go to people that I don't agree with and be supporting them like Robbie does. I mean, but see, the thing is, Robbie doesn't disagree with them. He agrees with every damn body, which I don't see how that's even fucking possible,
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting situation, but what I have found with him is that he will always take up for the more malignant person. Like, he will always take up for them every time.
Yeah, that's not cool. That's not.
Yeah.
And just for the disclaimer, I'm not trying to talk shit and drag you, Robbie. I'm just giving my opinions because I told him I wouldn't like be dragging him.
Mary's dragging Robbie, and she's gonna
So
pretend.
just
like
this
she doesn't
disclaimer:
remember
don't listen to anybody's little
Whatever.
fucking little words they might bring to you. Come over and listen to yourself. I'm not dragging you. I'm just giving opinions. Disclaimer. Disclaimer. Disclaimer.
Disclaimer, yeah.
Cause see,
Disclaimer.
and y'all are. I think Jamie, you've been a little bit like sour about that. I won't drag him anymore. But the thing is, if I give somebody my word is gold. I told him I wouldn't, and that's what I'm gonna stick to.
No, I don't want you to look. I'm not sit here and no, I don't want you to drag him or anything. But hey, you know what? And that's that. I mean, and you gave him your word, and so that's good. And but you didn't let him manipulate you like he was trying
Oh no,
to
that shit does
like
not work with
have
me. Y'all will
you
find that shit out.
leave.
No, nobody can do the Jedi mind trick on me, and it doesn't make a fuck who it is. It's not gonna work.
Yeah.
Yeah, Neri doesn't seem like the most easily manipulated person.
No, not at all. You'd have to get up really fucking early in the morning and stay up real fucking late at night to try to get over on me. And that's the truth.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you are strong in that sense. And I'm like, there's, a lot of people though, they're going to more easily fall into that trap. But that's one thing that I think is great, about you. And I'm the same way, like I'm the same way. If I was put in that situation like you did, I'd be like, well, I won't say anything about you, but I'm not going to necessarily leave
Yeah, he
either.
kept asking me would I get off the panel when y'all start talking shit about him. I was like, I just plainly said no. I didn't even
Yeah,
put a bunch of explanations with it. I
yeah,
just plainly said no, no.
right. Yeah. And I was proud. I was like, oh, good. Because, and like I said, I'd be the exact same way. I'd be like, well, sorry, no, I'm gonna stick around, I mean, but yeah, I was just like, oh Lord, every time he would say that, I'm like, oh,
Yeah, he
come on,
asked me
Robbie.
like 3 different times, would I leave the panel when y'all started talking shit
Hey,
about him? I
Dana.
was like,
Hey, Kimberly.
no.
Right. They're just, oh man. And I see it in the chat. Like they're very manipulative but luckily you're very in tune with that kind of stuff.
Nobody can get inside my head about nothing.
Right. But
Are
unfortunately,
you sure about that, Neri?
Now, somebody
Are you
real
really? Are you
sexy and
really?
soft and smooth talking like Cosmic, he might be able to get my
All
dick hard.
right. Okay. Good. Yeah. I got you. You got it.
Maybe.
You know.
Just maybe.
you're like,
Ha.
maybe.
She played right into my hands, guys.
You're like, see, mic drop.
Watch here, he's gonna start sending me those emoji roses behind the scenes and shit now.
Those green
Chill.
hearts.
Hey now. Hey now. Hey Dana. Hey Kimberly.
See, I want to say
Um,
hi to these people, but I can't find my phone. Sorry.
damn it. Where's your? Do you need me to call it? Do you need me to call
Somewhere over
Ghostbusters?
here. It's not that serious. It's somewhere. I didn't go anywhere. Oh wait, I did go grab a beer. Maybe I put it somewhere. Dang
Oh,
it.
you probably left it in the fridge. The eggs
Or on the
are
counter.
the eggs or something. The Jellos. Blah. But yeah, I think Mary. It's just a hard situation, uh, and I think more than anything, it's just the way that they treated me, and I just don't know. I mean, they're just. But again, but anyways, like now, that's
I'm
not the
talking
kind of
about not
energy.
even if y'all wind up being friends again. I'm talking about just if it's enough to put peace or whatever.
Mm, I mean, I don't know. Like as long as he's like on this misery crusade, no, no. I mean, he's like misery's like number one supporter, and like he's like basically her stalking Starlight, harassing her to like get her to like talk to Misery. And she's like, no,
Yeah, see, she's
no,
like
they
she's like drawing a line with that shit, like I do when it
good,
comes to him. Like, no,
right?
no. See, there's very few people on here. There's just a few people on here that are hard no for me, and he's one of them. That's a hard no. Nope, nope,
Hard,
nope, nope,
no,
nope.
hard pass. No means no. Damn it.
Yeah, it's like he's a hard no because I know what he is. I'm not.
Not
I
me.
mean,
I take every opportunity to speak to James that I can take.
Well, you don't know because you want to put him in his place, but you don't want to bridge with him. You don't want to work through something or, be pals again or,
Having a coming to Jesus moment with him.
yeah, really. It's
see,
like,
I
no.
see how he is, and I know what he is. With the MNPD or what the fuck did I say it right?
What is it?
Yeah, I said it right. That shit sounded
Multiple
like a police
personality
department,
disorder.
didn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, yes,
And
yeah.
MNPD is malignant narcissistic personality disorder. I was like, wait a minute, did I say that shit right? Or were we talking about a police department here? But anyway, so I just, so I know that it's just a circular thing with his personality type. I know it. I've seen it before. It's shit's never going to change with him unless he decides it's going to change, and I don't see that happening. So what's the point? I mean, I've seen the pattern is fuck you come with them. The pattern is fuck you plumb over, then apologize. Fuck you plumb over, then apologize. Fuck you plumb over, then apologize. I mean, it's not going nowhere when somebody's like that ever.
Right.
yeah, I don't want to be friends with James or know James. I wish him the best. I wish that he could figure out a way to quit destroying any interpersonal relationships he creates so that he could find maybe a community on YouTube and make some money. And he would also keep kids away from it because he can't help it. His nature is to be a Howard Stern fan. Like his nature is to do that kind of, even when he does the true crime stuff, he starts to do like the stupid voices like, "Oh, I wanted to go shoot up this school." Like he can't like get on there and bring like true crime seriously. It's always some dark joke with him, and that's just cool. There's a place for you, there's a community for you, and there's a money for you to make. And I hope I don't want to be his friend. I don't want to watch him I just don't care about him. But I hope that he can figure it out so he can make some money and just be a normal dude and not like talk to kids and shit. That kid talking and stuff like that's kind of
Yeah.
weird, man. I don't know
He
about
could
that.
he could absolutely he could really do something with himself and turn this all around if he wanted to. He could leave certain aspects in it and be completely successful with leaving certain aspects and dropping some of the others. You know, hell, I could help him. I could tell him what to do. I could fucking get him off the chain, but he's not going to listen. So there's no point. If I thought he was worth trying to do that with,
Yeah,
I
like
could
a
work
drug
with him
addict,
and
he's
tell
got
him
to
how to
want
do
to take
it
it for
where he
himself.
could be successful with it, where he wasn't crossing too many lines and it would blow up. But he's not willing to do that. He wants to do shit his way.
Yeah, but then you have to be like, okay, you're gonna help him atone for all of his sins and shame and crimes
If
against
he was
people.
willing to do that and I thought it would stick, I would help him do that too. But he's not going to. He's a lost cause, and I know it. I've seen it before. He's not going to do it. I know people that got
Yeah, I'm
something else that's
afraid he might be a
salvageable
lost
and that
cause.
can be helped, and people that can't. And he's not. He can be helped if he chooses, but he's not going to choose it.
Yeah. And let's see, hold on. I thought, okay. Damn it. Okay, hold on. I thought that I sent, because I was going to share these screenshots from, hold on, his stream. Actually, from Laura. Come on now. Okay, hold on. I have to upload it to my Google Drive.
My estranged ex has already told me. He said, "Don't be talking about me on there," because he knows I'm on here.
That's what my ex is. He's like, you better not. You better.
Already have.
My ex is like, you better not talk about me on.
They can't stand that. They don't want to be talked about. I said, "Man, nobody knows who you are anyway." He said, "I don't matter. I still don't want you talking about me." But he
Right.
knows he can't stop me from doing anything I'm going to do.
Yeah. Well, and
You should have responded, "What are you gonna do?"
shit. Let me see here.
Oh, he's heard that statement many times over the years about different subjects, Cosmic.
Okay. So
I'm not trying to blow him up right now, though, because we're actually getting along pretty well right now and having like a symbiotic relationship where you help me, I help you, and things are going good. So I'm not trying to blow up Mount St. Helens right now or no shit like
Don't
that.
poke the bear. He'll
Right.
he'll wake up on its own.
Don't I know? I'm gonna share this.
And I know Jamie probably knows a lot of what I'm talking about. Is when you're getting along with them good and the synergy's good and shit. Let it be, until shit goes bad, then let it be good,
Hey, agent. So this is from his stream tonight, and Laura came in towards the end, and this is when he was the video that I put up that I was providing commentary on that Will, and the Glares live, and I was anyways, I was semi like trolling that video, but at the same time, I was hitting on some points, but I was being silly at the same time. But she comes in and she goes, "I'm convinced you two are in love with each other." It's like, what? are you fucking talking about? Like,
She's not being serious.
I mean, I don't know. Came across as like she was like, I'm like, what? And then she's like, God dang it, that's me. When you guys getting married? It's like, ew, like, bitch, like that's vile. I
You
mean,
and
that's,
Misery?
yes, like she was trying to be like, she seemed like she was being like jealous or something. Laura, she's
I
like,
don't
hey.
think she was jealous. The only if she was going to be jealous, it would have to be over Becca.
No, but that's the thing. Like, you guys, like, I don't know, call me crazy, okay? But, okay, like, hold on, how can I put this?
Go
I
ahead.
don't,
Say it and I'll correct it. Go ahead.
um, I don't know. I mean, I just feel like Misery is not into Becca. Like, he's not. Like, she's like, into him hardcore, and she has been. And
I
he'll,
don't know. I think he is because he's always saying stuff about her like sexy this and
but I say that.
complimenting the fuck out of her and shit. So
Yeah,
I don't know.
It seems superficial to me
that's
because
called, yeah,
I know how he likes I know how he behaves around the girls he really has feelings for. I feel like he really has feelings for Lemonade and he developed some weird feelings for Lemonade. And I think the train back, the whole like superficially calling her sexy and stuff, is him just trying to put on a show. Because when he does like a girl, he gets more controlling and more like aggressive, and is
yeah,
almost when the girl that he likes is around, almost it seems like some of his worser aspects of his personality come out. And I
yeah,
feel like this whole sweet guy being super nice and
yeah.
complimenting her, I think it's superficial. I don't think he really I don't think he's feeling it. But I
Now,
could
see,
be
I
wrong.
don't think he's got any kind of romantic feelings for Lyman.
I think he
I
does.
think I don't at
Yeah,
all.
he did.
I don't at all.
I think
Mary, you just don't understand.
if you go
Yeah.
Wait a
and
minute, I'll
listen
explain it to you.
if you go listen to the rants that he's made about the other scorned girls that he's like the girls that broke his heart before, you could seriously throw Lemonade's name in there and it wouldn't be different. Like
Mhm.
it's or you could
I
put
don't.
their name. You could and when he goes on a rant about Lemonade, put Tara's name in there. Instead of saying Lemonade, put Tara's name, and it's almost the same rant except there's no kid talk. You know.
Okay, but
Like
see, I don't think it
nobody
was.
wants you, nobody likes you, you stink. You know, like I just
Yeah,
I don't know.
I
yeah.
don't think
What's
it's.
your
Well, why
I
don't
don't
you?
think it's a romantic thing, though. I think it's more that he thought they were going to have a partnership and they were going somewhere, and
No.
that he's really insulted by that not turning out the way he thought it was going to.
Well, no, because there
Because
was.
he was all offended about Mommy
I
Ramblings
think there's
too,
a
and all
couple of
heard
things.
about Mommy Ramblings.
I'll admit there might be a couple of things going on.
Yeah, I mean, now with okay, he has a thing is he has a rejection issue, or he has
Yeah.
he's extreme. Okay, now with Mommy Ramblings, like for him, that was more of a like as a channel creator type thing because he was offering himself up as having over 100,000 subscribers, and she shot him down. But see, every once in a while he would just talk about it, and like once I saw him sniping her, but other than that it was like not anything, not that big of a deal, like just on that
Yeah, but
level.
see, you went on to talk much shit about him where Mommy Ramblings didn't. So that's the inflammatory factor on top of the broken what he thought was going to be a partnership. You talked mad shit about him where Mommy Ramblings didn't.
Well, she did, and emails, and and on the live stream, like anytime he would come in, she would go off and stuff. Well,
It wasn't to the same level though, and it didn't go on as long.
I mean, no, she literally had a protective order against, like, I mean, y'all didn't see a lot of the stuff that happened
Well, if
after,
she did that, why haven't you done the same?
or something like that. She was threatening on a stream or something the last time that that he did that, and Jimmy was there. Jimmy got involved, and but I mean, that's just how she is.
That
Um,
reminds me of Polyester Jumpers has this little bit she does about there was a night that I don't think it had anything to do with Misery. There was a night, I think I was watching that live when it happened, but there was a night somebody called like on the answer machine or something, was threatening her while she was on the live, and Polyester does this whole bit, where she makes fun of it, not in a mean way, but where she's like, where Mommy Ramblings goes, Jimmy, 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 get the gun. Jimmy, get the gun. And polyester has this whole bit she does about that happening.
Yes, the Jimmy, Jimmy,
Jimmy, Jimmy, get the
Jimmy,
gun.
Jimmy,
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 get the gun. Jimmy,
Jimmy.
get the
Look,
gun.
hello, Jimmy. Look, they're here. They're back, Jimmy. But it's just no. But the thing is, like, Mary.
I don't even know. Hold on just a second. Sorry to interrupt, but I don't even understand these people that got this deep, 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 dark hatred towards Mommy Ramblings. She's so non-inflammatory. It's like, what the fuck are y'all so mad at Mommy Ramblings about? That's
Yeah,
crazy
okay,
to me.
Mary. Like, look. The thing is, you're not. The thing is that she will talk shit and she will say things about people and even in a passive aggressive way, but she will. And she's had wars like with BBT and Jewels of Thought. And I mean,
Well, see,
yeah,
I've never seen a lot of that. See, whenever I've watched her, it was always, I haven't seen anything but like the Martha Stewart of true crime type of thing with her. So if any of that's went on, I haven't seen it.
Oh, you weren't privy to that whole like war between Jewels of Thought and her for a minute?
Yeah, but I mean, I didn't believe a lot of what she was accused of, and neither did Diane and Wendy, because a lot of what she was accused of, there was no receipt.
Yeah. And we see Jewels of Thought in Misery Stream. So we can
Right. Right.
you
Ding,
know,
ding, 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 ding.
yeah, exactly. So, and I know that, Mommy always comes with the facts and truth. I mean, she's
Yeah,
not
and that's why she was believed more over the opposers, is because she came with her proof. They didn't.
right, because they don't got none, or they try to take something and chop and screw it.
That's what was said about that whole audio thing with Mommy Ramblings and BBT, is it was said that it was like a bunch of conversations were pieced together.
Yeah. And that's the thing, Mary, like everybody that like knows Jimmer and has known of him for years, they all agree that he had like he had a thing for me on some level.
Well, if
And
that's true, maybe he thought he was going to have sex with you, since you're always making those sexual innuendos.
Oh
Maybe he
yeah,
got his hopes up for it being
Lemonade's a
the
flirty girl.
three-year
not,
dry
I
spell ending, and shit. Maybe that's what it was about.
remember that one stream. Okay, and this is the thing, like it was funny because this was like towards one of the last streams. Like it was the one. Okay, this was like
And he was like, "No, I'm fine. I'm just gonna shut down and go to bed." Oh, poor perplexed. Anyway, I'm sorry.
what what when are we talking?
Perplexed when that happened with the boy. Perplexed was all sad and she ended her stream. But anyway, keep going on with your story.
Anyways,
He's talking about last night when you were running the breakup video, and Laura was like,
yeah.
"I'm going to bed, y'all. I'm
Yeah.
fine. I'm fine. I'm going to bed." That's what Cosmic was talking about.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I know. But caught me off track here. No, okay, yeah. So the last stream before kind of everything hit the fan, he was drinking heavily and he made he was being very vulgar and talking about, like digging into
Who,
Robbie.
Misery?
Yeah, digging into Robbie, talking about, oh God, Bucky, get the fuck out of here, man. Like, Jesus. And oh, they got a new picture. It's like, what? You've arisen from the dead and now you've reincarnated into another old man. Like, give it up,
To me,
man.
that is just funny at this point, because nobody believes that's a real dude.
Well, Nikki does. Nikki does. She's like, well, at first I was kind of questioning it because, I am. And I'm like, well, why are you believing it now, Nikki? She just said that tonight.
I mean, come on now, Nikki, come on. Everybody knows that Bucky's not a real person. Even Robbie knows that.
Does he, though, now?
He said he did.
Well, I ask him again. He'll probably be like, oh, no, I had a conversation with him last night. Like, but
Robbie supposedly got a new love interest.
Who?
I don't know. He said that on one of his tweets. I'm talking about somebody in his real life, as far as I know.
I was like, who? And I said, cares. Just
Who?
kidding. I was like, who? And I was like, cares.
Oh,
Yeah, I was just kidding.
yeah. He mentioned that recently. I heard him say that he's met somebody.
Well, God bless them because, they're in for a treat. But, like with this situation with Misery that night, I remember he was kind of really grilling me about my ex, and because, we were still having sex, so I'm
Yeah,
like,
I remember that.
and he was like,
Oh
hmm,
boy.
yeah, like he was like, what? He's like, so y'all are still, you got to stop that. Jamie, you got to stop that. Come on. And
But
then
he was saying though, what he was saying made sense to me though. If he was being legit about what he was saying, he was like, "Why would you have sex with a dude that fucked you over so bad and left you like that
right.
high and dry with 4 kids?" So if he was being true to the angle he was coming from, I understood that. But I also, as a woman, understand the aspect of when you love somebody, you love them. You know.
Mhm. Yeah, I mean, it's a really it's a hard situation. It's a fucked up situation. Because
It becomes a love-hate relationship when you're in that situation. You hate all the shit that they did, but it's like women, like I was saying, bond really deeply with our lovers and our people that we fall in love with. Not all women, but some of us. And me and Jamie seem to be the same type with it when it comes to that, where once you're in our heart, you're there. You know?
Yeah.
And it's hard, and she was probably like me, where a lot I did the same thing, where I would sleep with my ex and stuff, because I would rather sleep with somebody that I've known for years and I'm comfortable and everything with, than some dude you pick up in the bar.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. And
la di da.
a lot of, I mean, and I
Not
mean,
that I haven't done that, but I'm saying I'd rather.
Here I am
hashtag
hanging out in the bars. I was playing.
hashtag I'm a slut. Okay. Hashtag slut nation. Um, but yeah, I mean, because I've been, I was with my ex for 15 years. So it's kind of like, what?
Yeah, it's like you become. I totally understand where you're coming from with that, because you're really ingrained with and enmeshed with that person. You love them. You're used to them. You've seen them at their worst. They've seen you at your worst. You can climb right in bed with them,
Children with them.
you're looking busted and disgusted. No shower, not brushed your teeth, and
Didn't shave
everything's
your legs
fine,
for, God knows how long.
huh?
I said you hadn't shaved your legs, in a
Yeah,
hot
and it's like you
minute.
can do that with somebody you've been with for years. You can't do that shit with somebody you met at the bar. You got to put on that as that meet my representative persona for people that are brand new. Like comedians like to joke about, like, meet my representative, the person that you put on to be until you get to know somebody good, and you're like, this is the real me, motherfucker. It's like.
Yeah.
But I do that whenever I date somebody new. I do that pretty early on. I start showing them what I look like without makeup, with my hair not did, and looking busted and disgusted. I'm like, because I do it really early on. Because I'm like, if you look like me for me, you'll like me for me, instead of like carrying out a big fucking persona for a year and then being like, surprise, bitch, that wasn't really how it was. So I let people see the good, the bad, and ugly really quick.
Yeah, and that was one thing I know with my ex, like, because I've never worn like a lot of makeup at all, and I guess some girls do, like, literally just layers and layers of makeup, and that was one thing. Like, he'd always comment, like, he'd be like, you look the same in the morning, like,
Yeah.
because there's some
No
like
surprises when you drag somebody home from the bar and they get up looking crazy in the morning. You're like, whoa, shit,
you're like,
who's that?
shit, who is this? Melted, like makeup melted all
Yeah,
over,
yeah,
like
yeah,
halfway across the face. You're like, wait a
yeah.
minute.
I've
But
always been told that I look, just as good or close to just as good without makeup. But I'm not getting on panel and shit looking all no makeup on and no hair done, sitting around with because my uniform during the week, all week. If I'm not going out somewhere social, my uniform is a t-shirt, sweatpants, no makeup, and my waist length hair put back in a cloth headband so it doesn't all fall on my face and I can't fucking see,
yeah, that's
and some slippers. That's what I wear all week. And am I getting on panel looking like that? Nope, 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 nope.
yeah. I mean, yeah, like I don't know. It's anyways. What we're like, I was on a train of thought, and what were we?
Sorry, sorry.
No. I mean, like it's my fault. Like I was like
You
trying.
said about like with your husband is like that he'd
Oh
rather
yeah,
somebody like you not wear much makeup, so he'd rather you be looking the same all the time than be like surprised when it comes off.
yeah.
You know?
Surprise, bitch. This is who. Yeah.
Yeah, surprise, bitch.
Yeah. And so, but anyways, just the whole thing. I mean, you have children with someone, you've built a life with them. I mean,
Yeah.
yeah. And then we have like an amazing like sexual connection. We always have, but it's hard. I mean, it's God. It's such a. It is.
Let me interject with that too. That's another reason too. Is because when you've been with somebody, I was with my husband for 23 years, and when you're with somebody that fucking long, most people you about can't find a better lover when you've been with somebody for 23 years because they're the worst. They're the person that knows everything about what you like and vice versa. It's so comfortable and shit. I mean, it's just like, what, Cosmic? Let's hear it. He's throwing his hands up in there. What?
No, because you don't. First
What?
of all, let me get this mic over here like Jim
Get,
Renam.
get it. Yeah.
Let
Grab
me
it.
get
Turn
in
that
here.
Grab
Let
the
me
mic.
get, let me
over
get
there.
into
Grab
this.
it. Grab it.
First of all, no, you make a pretty good point, but I don't know. I think you can find better lovers after, even if you're with one for a long time. Like I think it's
I
possible.
agree with that
Because,
part.
like I don't really like my thing is like I don't ever like I'm pretty much have pleased most women I've been with, and I don't listen to what they say they're into. Like I don't if they
You just
don't.
learn, right?
No, I don't. Because to me as a man, like 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 my mentor Patrice O'Neill said, he goes, you know what I do? I nibble on the back of my girl's kneecaps just so the day we break up and she goes and moves on to some other dude, she
She
says,
could say
"Oh,
nobody
do
else
you
did
know what
that.
I like? I like the back of my kneecaps nibbled." Like like women don't know what they want. Like y'all don't know what y'all
That's
want.
not true. I
You
totally
get you
know
a
what I
new
want.
lover and he'll throw you in a new position. You'll be like, "Wait a minute, I never used this position before. I
No,
might
I
like this."
totally know what I want. But I mean, I will agree with you about
I
that.
don't know. No, you don't. I don't see. I don't listen
Yes, I
about women
do.
about what
Yes,
they want
I
in bed,
do.
and I don't listen to women about types. Like male, it's like, oh, I'm sorry, Cam, you're not my type. Like,
Well,
you
see, I
don't.
don't have a
First
type
off,
though.
I don't even
I'm
like.
multifaceted when it
I
comes to that.
haven't
I
met
don't
a
have a
woman.
type.
I haven't met a woman who knows what she wants to eat. Now I'm supposed to know. You guys know what you want in bed, and you know what type
Oh,
of man you date.
I
Well, you don't
assure
even
you, I
don't even
completely
know what
know
you
what
want
I
to eat.
want in bed. I
Don't even know
assure
what
you
you
of
want to
that.
eat.
Yes,
Please. Then
I
you're
totally know what I
exception to
want
the
in bed.
rule. Because every other woman I ask, what do you want to eat? I don't know. Like so, you have a type though?
No,
No.
I don't have a type. That's what I just said. I don't have a type.
Yeah,
I'm
no. Well, you're the
multifaceted like
exception
that.
to every rule, I
Start a list
guess.
of lovers.
Most
Okay.
women
I
think they
don't
have
have
a
a
type,
type. I really
and
don't
most
have a
women
type.
don't know what they want to eat.
I
You're
mean,
basically a man. I'm
I
joking.
really don't have a type, now I'll agree with you. I'll retract and say I agree with you that you can go on to have just as good or better of a sex life with a new partner, but it's not going to be the guy you drug home from the bar. It's
No,
going
hell
to have to
no.
be.
That's always
It's going to have
suck.
Bar
to be
Like,
sex,
something
one
that
night
becomes
bar sex always
established.
sucks. That
yeah.
It's
always
going to
is
have to be
Does.
something
mediocre.
that becomes established to get to that point.
Yeah,
You know.
yeah. Yeah, that's a
Those,
difference.
yeah, those one night stands are like, ugh,
Yeah,
what
they're
is this?
rough.
Like it's like, ugh. I don't, I think, it's so awkward and weird and just like, ugh, like nothing really magical happens at all. Like, it's like, ugh, what is
Yeah.
this? you know, like, I don't know. But because, it just takes time to kind of
Yeah,
learn
that's
each
what I was
other.
getting at. Is
And there's
you
like
can
a fun part of chasing it down. You know what I'm saying? Instead of like grabbing it
well,
one night and taking it home like you went to the store and picked it up. You know,
Hmm.
there's
Yeah.
nothing fun about that. There's something fun about courting a girl, like trying to get into her pants. You know,
It's the
there's
chase.
something
It's
fun
all
about
about
that.
the chase, right?
Some drunken like we were just vibing out because we were both drunk and then we went to a hotel. Like that's not
well,
as like fulfilling. I don't think. I don't think. I don't
Yeah.
know.
I do have to pat my own self on the back for one thing. I do have to say that I'm very proud of the status that I have. That count them eight ex-boyfriends of mine have tracked me down over the years and came back and said, "You were the best woman I ever had." Thank you very much.
Oh shit, Mary.
We need to
Like,
get the clapping drop on. Clap,
And
oh,
clap.
they
what?
weren't even talking about just the sex; they were talking about all the way around.
Oh my God. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, and that's the thing too.
She responded, "Well, you guys will be happy to know that I settled with a malignant narcissist."
Yes,
You
yes,
know? I mean, I don't know. And I just find
yes.
that
So
Because
what does that say
unfortunately,
about me? Have you ever tried
because
to psychoanalyze yourself in your relationship with your man? Like
oh fuck yeah,
why am I with this guy? Like
I know every single
why am
solitary reason
why
that
am
I
I
was
not
with
with a
you.
sweet hunk with like six figures in the bank account?
I
Why
know
am I with
every
this guy who
single
likes to
solitary
disappear?
reason why I'm with him. And the truth is, I could have had much better men during the process that I could have left him for. And I probably would have under certain circumstances. Like one of the reasons I stayed was because I have chronic immune deficiency syndrome, and I have anemia, and I have some other health issues. And I need, and it's hard to get out and look for another man and find another man when you're fucking busted up with some illnesses. So it was like there was times I could have left and been with other people, but I was like, okay, who's going to take care of me and help me out in the way he does a new guy, which they probably would have, but I wasn't willing to try to find out. I wasn't willing to be let down, and I felt like I didn't want to be a burden to somebody new, even though they said it didn't bother them and they'd be okay. I felt like I didn't want to be a burden, and just and like pride issues and things like that, which I've got some foolish pride, y'all have no idea. I've done some fucked up self detrimental shit over pride that I would
I
wish I
mean,
could go back and redo. But
there's a lot of
huh?
Oh, I think someone's asking for the link. Go ahead. Yeah.
But it's like
No, that's interesting. That's really honest. I mean, I guess I would say as Nary, you are worth it. You know what I'm saying? There are guys out there who would be fine to take your sick ass. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't want.
oh, I know
That's weird,
that.
and it's weird. And I think the highlighting factor of that is the fact that you did find that love in a malignant narcissist, someone who should be pretty selfish, still
Yeah,
gives you that sort of So why wouldn't you think that quality is in another like a normal, stable human being? You know?
right. But sometime I'll actually on here or on my channel, I will tell all the reasons that I stayed and that I
Yeah,
didn't go.
I
But
know it's not
but
that easy. It's
but
not
I
as
know
simple as a
it's
quick 5 minute story.
yeah, it was a lot of reasons, but I'm just like just touching on a little bit of them. And another reason too, as stupid as it sounds, I'm extremely, extremely loyal. And even though he did not deserve my loyalty and longevity,
Yeah.
I'm that way. And it was hard for me to break. Believe me, we broke up many times. I mean, many, many times over those truth, not 23 years. And there was times that that I really didn't want to go back. But here's what would happen: I would date around and I couldn't find my theory. With this is what I went around telling everybody. I said, for me to leave my man and leave him for good, it would have to be for one hell of a man, and I haven't found that man yet. Because I could find guys that were better than him, but they still weren't what I wanted.
Right. I mean, it's hard. I don't know. It's just when I even try to think about it, I can't even, I can't even go there. I just can't, I don't know, just taking it a day at a time, but it's just weird.
Is he a good father?
Yeah, I mean,
I'm talking
yeah.
Nary. You have a son. No, I'm talking about Nary.
Oh,
You have a
okay.
son with your man, right?
Um, in ways he was, and in ways he wasn't. So it was both ways.
Yeah. It's just the way you talk about him. You talk about him like he's a guy who sometimes drinks a little too much or sometimes has a problem with flirting. Like we're talking about a narcissist here, right? Like this is not like you're pretending like
Right.
he'd have to be better than a narcissist. So you haven't met anybody better than a narcissist?
Oh,
Like
absolutely. But here's the problem. Like I said, think about this for a minute, Cosmic. I met guys and dated guys, went out with guys that were better than him, but they weren't what I wanted. I would have been just kind of settling with somebody that was
yeah,
blasé.
no, the heart wants what the heart wants. I'm not gonna argue with that. You're right, because the heart wants what
Because
the heart wants.
well, see, the thing is it's not that like I said, like I'm gonna tell again, like I always told everybody, I said, if I ever leave my husband, it's gonna be for one hell of a man, and not because my husband is one hell of a man. But it's gonna have to be for something that's gonna make me happy and that I'm gonna stay with long term, and it's gonna be what I want, rather than it's and a lot of and Jamie's gonna know what I'm talking about with this. There was a large sense of comfortability with somebody you've been with that
Yeah,
long.
yeah, hell
Even
yeah, absolutely.
and it's even like this is what I tell people all the time: as uncomfortable as it was still comfortable. And
Yeah.
and it's like
You get comfortable with discomfort. You can get comfortable with
and
being in discomfort.
Well,
Mhm.
and I'm not one that, I didn't used to be like this. I used to love meeting new people and getting to know them and learning about them. But now, after being with somebody for so many years, I don't like that anymore. I like the comfortability and the know what to predict, even if it's a fucked
Yeah.
up prediction. I like to know what's coming next. And here's another reason. Here's another simple reason, Cosmic, is my dad was a malignant narcissist, and so you tend to take on what they call pathologies. It's like my mother was with my dad, who was a malignant narcissist, for 26 fucking years. And as much as I didn't want to follow that pattern, I accidentally did. And so it's like, and another thing is, there's love types. You can take a test to find out what love type you are. They have like agape, storge, eros, and all these different ones. And
I
I
don't
have
want to
like,
keep harping on Mary's personal life, but we can say in the end, we can say it is what it is. The heart wants what the heart wants. But I ask you your honest opinion: is it healthy?
hell no, fuck no, not even close to healthy. But like I said, with the love types, you can, like, a lot of people probably know about this. You can take tests to find out what kind of love type you are, like agape, storge, eros. Well, all the different ones. And I've got three. The third one I don't remember. I've got agape and storge, and we're the people that we don't fall in love really easy, but once it's in there for life. It's like deep rooted, deep rooted. That it's like it won't happen overnight, and it takes a longer time. And you have to really, I don't fall in love with easy, but when I do, it's there. It's like a tree. It's like got roots that run real deep, and they're hard to fucking break. Like, I can easily say, like, all my ex boyfriends, I still love them and am still in love with them to a degree to this day, because that's how I am. And then with the agape is the unconditional love that God has for everybody. And I'm sort of this. So these men, they become like my child almost, where I have a love for them like I would my child, that's like unconditional.
It's like a kinship. It becomes like a brother almost, like a family member.
Well, even more than that in ways, because it's like, I mean, some women are just loyal to a fault, and men too, and that's me. And I love that I'm that way, and I hate it too, because
I
it's
know.
it's it's a
It's so
it's a it's a benefit and a downfall.
yeah. I'll be right back. Y'all continue to talk. I'll be right back.
I'm loyal to a fault.
Yeah,
And then it also fucks me up because I kind of got away from my girl because we just became unhealthy for each other, and that was
right.
just objectively true. And I didn't. I love her more than anybody I've ever loved before, so I don't want her to be brought down. And I mean, I still love her and everything, but I don't know. But what I was saying is because I'm so loyal to a fault, I feel like ending the relationship. Like I almost sometimes, even though I know it's for the best for both of us, I sometimes like feel like my character is tested. Like I fucked up. You know what I'm saying? Like
Right,
I
and you'll
feel
do
like
that.
like I'm not as loyal, I guess, as I thought. I wouldn't put up with things as much as I thought I would. But at the same time, I got to remember that we both made each other unhappy, or we were both not comfortable with each other. It got to a point.
You did the right thing, and like I said,
Yeah.
I tried to do it before in the past, and really a lot of my sticking point with the unconditional love and the deep love and everything mixed in with that, like I said, was my health issues and stuff. Is like, I can say unequivocally 100,000% that 13 years ago, when a lot of my health issues started, had those health issues not hindered my life so much. Like, for instance, I'll give an example, like where I'm down in bed with it and I'm sick for days. It's like, who's gonna go to the fucking store, you know? And it's like, who's gonna do the things I can't do? And he did them. And so it's like, but I can unequivocally say 100,000%. Had I never got sick like that and gotten that position, I'd have left a long time ago.
Okay. Okay, so you were forced into this weird dependency that you don't even really need them anymore for, but it created like a emotional, spiritual bond that now cannot be broken.
Well, they even say that there's what they call healthy and unhealthy love ties. And I do, but see, no, don't get me wrong. I still need him now. I mean, because there are times I still get sick. Like I said, my mother is 80 years old. She stays with me 100% of the time. I'm her caretaker. I work from home. So if I get sick and I'm not feeling good and shit with the chronic immune deficiency syndrome and shit, he will do what I need, what I can't do. You see what I mean? And
Okay, yeah.
And don't get me wrong, I do love him. I do love him.
Yeah.
I still do. I mean,
No,
I
life is
still love him.
complicated.
Yes,
Love and
yes,
life is
yes.
super. It's not like in the movies, you know. It's not so
Right, right.
simple. In the movies, they always make it complicated, but you know the way it's supposed to be, the way we think it's supposed to be.
And
You
here's
know,
the thing. As much as a problem and a fucking detriment and a life changing detriment he's been to my life and fucked my life up completely, I will say that I know that he loves me just as much. Because, I mean, as hard as malignant narcissists can be, as far as like not wanting to show their emotions and shit, he's told me repeatedly that if anything ever happened to me, it would ruin his fucking life. So I know that he loves me, even though he doesn't show me as much as he in the ways that he should how much he loves me. I do know it, and it's like I do know that. Let's say that 9 times out of 10, if we even weren't together like years down the road, 9 times out of 10, if some terrible life situation fell upon me, most likely he would be there if I needed him. It's like, and it's like there was something else I was gonna say about it. Damn it, what was it? Oh, he put it this way. He did things that I did not think he would do. When shit got really, really, really bad, I
he
thought he
came
would
through
be.
for you. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Okay.
thought he'd be one of the dudes that ran for the hills when it got really, really bad, but he didn't. I thought he'd be one of the dudes that's like when I got real sick and was in bed for like days or weeks and shit, that he'd be out finding another woman and on his merry way. But he didn't. He stayed.
That's okay. Yeah, yeah. Okay. So it said a lot about his character, and that goes into the loyalty thing and why, like, I see the need to feel loyal and to be real at least, or to be honest about how you feel. That makes sense.
Okay, sorry. Hello. Okay. Well, what were y'all talking about? What did I miss?
Ing said Neri hates coffee. She's high on life. That's right. That's right.
That's right.
Oh, and here's an
Yeah.
example I was going to say is like, for instance, the guy I told you that's my little love. As a matter of fact, let me check, see if he's answered me. That he was my little love when I was 4 years old. We still have a relationship. And hold on, let me see. I'm even going to check right now and see if he's answered me. Um, anyway, what I was going to say is like, I had a chance at one time several years ago when he was willing to leave his talking about Tim. He was willing to leave his wife for me several years ago. And he's well, I don't know if you can say very wealthy, but he's a wealthy dude that had a mansion in Fort Mill. And I would have had a really, really, really good fucking life had I left with him, because he told me, he was like, I will leave my wife for you. Come with me now. And at times I look back and kick myself, and I'm like, I should have done it. I should have done it. I would have been in a much better position now. So that shows you how much love can trump money and like things and a good life. And in a lot of ways I regret not doing that now, because I would be in a totally different position now, and he would have taken care of me and loved me through all the sick shit too.
Yeah. I mean, you never know. I mean, you never know. Like sometimes, I mean, it's never too late, right?
Well,
Um,
he won't leave his woman. He's got his new woman now for me, but he definitely wants me to be a sister wife.
uh, well, there's a little twist there.
And here's the truth, though. I know myself. I know that if I was to start seeing him, he lives in Seattle now, and he's already said he would fly back and forth to see me or fly me out and shit. And
Oh,
but he knows that I'm not going to be a side chick. That I've got to be the big bitch or else. And
mm-hmm,
and it's like I could be, but in all honesty, I could probably be a side chick for a dude that I wasn't already in love with. Because
mm-hmm.
I'm not, I wouldn't care. But if I started to love him, it might be different. But it's like I know myself well enough to know that if I started getting him to come out here and see me, he really loves her and he wants to be with her now, but I know that he would leave her for me eventually, because I know how I am.
You're like, you know what? That's
Neri,
not.
so you've had cardinal relationships outside of your 23-year marriage or relationship?
When we were broke up, yes. Because
Oh
there's been
my
quite a few
god.
times when we weren't together. And yes, we
What
have
would be
cheated
like the longest? What was the longest part of time you guys were like not talking?
9 months.
Dang. Okay, almost a year.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So we both slept with other people and dated other people during breakup times, but and we even both have cheated on each other. But I promise you this, I would have never, ever, ever, ever cheated on him while we were together had he not done it first. But I told him in the beginning, I told him when we first got together, I said, if you ever lay your hands on me or you mess around on me, expect it. So he was warned.
Yeah. I mean,
At least you warned him.
I
I mean,
did.
I mean, he laid it out for him, and
I did. I told him up front. I tell every man in the beginning, I say, if you ever lay your hands on me or fuck around me, expect it because it's coming then.
I mean, that's how it is. I mean, that's just, I don't know. You got to stand up for yourself. But like, I know for me, what I want is a healthy relationship, in the
Right.
future. And, that's what I want. And, I don't know what that means, what that looks like. But I don't know. But, it's at the same time, it's hard to even like process or begin to think about, but yeah, it's reality. So I don't know. I
I
mean,
had a really convoluted situation as well that he's always held against me. Now he claims he doesn't hold it against me anymore, but he claims that a lot of the fucking anger and shit he had towards me for many years was because when I first started seeing my husband, I was also seeing another dude. But what happened Yes. We see what happened was I was in a long-term, like several year relationship with another guy. And he was always pulling this breakup shit on again, off again, on again, off again, on again, off again. Break up for 2 months, be together for 2 months, break up for 2 months, something like that. And so during those times too, when we were broke up with the first dude, that was the Ecuadorian American guy. When we would be broke up, I would see other people. So I met my husband during a breakup time when I from the other dude. And so me and my husband started dating, but I did tell him up front. I didn't lie to him. I said, look, I got this ongoing on again, off again relationship with this dude. And I told him up front, I laid the cards completely on the table. I didn't lie to him. I've never lied to any of the dudes about that shit that I've ever seen. I laid the cards on the table. I said, look, I got another dude I'm seeing. We have an on again and off again relationship. We're not together right now, but we will be back together. We always are. And I said, you can either decide to keep seeing me or to stop seeing me. It is your choice. He chose to stay, but he held that shit against me for years and years and years and years. He was enraged about that shit and tried to punish me for it for like over a decade. And
mm,
it was like oh god, y'all just don't have no idea how much shit happened with all this. Then I wound up getting pregnant by my husband with this on again, off again relationship. While I was seeing both dudes, I wound up getting pregnant by my husband.
oh, she's looking.
Okay.
Wait, I have
Yes.
bad feedback right now. Bad feedback.
It's not coming from me, so I don't know.
Let me see. No, it is. No, and it's not. I think it might.
No, it's
Mm,
definitely not me, so I don't
It
know what
was
it is.
you, Lemon. It wasn't me. I have
no.
my mic muted.
Okay. It's not doing it anymore.
Yeah, I don't have anything
Is it
going at all
Clucky?
whatsoever. What I was gonna say though, so this was a real convoluted situation where I wound up getting pregnant 3 months after I started seeing my husband while still having the relationship with the other dude.
She's a
Okay.
she's a
So
plan.
what happened was, but now listen, my husband trapped me. He did that shit on purpose to get me away from another dude. I know this. He's never admitted it, but I know that's what the fuck he did. Because this is what happened is he had the oops, I didn't mean to because we were using the pull out method, and twice back to back he had the oops, I couldn't control it, oops, I'm sorry thing 2 times back to back. That's when I got pregnant, was on the first time with the oops. And you tell me, y'all, out of 23 years, he's never had premature ejaculation ever
Yep.
before or since then. So what do y'all think really happened?
It seemed
Nope, he got you. He got you. He
Exactly.
tied
And
yeah.
you
it worked.
down.
And it worked because look how many years I've been with him. It worked. He set out to get me away from the other dude, and he did by getting me pregnant. Ultimately, he won that way.
I mean, sheesh, yeah. That could very well then.
Oh, I know it was. I know that's what he did. He absolutely did it. He's never admitted to doing it, but that's what the fuck he did.
Well, but it's like, yeah,
I
it's one
think
of
that's
those.
more common than we might imagine.
Oh yes. Oh yes. They talk about women trapping men saying, "Oh, I'm on birth control, baby," and they're really not. But men do that shit too. Men totally do that shit too. And people talk about you can't be in love with two people at one time. That is so not true because I was fully, deeply in love with both of them. And it was a people would say, "Oh, she's probably enjoys this shit. She's got two men fighting over her," because they would fight over me. But in all honesty, I never, ever enjoyed it. It was a heart wrenching thing for me. It split me down the fucking middle.
Yeah. I mean, that's the
Not me, baby. I say if you gotta choose, baby, choose the other guy, cause I'm not an option. I'm not a motherfucking order at McDonald's, baby.
But
yeah.
you
I'm,
have
I'm
never
leaving
been
the
with,
menu.
but
Yeah.
you've never been with me either, though, Cosmic. So there.
Listen, Mary, I know your personality type. You're not scaring nobody with those tough out exterior.
Yeah, that's
Just
funny.
like I'm telling you, I'm bewildered by that breakup video with Perplex because I saw the real Perplex in that video. That's like that little embarrassed girl right there. That's the real Perplex. This that
I
that
agree. I agree.
that girl that goes, yeah, keep saying my name because it makes your pussy wet. Like that's someone pretending, you know.
But now,
That's
Cosmic, I
that's
do have
her
to tell you
shield.
though. I know you think that the exterior I have here is a persona. I promise you it's not. But I fully admit I have the
No, Nary,
soft.
I believe you. I'm gonna stay away from you. I get it.
Okay, hold on. No, no, no.
Like, no, she's like, whoa,
I'm
whoa, whoa,
being
whoa, whoa.
serious. I'm being serious. I'm a very genuine person, so I'm being serious. What you see is not a persona. It's really me. But I do have an aspect of me that is what you just said. I don't deny that. There is a part of me that can be hurt really deeply and bad and very sentimental and soft. I totally don't deny that. And anybody that knows me knows that.
Mm-hmm. I mean, we're human, I mean, all of us. I mean, we're human. And sometimes we kind of forget that, we're human beings. And we all kind of feel pain and,
Not everybody. Not
well,
everybody. You know,
okay, let's say
sociopaths
that.
and certain people with personality disorders, they don't feel they don't feel any of it or on very low levels, for
True,
sure.
true about that. But overall, I mean, even the ones that are just the strongest seeming, or they just don't ever fall apart, or we all are weak at moments, and and it's like, I don't know, but I'm not even sure what my point was with that. Like, I'm like, I have like so many thoughts
No,
going
we
through my
all have like different aspects of ourselves. We do have the tough exterior
yes,
that we show the world, something that's more of the ego, and then
yeah,
we have our more vulnerable side to us. Yeah, it's part of
right,
all of us, I think, except for sociopaths. There's those people who don't feel pain or remorse.
psychopath,
Those are like
the
most
miseries of the
people.
world.
The
Like
misery.
Bart Whitaker, the one that had his daddy killed. Remember I was telling y'all about that? That
Oh
he had
God, with the
his,
eyes.
his mother and his dad and his brother all shot, and had the guy that he hired to shoot him too on Christmas, at Christmas, or not Christmas Day, or not Christmas Eve or Christmas Day, but at Christmas time, with all the Christmas lights flashing, after they had took him out to eat and to celebrate his graduation from college, and bought him a Rolex and took him out to a real expensive dinner, him knowing the whole time he was planning on having them all killed as soon as they got home. There you go. That right there.
Yeah, I mean, you just can't even understand for a split second, like,
We'll have
why.
to do that case or over here or on my channel at some point, Jamie, because that's a really interesting case. Because remember, I told you that motherfucker was relentless. After his dad lived, he set it up to try to have him killed and finish it off after he lived the first time. Then when he met that girl in Mexico and I think married her, she just started having a little bit of problems with her parents, like people do. And she was complaining about her parents, and he's like, "That's okay. Don't worry about it. We can kill him if you want." So that dude, whoo! I mean, that dude. It's a good thing he's contained where he's at, because there was going to be more carnage in his wake for damn sure.
But Nary, you
Yes.
still haven't watched the Don't Fuck with Cats, so we'll
No,
check out
Yeah,
that
we
after you watch about Luca.
I'm kind of
yeah,
scared
we
because I
gotta we
love
gotta get
animals
on
so
that.
much. I'm scared of that shit. Scared that I'm gonna see some shit that's gonna
Well,
fuck me up.
no, they do not show, there's
Teller,
It's blurred.
the worst part of it, honestly, with the cat footage, I'm gonna spoil it for everyone, I guess. The worst thing you see to me that broke my heart was when that cat was cellophane to the broom handle, and he had those big old eyes. Like he kind of turned the cat around so you could see the cat on the broom handle, and the cat just had these big terrified eyes, and I was like, oh no. So that's like as far as physically seeing some footage of cats, that's about as sad as it gets. And you don't
Yeah.
see any of them really in pain or anything like that.
Yeah. And I'm like, I'm
Because
wondering.
that's something that sparks that some deep hatred in me is like people that are cruel towards animals.
Yeah. I mean,
That's why
that,
you'll like the documentary, because you'll realize how much the internet really does hate people who hate animals. Like the internet does not fuck around with people who fuck with cats. You know.
right. Exactly. I'm wondering, let me see, I could play, let me play, I can play I know I can at least play a clip, you know, let's
Yeah, if
see.
I watch it, I might have to
It's
fast forward through some shit.
it's not. You can handle it. It's not bad.
No, and like, yeah, trust me, like,
And you'll be so interested. It's so fucking interesting. I was mad at fucking Lemonade and Rostog because like they made it like I asked them both. I said, "Is it a series? Like, is it a series of the videos or is it one like video documentary?" And they're like, "It's one documentary." I'm
no,
like,
I
"Are you
said it was a
sure?"
series,
It's
like,
it's three it's three episodes. It's like each episode's what, like an hour and a half.
mm-hmm,
Yeah,
yeah,
each episode's an hour and a half, so it's only three episodes. Because it's like Making a Murderer. Like, if I knew there was so many episodes of Making a Murderer, I would never even gotten into that shit. I'm like, damn, I don't want to watch 15 episodes about this. Can't y'all tell me in one? Like, I returned on the Don't Fuck with Cats, and I saw like, oh, an hour and a half. Well, good. Boy messes with cats. Internet figures it out. Internet solves the crime. Good job. This is gonna be a good documentary. But no, it hooked me. I was hooked. It was like Coke. I was in there. I was like, wait a minute. I need to watch the next one. I watched all three of them in one sitting. I was like, this is
yeah.
great.
So here's the trailer.
And
Are you
I
ready?
want to point out, because I have to be
Oh,
honest.
the internet is now.
I for some weird reason, I don't know what this says about anybody. I don't like to say things like this because it's inflammatory. I watched this documentary and I thought about two people, mostly Misery. I definitely thought about Misery a lot. How like insane people can really get on the internet, and like the depths people would get to fuck around on the internet, that just like someone like me, I would never put in that much effort to fool people on the internet. And then for some reason I thought about Helen DeKellar a lot too. For some reason Luca reminds
What?
me a lot of Helen I don't know why. Just
No, come
like
on.
like
No, absolutely
I want
not.
to talk to Bellin. I want him to take the trailer from this movie, or
No,
I want him to make a trailer of this movie, but instead of cat murdering videos, it all alludes to like Helen's naked like dick flashing videos, and the whole internet is like after him and like chasing him down, and
well,
everyone
that
hates
okay,
him.
that parody would,
That would be kind of funny. But anyway, and
yeah,
everyone's like in different hotel rooms and stuff. Anyway, just go ahead. I'm
yeah,
sorry. It's great. You need to watch it, Nary.
yeah. So, and okay, so let me play this and then we'll talk. Hold on. If I
Let me
can.
tell Aquarium Baby something if she's listening. It's Bart Whitaker. I put it in the chat. She asked who that was. It's Bart Whitaker. Cosmic, that guy. This is like I said. I told you and Jamie about that, especially because this all happened in Sugarland, Texas.
Crazy. Hell yeah. Sugarland, that's northeast of Houston.
Mm-hmm.
Homeless. There's the happy places.
Southeast,
And then there's
I'm
another
sorry,
part of the internet,
southeast.
the seedy underbelly. I was on Facebook one day.
And I found this video. I pressed play.
It was the worst video I've ever seen.
He needs to be stopped immediately.
People went nuts. So we started looking. He could have been anywhere on the planet.
This
What a
person wants to
sick
play a game of cat and
motherfucker. What
mouse.
a sick
And I'm up for that.
motherfucker.
There's a lot of information in the video. You see a door handle, electrical receptacles.
Everything pointed to North America. But then
You hear some voices.
it was Russian.
Oh, maybe he's located in Russia.
Thousands of people looking to find this guy. There was a tidal wave of leads that were coming in.
I wasn't going to stop until I found him.
Clearly, this video is not the end.
Something bad is about to happen. He's going to kill somebody. All of a sudden, Another video appears. My mind doesn't want to believe it's true.
These are the things, the telltale sign of somebody that's going to become a serial killer.
We had a ticking time bomb on our hands.
Twisted story that keeps twisting.
What I'm seeing is impossible.
He's going to get the attention of the world now.
2 mysterious packages.
Le dépeceur de Montréal.
An international manhunt.
This isn't the first time. It's not going to be the last time. This is going to get progressively worse.
In the seedy underbelly of the internet, there's an unwritten rule, Rule 0. Don't fuck with cats.
Now, see, that right there, I'm the kind of person, just put him with me and let me fuck him up. I'll handle that motherfucker. I would do so much shit to him.
Yeah, it got
he ever
bad.
did
People
to those
were
fucking cats, man.
People were
that's
bad.
all of that, like, you know, like with Chris Watts, like I'd be like, you know, any, like, I mean, just torture the hell out of him, you know.
And I'm capable of doing that too, and I'm not kidding when I say that. You put me with somebody like that, I have no fucking remorse. I could do everything to them that what they did to somebody else with no remorse.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's, you know, I don't know.
So good. It's so interesting. And I also wanted to point out, I thought about this whenever I totally forget about, there's a video that's mentioned in there. I'm not going to ruin it for Eric. There's a video that's mentioned in there, Lemonade, the One Ice Pick video. I watched that video when it first came out. I checked out. My cousin.
Oh, you actually watched the real one?
Yeah, my cousin was really into that Igor, and before Live Leaks, there was a couple E-Fucked and there was Igor or something like that. And I don't know why, he loves all those like fucked up like mutilation videos. Yeah, there's a lot. You can go, dude, just like the Mexican cartel videos alone, you can see some grown men cry like baby tears. The one thing they do like that's kind of popular in Mexico now is they put a tire around your body and then they soak the tire in gas and then soak you in gas and light you on fire. Like, it's real weird. I don't check it out anymore, but like I know that's going on. I know they're whipping people. They're taking these big ass belts and just whipping the shit out of men like really hard, like giving them lashings. And it's just it's brutal. A lot of like people committing suicide in trains, like seeing subway cars run over because there's cameras in the subway. So every time someone successfully gets away with, throwing themselves in front of a subway, that video ends up on the internet eventually.
Right.
Yeah. So there's a website. Live Leak is the one I know now, but I was never into it. My cousin would just show me, and I was like always not into it. But like I remember watching. I remember I think there's 2 boys and 1 hammer. There's that too, and that's a Russian one with just they beat this guy's face in with a hammer. It's really bad. Yeah, it's really bad. Really hard to watch. Do you remember the first season of the beheading videos? Because like the new beheading videos are wonky. Like it's strange. It's like right before it gets to the part that's like shocking about beheading videos, they just like cut away. Like they cut away the whole beheading part and then they cut back to like just a head sitting on a body. And it's like do you remember the original like beheading videos coming out? I watched them.
I mean,
who was the guy? It was the white reporter was the first guy. God, what was his name?
Oh yeah, like I remember, yeah.
But I forgot what years those were, but I remember watching those too.
I mean, I don't think I ever watched it, but I knew about it. But I mean, do you remember like with that video, the what is it? 1 ice pick, 1 lunatic? Like, do you remember it at all?
I remember that one. I remember that one really specifically. Yeah, I watched that one.
What happened?
It's the stabbing part's almost so unrealistic because the kid was so sedated that I remember it almost looked like it was like a mannequin. Like I almost remember first watching it and thinking if it was real because he almost didn't fight him being stabbed to death, but he was on some type of sedative. So knowing that now was makes a lot more sense because I remember watching that part. I remember watching the initial murder. Now, what gets bad is when he drags him to the bathroom and props him up on the door or whatever. That's that hard. That's when I started like looking away and didn't want to watch it anymore. And that's often what I do. It'd be me, my cousin, and some of his friends, and they would all want to watch it. And I would get to a point, and me and another, not everybody was always into it. We would start like looking away and like covering and peeking. And to me, the bathroom, like him just throwing that body around the bathroom, that was like really the most disturbing part. And that's when you knew it was real. Like that was really a person he just stabbed up. Because like I said, he's moving around and he's kind of struggling on the bed, but it's almost so unrealistic. Like you would, in your imagination, you go, no, if I was getting stabbed with an ice pick, I'd definitely be struggling a little bit harder than this Asian kid is struggling, you know?
Right.
But now that I know he was sedated, yeah, he was just out of there. It's like stabbing someone on heroin. They could fight to an extent, but not to like, a reasonable, not to an extent that you would think, being a fully, being not drugged. So I remember, so like the stabbing part was like weird and it looked so unnatural that it's almost not bothersome. But then when he propped his body up on the door and his eyes were open still, that's when it was like really bad and you could see the holes in his. He had like stabbed him all over the place. Really, it was
What?
bad. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, I remember watching the video.
So so was he dead?
Yeah, when he was in the bed, when he was already I think he was already dead. He was either already dead or he was completely. I think when you're high on drugs like that, I think your heart can stop or something. I don't know. Something can happen when you go through shock and you're high as shit. Because when he was up against the door, his eyes were open, but he was dead. Or he was dying. Like, there was no sign of life to me. Like I said, this was like when it happened. What was it? It was like 2010. They said, right? So yeah, I remember that because my cousin watched it for years. He's laying off now. Like now, I don't think he's as much into it. But
Yeah.
yeah, when it came out originally, I remember the name. I remember that name too. Because I always remember that one, and I always remember the two boys, one hammer. Now that one's really bad because like they put the camera down and they're bashing this guy's face in. I feel like they had like a bag over it, like they put a cloth over it, like a pillowcase over it, and they're bashing in his face. And eventually they lay him down, or he's laying down, and he's laying perfectly in sight of the camera. And they pull the bag off his face, and all you can hear is him gargling. And like everything, like all the bones and everything that holds our face right here, our teeth and everything, our gums, all that was bashed in. So every time he would groan out, like he would make this crying noise out, you could see like the wind pushing his face up. And then when he would breathe in, his whole face would sink in.
Oh my
And
god.
so it was just almost like a brown bag. When you breathe in and out of a brown bag and it pulls in and pushes out.
That's
His
fucking
face,
horrific.
his whole front of his
That's
face was
horrible.
coming in and out like that. He was just gargling and crying.
Oh my
I don't like
god.
thinking about it. I didn't like it. Like I
Gosh.
said, I don't know why. I was never into it like that. I never got off to it in no type of like, this is cool to watch. I was like,
No, that makes me.
makes me queasy.
So, I mean, goddamn. Like, did that guy live?
Oh no, he died. He died.
Man, Jesus Christ.
Suicide
dude
videos
from-
not as hard to watch. Like seeing someone blow their brain out, it's so like quick, and all you see is like it's a lot. What now? I will say suicide videos are hard to watch if it's shotguns, because then the whole thing kind of opens up, and it's like not so clean. And
What?
yeah, it's not so clean. You kind of blow the head off, instead of like whereas like when you kill yourself, usually sometimes you'll blow. Sometimes a piece of the brain or a skull will fly off, but sometimes it can be real clean. Like when you shoot an animal, if you've ever been hunting and shot a deer or anything like that, it can be just real clean. And then sometimes it can be messy.
Wow. Like,
Yeah.
whew.
Is this dude from Not Don't Fuck with Cats? Is he in prison now?
Yeah. Or is he still alive?
Is he gonna be executed, or he just got life? Or
You know what? I'm actually gonna
How
look
did he
that
kill?
up.
Is he still alive? Hold on. Yeah.
I wonder about that. Look it up real quick.
Yeah, let's look it up. Hold on. Let me see.
He's in Canada though, right? Yeah, he's definitely in Canada, right? Yeah, he's from Canada.
They're kind of lax there, It's like.
Yeah, it's like what's that country that's real? Norway. You remember that guy who shot all those kindergartners? But he's a Norwegian and he shot all those kindergartners in Norway, like on a school field trip. and like Norway has like a mandatory maximum is like, or the maximum sentence you can get in Norway is 20 years. So that guy killed a bunch of
Is it
like,
20?
yeah, that guy killed a bunch
Are
of
you sure it's
kindergarten.
20?
I'm pretty sure it's 20.
Because I
I
was
think
thinking it was even less than that, something like
like
12
maybe,
or something.
yeah, it might be 15, but I thought it was 20. But yeah,
Yeah,
20
you can
for
you
multiple
can get away with
kindergartners.
murder, and you won't do much time in Norway. You'll be in and out.
Let's see.
And prisons around the world are just so much different too. Like a lot of prisons around like we're talking about the industrial world, the first world, like what we would be used to. Like America, for one of the best countries in the world, we have for civilized countries, ours for some reason is really ratchet, you know. Like in England and stuff, it's not as bad. Like there's not like they didn't go through like the 70s and 80s. They didn't have the turnkey system where there was like a lot of men getting raped, so they don't have that history of like male rape in like English prisons, you know.
Andy Cruz said he likes hairy legs.
What? Who likes
Andy Cruz
hair?
said he likes hairy legs. I guess he was talking about when we were talking about being with your man with your legs unshaved and shit. He said he likes hairy legs.
Oh, really? Well, because I mean, come on, sometimes you just, especially when it's cold, it's like,
Yeah, there's women out there now. Most women won't admit this, except for a few. But there's a lot of women out there that don't shave their legs the whole season of wearing pants.
yeah, I mean,
They're like, fuck it, what you don't know won't hurt you.
well, I mean, yeah, it's like, I mean, it just depends, but yeah, I mean.
Yeah, see, guys don't realize that's a lot of ground to cover.
It is,
man. That's a
from
lot of
top
ground
to
to cover.
bottom. Like, god damn, like, I mean, and if you leave a little, if you kind of accidentally you leave a patch, and then you're like, god damn it, and then it's like, but you have to get like, I mean, all around, front, back, side.
You have to do your legs,
all the way up your
the top, the bottom.
thighs.
You
like
have to
in
do the
between.
whole sides of the
God.
bikini area. You have to do up your ass crack. I mean, there's a lot that goes into
Yes.
this, y'all.
I mean, yeah, and then like you're, it's like Jesus, like it's high maintenance, and then for me, as soon as I start getting goosebumps, bam, it's already starting to like grow back, and I'm like, god damn it, it's not.
Yeah, and it does come back really fast.
Yeah.
I mean, I know some women that religiously shave their legs and their bikini line and all up their ass crack and everything every single day. I'm not one of those people.
I did
The most frequently I've ever shaved mine was every other day. And that was the most frequent. Not saying that's what I did all the time, but that was the most frequent.
Right.
Because, I mean, like I said, it's a lot of ground to cover. There's a lot that goes into all that. Y'all guys don't realize all the shit we do to try to look purty.
I know. Like we put so much time and effort and energy.
I mean, because like I said, that's a lot of shaving right there.
It is. I mean, it takes a good chunk of your day, like time.
Yeah, and like you said, you got to do it just right, or you're gonna have a missing spot and all this kind of shit. And there's a lot that goes into it.
Yep, that's being a woman,
That's why I say, most of us people like Jamie and other women like us that stay at home, it's like we're not going to all those links to look like we look if we were going to the club or something. So why we want to be on camera looking busted like we look around your house? That's the whole reason of being in your house, so you can look busted,
Yeah. Especially like but no, I mean, I've been wanting to get on camera, and I probably will. Like, I think maybe Friday. I don't know, but it's just, especially now, like they're watching like me, like everything I do. Oh shit! God damn it, that thing is so loud. Let me see.
Luca was given a life sentence, but he'll be able, from the time that he was convicted. I don't know what that is, but he will be eligible for parole in 25 years. And while he has been incarcerated, he's also gotten married to a woman on the outside world.
Oh,
now that's something I got a problem with right there. Is I want to know why You're in prison. Your ass is locked up for like multi-murder, serial killer type shit, and all other other crimes as well. Why in the fuck are you allowed to get married and have conjugal visits and reproduce?
Wait. I don't think they have conjugal visits. Wait, do they?
Yes, they do.
Oh, for crying out loud, man.
Hell,
Like, what is the
my God.
Not in the
point?
state of Texas.
I
Yeah,
know.
there's a yes, a lot of states have conjugal visits. There's been some serial killers. I don't remember who. I don't remember if it was Ted Bundy. I'm thinking it was
Ted
Richard
Bundy did
Ramirez.
impregnate. He wasn't supposed to. He was on
Yes,
death row, but that
there's
was
been several major serial killers that were able to procreate while in prison for life. Yes, through conjugal visits.
well, no, he didn't have. Well, okay, you're saying it was a conjugal visit. It just wasn't. It was illegal. He wasn't supposed to have it. But no, they
No,
just
no. Straight
no,
up conjugal visits. I'm serious.
no. I know. I mean, I know that some prisons do, but like with Ted Bundy, he was on.
I said I didn't know if he was one of them. I said
Yeah, he
maybe.
did. Yeah, he has a daughter.
Yeah, see, so they can. And that's like, what kind of warped ass system do we have when you're allowed to get married and procreate when you're in prison for murdering people? The fuck's wrong with the system?
Well, technically, he wasn't allowed to, but the guards kind of just looked the other way.
Well, that it may be in his case, but there's been other serial killers that absolutely were legitimately legally able to procreate through legal, straight up conjugal visits.
Oh my God, give me a break.
Now, like
Prisons
I said,
used
what's
to
the
be.
fuck's wrong with the system?
My favorite thing on YouTube right now what's blowing up the community, and there's like every day there's a new channel popping up, is after prison channels. You know, that's
Oh, the after lockup.
yeah. Well, there's after prison show, and then there's after lockup 23 and 1. Those are like the two big guys. That's
Oh, 23 and 1. Oh yeah, YouTube. Yeah, I
yeah.
like
There's
that
that guy, and then I like Joe. I like the after prison show Joe. But then what I'm getting into now that there's bigger ones coming up, I'm just curious about the different states. But like, so I watched a guy from Florida, Frog TV. His is really interesting, Frog TV. And then one of my favorite ones right now is Texas prison lockups, and he's a guy from Houston. And he did an interview with the guy who was locked up for I think 45 years in Texas prisons, and like he at one point did 9 years in solitary confinement, and he just goes over how it's different, like a lot of the myth that we have about prison and prison rape and all the way how terrible prison is, like a lot of that myth is like left over from the turnkey system. And basically what that was is a big in basically the early 80s and late 70s. Well, in the early 80s is when it changed for the Ruiz in Texas. It was called the Ruiz case. And this rich kid Ruiz went to prison, a Texas prison, got really fucked up. And basically, his family went to the state of Texas and said, "Look, you guys have to start being responsible for what happens to people in prisons." And then that's when guards came in. There was a period of time in the early '80s in Texas where the prisoners were teaching the guards how to count inmates and how to prepare for cafeteria, and how to lock all the locks. Like, for a while it would be like one guard to like dozens and or hundreds of inmates. And like it was just super low. And in Texas, you could get furlough time where you could leave the prison and the warden would come pick you up. So if like you lived in Dallas and you were serving time in Houston, you could like get a ride on a Greyhound bus to Dallas. And if you couldn't get back to Houston to go back to prison, you could call the warden, and the warden's job was to drive in his Cadillac or his truck all the way to Dallas to come pick you up and bring you back to the prison. So it's just the whole system was completely different. But then that's how it worked. Like that's why like prison, that image we have of all the fighting and stuff, that's all from when the prisoners ran it. So what happens was every single race in Texas had a big prisoner that it was usually made up by alpha, real primitive shit. Usually it was the big guy. The biggest guy was usually the biggest white guy was in charge of all the white guys. The biggest Mexican was in charge of all the Mexicans, and the biggest black guy was in charge of all the black guys. And they were called the tenders. And they were the one who held the keys. They were the ones that said that when they were going to go to the cafeteria, and they were the ones to say when the lights were getting shut off. They were the ones who said what was going to be on the radio. And they were basically the prison guards. And that whole rape thing, that's like when they didn't have prisoners, you would get raped, like in the old school style prison. Now, nowadays there's too many openly homosexual people for anybody to really have to rape anybody in prison anymore, but it can still happen.
Well, when they rape in prison, it's not about sex anyway. It's about power and control and brutality.
And that was what we were talking about. Remember, this is what we were talking about when it kind of led into that whole rape conversation. But just to me, it's like I don't get rape because it's like not that because it's just an evil act in itself, but how somebody could be aroused or be able to do that or like thinking anything.
Oh, they totally are because that's what they get off on is the person being scared.
Yeah. Yeah. And I just, yeah, I don't understand that, you know, but
I mean, because think about it. Rape is not about sex, or why would people rape 70 and 80-year-old women when they could clearly rape a good-looking woman if it was about sex, right?
Well, I mean, it is kind of because they like
That has something to do with sex.
Yeah, they get off on it.
Yeah, well, they might, but they might probably get off sexually on the power and control and brutality.
Yeah,
but it's not about
I
sexual
guess my brain's
gratification
just
alone.
not wired to work that way, you know.
Yeah, you know, it's like, yeah, it's hard to understand that, but yeah, it
Because
doesn't.
where like I feel like mental illnesses tend what they tend to be is they tend to be an aspect of a normal human being that are just amplified to an adverse effect. So where in life am I getting that? Where like okay, so a rapist is so broken that he gets power on the extreme by raping people, but how does the everyday man feel that power? You know, like where do I get off like trying to like have power? I don't want power over anybody ever. You know, it's weird. Like, or is it that thing like, you know, like do parents get it? You know, is that where most people do get it? You know, do you ever think that parents bully their kids around a little bit too much just because they like telling them to go to bed or like telling them to turn off the TV?
Yes.
Okay, so maybe the average person gets it out from their kids, you know, kind of, you know,
I
just
don't think
giving.
everybody has that will and that drive, but yes,
Okay, I
some
think
parents
okay.
some parents absolutely bully their kids and abuse their kids because it gives them a sense of power. Yes. That's why some of these child abuse things happen is it gives them a sense of power.
Yeah, and and also I
Own
think it has to
children
do
though. That's so psychotic
not
over your own children.
Yeah, it is.
right,
It's warped as hell.
but it's also, and this is just about, I just think as humans, you know, we have even, I mean, you see this even with kids, but whoever, because there's always somebody that might be more dominating in any situation, right? And then we in turn are more dominating to somebody else. And we're able to get out that
Yes,
not,
it's a pattern.
yeah, it's not like not as when I say get it out, it's like, how am I trying to say this?
I know exactly what you're talking about. Like, let
Not
me
like
give an example.
abuse,
Let
but
me give an example that I've seen with my pets. Pets,
Mhm.
like for instance, if amongst my cats and my animals, like if one of them picks on the other one and bullies them, smacks them around, and they're scared of the one that bullied them, they'll go take it out on one that's more scared of them.
Yeah, well, yeah,
Yeah,
just to
even
kind of,
animals do that. I see my cats do it all the time. Is
right.
one of them will jump on the other one and smack them
Cats will
around a
do
little
that.
bit. Yeah, smack them around a little bit, and they're scared of the one that beat them up, so they'll go take it out on one that's innocent that they know they can beat up, and they won't fight them back. Like, yeah, somebody did that to me, so I'm gonna do it to you. Damn it!
Hell yeah, I've seen that
Yeah.
with cats.
And I think it's a way of maybe reaffirming that we have some kind of like, what is it?
Power.
Like a hierarchy, you
Power,
know, with cats it has to be a
like
hierarchy.
pecking order, like,
Yeah, like look,
'cause
I'm above you.
can,
He's above me, but I'm above you. Don't you forget it. I
yeah,
know you just saw me get beat up, but don't get
yeah,
it twisted. I can still beat you up.
right, yeah,
Right.
that kind of thing, like,
Cats are real bad. I had a bunch of cats and I
They
had a
are so
couple of
funny
alpha
and
cats.
interesting to watch, aren't they,
They really
Cosmic?
fight over it. They fight over that pet. You could see one gain his confidence. And it was so funny is like every cat, okay, there's an alpha cat and then there's the other male cats and they'll kind of like they'll start to position or peacock for the alpha position, and
Right.
you'll see the alpha cat take notice of it and go, okay, I gotta check this
I'm gonna
motherfucker.
have to put y'all in check. Y'all
Yeah,
got to get him.
but then I had Costello, which was another male cat, but he wasn't he was nowhere near top alpha. But in his brain, he was doing everything to like to take on Jackson, the alpha, and Jackson completely ignored him. So you can even see that in them. they don't just buck at anybody who comes up. They'll even discount with certain cats. Like when Geo would do it, Geo was a little bit stronger and more intimidating. So when Geo would buck up, he'd go, "No, I gotta check this motherfucker." But then Costello would come behind him. Costello's a soft ass, but he's a hero in his mind. And like Jackson's like, "Boy, don't even look at me. Like I'm not even gonna pay you any attention. Like I'm not gonna take on any of your advances. You know, I'm not even gonna entertain your attempts at this throne."
Yeah.
Right.
And it's interesting. They're so interesting to watch them like interact like that.
Especially when there's a bunch of them and they've got their own little pride.
And there's two, and it's unlike dogs, because dogs you can almost make them work it out. I don't know. Maybe have you ever had two males that you couldn't get to work it out? And you're just like, fuck, one of you got to go, or one of you got to stay upstairs.
2 male cats?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I just separated them.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like always, there's some tomcats around here, and they're just, I'll hear them sometimes.
How many cats do you have? You have Diego, and is that the only one?
Pablo.
Oh, Pablo.
Pablo.
No.
I'm sorry. I knew it was some Spanish name, some regular Spanish name.
Yeah. Well, they were brothers, Pedro and Pablo, but Pedro was, passed away last year. But yeah, they're at my mom's house. So, but yeah, there's Pablo. He's a big fat white cat.
Wait, he's at your mom's house? I thought we've heard him before.
Yeah, I was over there that night. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's why you're like, he was like,
you probably can't keep them at her apartment because they usually won't let you do that shit.
Yeah, my mom's just always, she loves cats, and so, but I think they have only 2 cats left, but she had like 5, and 2 of them passed away last year, and so, and then there's 2 outside cats that were feral, but they've become more and more, like accustomed to, human interaction a little bit, to eat and stuff. But yeah, and I don't know, I love animals. But let me see, hold on.
I sent you a link to put in of that picture of Bart Whitaker, so the ones like Cosmic and the ones that weren't here the other night can see what that motherfucker looks like.
God. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Because he's that dude. I'm not gonna say that until y'all see his picture. Me and Jamie already know it.
Yeah. Hold on. Let's see. I just get very uncomfortable.
I put it in Hangouts is where I put it. The link.
Hold on, let me pull it up. And I might be able to play. Might be able to test the waters a little bit, and see about playing some of the actual "Do Not Fuck with Cats" from Netflix, because I have it.
I was going to see also if you could play like maybe about 15 minutes of one of these documentaries on Bart Whitaker, because I was looking at it and you might be able to get away with it because from what I could tell, it was just posted by a person,
Mm-hmm. Okay, let me see.
Typically, you can get away with like playing that kind of stuff if it was posted by just a person and not like a big 2020 or something like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, let me see.
Or if not, I could play it on my channel and everybody could go over and watch and then come back, because I'm not worried about it won't. They can't do anything to me over there.
Can you see the picture? I wonder if I can.
Hold on, let me pull up my screen back up. I put it on the bar.
There we go.
See if you can click on it and get it large.
Let me see.
You should be able to click on it and get it like big.
Let's see.
Just click on the picture itself.
Yeah, the problem is that it's on a blog, and
because I had it real big on my screen. I had it like really large on my screen.
It's like not wanting to. Let me see. Let me see here. Let me see if I can pull this up. Okay.
Like I said, on my screen over here, I had it where it was really big, because you can get a good look at this dude, man.
Okay, hold on. let's see.
As we talked about when you had the picture on the other time about just you can see a lot by looking at him.
Completely dead.
Yeah,
Like completely black.
Dude does not give a fuck.
Okay, let's see. Oh, I think I found it. Hold on. Come on, don't be the blog.
Irish Eye said, I already don't like the look of him. Oh, believe me, if we can get a bigger picture of him, you can look at him real good. You can see it all over this dude's face. Cosmic, look at this guy real deep in his eyes and everything, and see if you can. Wait a minute. See if you can see what you think. I don't know if he can hear us yet. Cosmic, look at this dude on the screen, and if you can, blow it up on your own screen and see. You tell me what you see in this dude right here. Try to read him.
I don't know why, but like that's like as big as it's gonna get.
She's trying to blow it up, but she's having trouble.
Is he a real person? He's got like black eyes, like a doll. Jesus.
Yes, he's a real person.
Jesus.
Yeah, let's see.
Why are all these killers? Gee, whoa. Who?
Look at that.
Listen, how do you not see that guy in real life and not immediately know this guy's a fucking problem?
Like there's no, there's
if I was
nothing.
at Walmart and this guy walked past me, I would immediately know.
I just don't even.
It makes me very uncomfortable. Isn't that what I said? That if I was hanging out at a party or somebody's house and this dude walked in, I would be leaving, because you can see it all over him, in his face and his eyes. He's got big, dark, soulless pits for eyes.
Yeah. I mean, it is. Whew, I'll tell you what. I mean, just even, I don't even like, it's one of those things where I don't really like eye contact, like intense eye contact to begin with, but it's like, I can't bear to like look at him for more than like a second. I'm like, whoa. Okay, no.
This is Cosmic. This is the guy that did the Sugarland murders. Hired somebody to do the Sugarland murders.
Parents, right?
Yeah. And had his brother killed. His baby brother had him killed.
And he had a Rolex.
Yes. And the whole reason he did it is because he was claiming he was in college for all these years, and he wasn't at all. And he was too narcissistic and self-absorbed to want to admit that he hadn't graduated from college and that he hadn't been in college. So he opted to have his family murdered rather than to come clean and be humiliated about him not being in college and graduating.
Where's he from?
Okay, what do you think about? Well, we can't really see his eyes.
What, Cosmic?
Where's he from?
Sugarland, Texas.
Okay, let's look at Luca's eyes. Hold on.
Yeah, that dude, you can tell he's not right in the eyes either.
Oh, where did it go? Well, shit. It's coming. It's coming, Shelby.
When they say eyes are the window to the soul, windows to the soul, it is so true.
And then let's see. What in the...
See, I could get it to blow up real big on my screen. The pictures I had Bart blow.
I don't know why, like it keeps bringing, like all I don't want the freaking blog that it's on. You know, I just want the fucking image. That's
Are you under images?
Yeah. This is the
Maybe you should click on open up picture or something like that, like a different choice than what you're doing. Instead of just clicking on it, maybe you should open it up and click on like open picture, open in a separate tab or something like that. You know what I mean?
Let me see.
I want to point out something, and I might be the spoiled sport in the room. I might be the guy taking the piss out, and I don't want to give out too much. So really, I'm just talking to Lemonade and anybody who's seen the documentary. Okay, yeah. let's keep it real. And Lemonade might not even remember it because everybody is a piece of shit in this world, apparently. 2 people died in this documentary. 2 people out of this whole situation ended up dead. And we talk about this kid a lot. But someone else died out of this whole situation. And, like, we don't talk about that at all. And it's like, I think that's bullshit.
What do you mean, the victim?
No, I'm talking about the kid in Brazil. Remember there was that kid in Brazil that they mistake the cat killer for that kid in Brazil, and they trolled him until he killed himself.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
I don't know why. I don't know why we don't talk about that. There should be like a RIP for that kid at the end of the documentary too. There should be something for that kid too. You fucks killed him. Like, don't I don't know. I don't want to ruin it for Neri, but at the end, that lady's having that inner dialogue, that dramatic inner dialogue. Go, did we play his game? Are these people? Did this happen because of us? Did I think about myself every day, just saying, did I play into Luca's games? Did I play into his mind tricks? And it's like, well, you know what, guys, you have a little bit of wiggle room to go. Did we play into his games? Did he act because we were paying attention? Did we see our reflection because we looked into the mirror? You could have some wiggle room with that. So maybe you didn't do that, but you guys definitely killed that kid in Brazil. You know
Oh
that you
yeah,
trolled to death.
definitely.
You guys definitely killed that kid. You're responsible for that. You people in the documentary, I hope this goes viral. You people in the documentary, you people were responsible for that kid's death. Sorry, I don't want to ruin it for anyone else, but it's really an irrelevant death. And like I said, you hear about it once and then it's over, and then the documentary continues. But by the end of it, they're having that sad, like that thing they do all the time where they go, I hear Luca's name 1,000 times, but we need to hear the victim's name more. And I'm going the whole time, what about that kid you guys got to kill himself? What about, we're not gonna mention him? Okay, fair enough. I'm sorry. I mean, I might be the puss,
Oh
the
no, I
puss
mean
in
that's
boots,
Oh,
but
I
that's
totally agree with
true.
that.
it's like we didn't talk about that kid ever again. Like, fuck that kid in his life.
Yeah, no, I mean we'll
But to be
definitely
fair, I think he was trolling though, Neri. I think he was being a bit of a goofy goober and like trying to pretend like he was the kitten killer. You know what I'm saying? And then they and like because they had one little shred of evidence that maybe it really was him, they just trolled this kid into harassment. Into
yeah.
suicide, sorry.
And
Trolled
if
him
I
into
don't
suicide.
yeah, and he wasn't I don't think he was like the best. Like he
Yeah,
didn't
I
he
think he
didn't
was mentally ill though, right? I think he was like going through depression and stuff, right? He was like,
I'm trying to
I don't
remember.
think he was a bad guy, but I think he was going through depression. I think he lost his job or something happened in his life where he was fucked up and he was running around the internet trolling around and shit. Now, I'm not saying he's completely innocent, but I am saying that cat killer lynch mob definitely killed that kid.
Ugh, I mean, geez, man.
I sent you another link for the 10 most famous killers to have married and I guess reproduced while in prison through conjugal visit.
Okay, yeah. Let's see. Okay.
How many of those
So
people are modern though?
Well, there's a pretty good amount of them were, from what I could tell.
Okay, let me see here.
Because I kind of glanced over the list, and it was a lot of well-knowns.
Let me see. Oh
Wow.
God. Okay.
I sent you the link in Hangouts.
Okay, hold on. Okay, let's see. Alrighty. Oh, okay. Well, shit. Never mind. I didn't have it pulled up all the way. Hold on. Okay. Oh, there we go. Okay. Now
You want to hear my theory? Oh wait, do we find it? Sorry.
Yeah, no, you can
No,
tell
it was completely unrelated theory. Don't worry about it.
Oh, tell us about that theory.
Y'all want to know my theory about the age of consent laws in America and why they're so different and like so dramatically different in other states? I think around the time when they were drafting these laws, I think what they did was they went to all the legal officials and lawmakers and they said, "Okay, who here has the youngest wife? So let's take the state of Rhode Island for example. State of Rhode Island, the legal age of consent is 16. So in my world, in my theory, when they were drafting age of consent laws, like some mayor or some governor or some politician had a
Like been
16-year-old
fucking
wife.
around with a 16-year-old.
Yeah, was married to a 16-year-old, basically dating a 16-year-old, and said, okay, we'll draw the line at 16. You know what I'm saying? And that's why in Texas it's like 17. In other states it's 18. And in other states it's 16. In other states I think the reason why it's so inconsistent is because when they made the laws, they probably looked at all the governors and mayors and everybody in the state and were like, okay, who has the youngest wife here? Because that's where we're going to draw the line. That's just my weird theory.
Some southern states, if I'm not mistaken, you can get married on your own volition at like 14 or something, I think. In some some of the southern states, I think.
Yeah, some of the southern states are really opposite. Some of them have kind of low age of consent laws, but then some of them have like 18. It's like real strict on like got to be 18 to do anything. Like I said, in Texas, I think it's 17 in Texas.
The age of sexual consent in North Carolina is 16.
And then usually it also correlates of when they send minors to prison. Like I said, in Texas, if you're 17, you go to an adult prison.
Yeah. So this is the 10 most infamous murders.
You got a box there. You need to close out that black box.
Okay, yeah. Let's see. All right, got Charles Manson.
Yeah, it's got the list there of who's been able to get married and procreate. Some were just able to get married, then others were able to get married and procreate. A lot of them had conjugal visits, though, even if they didn't reproduce.
When the news got out last week that 80-year-old convicted murderer Charles Manson and Efton Elaine Starr Burton, the 26-year-old woman who runs his social media sites, have been granted a marriage license by the state of California, it caused a considerable uproar, especially among lonely singles who lamented their own inability to find love, while old Charlie somehow got engaged without ever leaving the confines of karaoke. Wait, was it? I can't even pronounce that. What?
I can't even see it on my screen.
Corcoran. Okay. Corcoran State Prison. But as the saying goes, it's not you, it's them. While killing someone isn't a recommended way to attract a mate, it certainly does seem to work for some folks.
Absolutely.
This person has to be like Southern. Whoever wrote this, it sounds like they're Southern, like good old Charlie, or
it appears to be for some.
It appears to be for some folks.
Scroll up and look at that woman again. She looks like she's straight out of the family, doesn't she?
Oh yeah, she was a fangirl.
To me, she looks so much like Susan Atkins.
Is that the girl she's always talking about? Like, what is his name? Foggy or Fuzzy or every time he talks about
No. You're thinking about Squeaky. Squeaky Fromm.
Yeah.
Squeaky Fromm would be close to his age. This is a young girl. Show her picture, but she looks so much like Susan Atkins.
Hold on. My computer is like it's frozen. Hold on. It's completely frozen right now. I might fall out for a second and I'll be back.
Just give it a second.
I guess just won't let me do anything.
Just give it a second.
I can't even switch tabs. Okay, I'll be back, guys.
Hold
it down, Derry.
Well, I gotta answer somebody in chat first.
No time for that. I'm sorry, guys.
Because Irish Eyes put in the chat said, and in some states you can marry your own cousin. That's true. And why the hell has that ever been allowed to be illegal? You shouldn't be able to marry your family members. What the hell's wrong with people?
Yeah. I think when people say it's legal, I don't think that means it's sanctioned and promoted. I think that just means that it's not illegal. There's not a law on the books.
Right.
Have you ever
It
seen
should
those?
be. I mean, it should be illegal. Damn.
But haven't you ever
Incest?
seen those old laws that still exist? There's still a
Oh
lot of
yeah, there's
old
some
laws
crazy
that
ones like you're not
don't
allowed
exist.
to cuss in the presence of a corpse and shit like that. And not allowed
Yeah.
to spit on the sidewalk and all kinds of shit. Yeah.
There's a lot of weird laws.
You
A
know,
lot of them seem to be in the South too. A lot of the weird laws
sodomy's
seem to
still
be Southern
illegal in a lot
states.
of states. Sodomy is still legal in a lot of states.
Yeah, technically, yeah, sodomy's still illegal in a lot of states. It used to be a charge,
Yep.
legal charge. You get
You
charged with
remember?
sodomy.
You know, adultery used to be illegal as well.
Ah, yeah, it used to be. Jesus
Yeah, when you were
Christ.
married and you committed adultery, that shit was illegal.
Okay, I'm back. I'm sorry. Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
We want to see that page pulled back up so we can go over the the killers that have been able to marry and procreate in prison. I want to y'all take a look at that girl. She looks so much like Susan Atkins from his family.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Okay, let's
She
see.
looks a lot like Susan.
Yeah, definitely a fangirl type situation. I'm pulling it up. It's happening. It just takes a little bit. Okay. All right. Now let me share. Okay.
Soul said Sharon Tate lost her baby and her life, but he can marry and have kids. Yeah. How fucking
Yeah, it's
warped and ass
disgusting.
backwards is that?
It's disgusting. Ugh. I mean, look at her. I
Look
mean,
how much she looks like Susan.
Mm-hmm.
She looks so much like Susan Atkins. So much.
I mean, it's just, you look at her and it's darkness.
That's
Both
what
of
I'm getting
them.
ready to say. Her eyes look kind of fucked up too, don't they?
I mean, you know, she's all kinds of crazy.
I'd say you got to have something wrong with you if you want to marry him, for sure.
Oh, yeah. So it's called hybristophilia. Is a condition of being turned on by someone who commits a violent crime.
That's fucking twisted.
Yeah. Has often been cited by psychologists as an explanation for why some women and men willingly marry jailbirds. If Manson does get hitched while rotting in prison, he certainly won't be the first convicted murderer to do so. Oh, Susan Atkins. Okay.
She tried to get out because she had terminal cancer. She tried to get out, but they wouldn't let her out, and I'm glad they didn't. Yeah. I didn't think she deserved to get out. She was going to cut out Sharon Tate's baby.
It's disgusting. It's like, I don't know.
She was going to cut her
Charlie
baby
died,
out.
right? He's dead, right?
Yeah, it hadn't been all that long ago either.
There she is, that one right there.
Yeah,
Look
see
at
how
those
much
crazy
like
eyes.
Susan?
And I mean, but can I, I'd like to note about the hairstyles of the day.
I was going to say this. I was thinking the same thing.
My God, man.
Especially the blonde one. I was going to say the
Lord.
You
same
girls
thing.
would have had the exact same thing if you were living in those
No,
days.
no. I would have had the long, straight, hippie looking hair.
Yeah. Well, see, I have curly hair, so I
But
don't
you
know.
would have had the long hair, even though it was curly. You'd have had it long down to your waist, parted in the middle.
Yeah.
Instead of these funky hairstyles right here.
What is that? You know what I mean? Like, what is that? You know? Okay. Good Lord. Okay.
Sexy Sadie. That's what she was called. Sexy Sadie.
I don't know why. Manson family member Atkins, aka Sadie Mae Glutz, or Sexy Sadie, was serving a life sentence for her role in the Tate LaBianca murders and the killing of Gary Hinman when she married eccentric, self-described multimillionaire Donald Lee Lazier.
The fuck was wrong with him?
I know. As he preferred it spelled with a $. In
Eccentric multimillionaire. He could have had any woman he wanted with that money.
Oh, okay. You know,
he picked Susan Atkins.
You know, obviously he.
Well, you know who the richest people in American prison systems are, right? Like other than gangster shot callers, you know, like the tank bosses and stuff like that. Death row inmates. You know that people all over, especially in China, people all over the world send death row inmates plenty of money. Like every single death row inmate in the state of Texas is filthy
Can they
rich.
just why can't they do that? Just send it here. Send it. I mean, we
Like
could use that.
Darlie Routier, I'm sure she has plenty of fucking money. Plenty.
I mean, it's
sure
like,
she
why
doesn't
do they
want for a
deserve that
damn thing
fucking
in there.
shit, man? Come on, why?
Some people don't think. Some people in this world don't think it's right to kill people. So they think like, oh, you're being killed by a government, so we're gonna support you as much as we can because you're being killed by, there's like Ing. Is there murder? Is there? Oh, he's from Germany. I think there is the death penalty in Germany, but like I think in some of those European countries they don't got death penalty. Whereas in Texas, we keep it running, baby. We keep the chair warm for you.
Check this out too. Notice how weird this is. Is like the thing they say about the rich get richer and the poor get poorer. That is so true. Because if you'll notice, wealthier people are always getting more and more and more money from other wealthy people.
Yeah.
Well, you know what I thought about the wealthiest people in the world. One thing that keeps them wealthy, and if this one thing didn't exist, that I think a lot of wealthy families would be destroyed a long time ago. Prenuptials, like the fact that I guarantee you prenuptials, that whole concept of like, except in some cases you don't get half of the wealth. I guarantee you rich people thought of that. That wasn't a poor person. A poor person didn't design a concept of like, no, I get to keep my family. Because think about it, if I married a Walmart woman because she's crazy, and then we break up, like I get half of her Walmart fortune. Like sorry. And now half of her family fortune is with me, so rich people came up with that shit. Because if that didn't exist, there wouldn't be no rich families.
Men too. I think it was mostly men that did that too, because they didn't want the wife to get all their damn money when they split up. So it was
marriage laws are that's all really actually sexist. The divorce courts and stuff, because we're like a lot of the divorce courts and stuff and all that started in the whole alimony and stuff like that. That all started with the Great Depression, because back in those days you could literally leave your wife and kids, drive 20 minutes down the road and start a whole new life and nobody would know. And so what was happening is all these women were getting left during the Great Depression, and women back then maybe had like an 8th grade level, so they were left indigent. So the government made laws. So whenever you get alimony and all that, and women talk about alimony and all that, like you're basically citing laws that were created in the idea that you were too stupid to take care of yourself.
Well, I don't think it was created that you were too stupid. No. I don't agree with that. And I believe that they're more sexist on the man side, because everybody knows.
Now the divorce courts are definitely more sexist. I mean, you can say what you want to say. Divorce courts are definitely way more sexist towards man now. But I'm saying all those alimony laws, those were all created out of men saying that women weren't smart enough to take care of themselves. Yes. Yes.
Not because they weren't smart enough.
Look up the history of those laws. Look up the history of laws.
It wasn't because the men weren't.
What do you think it is?
Women weren't smart enough. It was because the women were getting left desolate with, that they were housewives and shit, and they were getting left desolate with the kids and shit, and it was like, hell, in my opinion, if you're a housewife for a man for 20 years or 10 years or however many years, and you're raising his children, you're cooking his food, you're washing his damn socks and everything, and he goes off and leaves you and you don't have shit, you should be able to file on that motherfucker, because that's dirty.
Yep.
I get the point, and I get in certain situations, like let's take Lemon's situation. She has a completely special situation, but I'm telling you, if you just go and do your own independent research, it was not put so flowery and so modern and so hip and hippie and hippy dippy like you just put it. It was a very crude reasoning for like let's put it this way. When they drafted the marijuana laws, they didn't draft the marijuana laws going, hey, this stuff sometimes makes you lazy and kind of like boring. Like they drafted the marijuana laws under the idea that if white women smoke marijuana, they'll be attracted to blacks and illegal Mexicans. That's what the marijuana laws originally said. Like they weren't
That's fucking
flowery. So like I get what you're saying now. You're implying you're applying a modern contemporary idea of alimony to what, and back in those days it was just because I remember women weren't encouraged to go get educations and to
Or we
or
were
to
not
create a
encouraged.
career or to learn a
Right, that's
skill
what I was
to
getting
work
ready
a
to say.
job.
Or we were not encouraged to work either. So majority of women were
I mean,
homemakers.
like, do you understand that how, and this is why I guess the word stupid rubs you the wrong way, but the illiteracy rate of women back in the Great Depression, it was way higher than it was for men. Women
Well,
back
of
then were
course,
not, they couldn't
but
read
that's
as well.
because women were suppressed by men.
True that.
We still are. I mean, me and Jamie could definitely talk about this because, I mean, as much as it seems like things have come so far and they're the furthest they've ever been,
But
even
you
with,
got to realize that those sexist men are the ones who wrote the laws,
oh
you
yes,
know?
I agree. I
And
do
so
agree
when they
with that.
wrote them, they did it under the guise that they thought you guys were inferior intellectually. Now that might have been wrong, but I'm just saying, and I'm not saying it was right.
I didn't know
But
that's why it was done, but I'd
but
have to look into that.
yeah, yeah. I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying that women were just inherently dumb, but I'm saying they were so goddamn sexist back in those days. That was like their whole ideology behind it, that these women can't take care of themselves without men. That
Well,
was
I'll
like
tell
the
you what,
crusade.
in this country still, like I said, and Jamie, I'm sure can attest to this. In this country, still, as far as sexism and all that stuff and equality has came for women, and as it's further than it ever has been, it's still women. Men, y'all probably don't see it as much because you're men, but women, we are still very, 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 very much discriminated against.
And what
Right.
could you just name off just off the top?
Huh?
Which ways? In which ways could you name off just off the top that you feel oppressed as a woman?
Well, more from what they say, women are still not paid as much as men for the same job.
Not true. That's not true at all. You got to look up
Hold on a
that.
second.
Not true.
Hold on a second. But now I can tell you from personal experience, even on a regular basis, when I've left the house and I go out or whatever, I get, me being an alpha female, I get a lot of shit from men all the time. And like for instance, a lot of men are always trying to talk down to you and like you're stupid because you are a woman. And it's like that's a regular occurrence for one thing. And another thing is like,
But that's
especially if
all
you're,
implied because men talk to each other like they're stupid too. I think that's a lot. I think that's a lot of like you guys looking for that and
no,
finding an
no, no, no.
excuse.
I promise you it happens. Jamie,
Yeah.
you can
No, I'm
probably
sure
attest
there's
to
a lot
that.
of mansplaining that does happen, but I think a lot of it gets interpreted
No, I
as
know
you're
the
being
difference.
sexist,
No, no,
where
no.
this guy might be just a condescending asshole to everyone, you know?
No, no, no. I know the difference. I'm really good at discerning and I know the difference. And another thing, like for instance, alpha females, we get fucked with a lot by chauvinistic men because women that are alpha and don't bow down to men, they really piss chauvinistic men off a lot. And they fucking despise you. And you don't know how many times I've dealt with motherfuckers in public places and had to fucking put them in their fucking place because they were trying to back me down and talk shit to me and make me submit. There's a lot of those motherfuckers out there. I deal with it on a regular basis.
Yeah.
So, like, okay, so let's go through why the wage gap is a lie. Okay, we could go.
Okay,
There's two
I'm willing
parts
to
to it.
admit that might not be right,
Yeah.
but that's
Well,
what
there's
they
two
say.
parts of it. Is field choice. Women's career choices are different than men's career choices, and men's career choices tend to be more high paying. And then second of all, let's not even go crazy because then people will go, well, how do you explain like inner like um entry level work? How do you explain why women every year seem to make a little bit less than men at jobs where they're almost equal? So let's take me I worked at Sprouts Farmers Market. I worked in the deli department and I worked with mostly women. And guess what happened to at least one woman almost every single week? Johnny, I gotta go and pick up Pookie Bear. I gotta go pick up Pookie Bear, so I'm gonna have to leave my job 2 hours early. And then at the end of the year, I'm gonna wonder why Cameron makes more than me. So there's a lot of that. Like there's a lot of like women, like every job I worked at, women have always got the pass to leave work early to go take care of kids. So because women tend to do that more than a man, because men don't typically go, hey, Fred, I gotta leave. I gotta go pick up my kid from gymnastics class, or I gotta go. I'm gonna need
Yeah,
tech.
because
I'm gonna
women do it. That's why.
Johnson. I'm gonna need next Tuesday off because I gotta go to a recital. Like women tend to make those decisions, so that's why at the end of the year the averages look different. Like, you
Well,
know, it's like,
somebody has to do it.
but
So
the feminist theory is me and Neri come in for a job. There's 2 openings. Well, we're gonna give one to Cameron. All right, Cameron, we're giving you $9 because you have a penis. Neri, you have a vagina. We're giving you $8. Like, it's not like no one's doing that. Like, the feminists want to
Oh, I think
draw
it
the
happens
picture.
sometimes for sure.
No, it definitely. If you look at the numbers, it has
I'm
the
sure
fact
it
that
happens
you guys
sometimes, is
leave
what I
work to go
said.
take care of kids. Like every job
I'm sure that it happens
I've had women
sometimes.
leave work to go take care of kids. Every mother I've ever worked with left work at one time early to go take care of
well,
kids.
yeah, because again, somebody has to do it, and it
And
falls
yeah,
on the
yeah,
woman typically, like 9 times out of 10, even if they're
Right,
working.
right.
So the woman's actually doing either they're a single mom and they have no choice, or they're married, and again, one of them has to do it. So if the man doesn't have to, then the woman is, and she's helping the husband. So it's just like I don't
yeah. I
know.
don't know why it's considered oppression either. I never understood why. Like, okay, Montana Sky one time got mad at me because he said women's subservience. He said that the fact, like something that I said that was wrong. That the fact that women are more submissive and subservient is because of evolution, and I'm pretty sure Dana agreed with me. It's because of evolution. And he was like, to say that the subservience of women is a result of evolution is a sexist thing that only a man would say. And I'm like,
Who said that?
so why is it like I never understood with modern feminism why is being a stay-at-home mom? Montana Sky said that, and he's a man. He's a man, I believe, Montana
Yeah,
Sky.
she's a man.
And I never understood why like being a stay-at-home mom was a bad thing. Like the
Yeah, I don't know.
first and second wave feminism, being a stay-at-home mom was cool, and working. But
Yeah,
now like it's almost looked down upon to be a stay-at-home mom. Like, oh, you're
That's
just gonna
true.
stay home and cook dinner
That's
for a
true.
man? It's like,
exactly.
how
It
is
is
that
looked
oppression?
down upon. It is
We
looked down
need
upon it.
you. We need you to create the babies and raise them. While we're
Right.
going out and hunting mammoths or working at an office job, we need you at the cave or the house taking care of the babies. It's not like oppression. Like
No,
it's
it's a
I
not like
think
some.
job.
I think it's not. It's only oppression if the man's trying to force the woman to do it that way, and she's
That's
not
yeah.
willing to do it that way.
Yeah.
And some men are like that. They'll try to be like, my woman's not going to work, because it's more of a control thing for them. Like, I hold the purse string, so I control you and everything that goes on.
Right.
But
Right.
now it's different if the man's like, hey, if you want to stay at home, you can. If you want to work, you can. That's a whole different situation.
Right. And like just like tonight, Misery was just they like to say to me, you need to get a
About you
job.
not having a job,
Yeah,
which
it's
I
like,
think is
excuse
complete
me?
total bullshit.
It's
Because,
like,
in my opinion,
Because someone
you
has to
do
take
have a
care of the
fucking
kids.
job.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
it's
do
taking
have a
care of the
job.
kids.
You're at
Yeah.
home
exactly.
raising 4 kids. You
Yep.
have a fucking job.
That is and they're 4 kids, 2 with special needs and 1 with diabetes.
I mean,
So, and it's like,
I
and
don't.
that's why,
And here's my thing. I don't even have a problem with a dude staying home and being the homemaker if the woman's cool with that. If she's like, dude, if you want to stay home, take care of the kids, and me go to work, cool. I'm even cool with that. I'm like, hey, whatever
yeah,
you work out in your relationship, within
yeah,
reason, without some crazy shit, is completely okay. And for people to always be talking shit, it's like, shut the
yeah,
fuck up. It's
it
like, because
is.
like people have talked shit about Whiskey living in a camper and acting like he's some loser because he lives in a camper. Man,
Hell
fuck
no, that
off with
shit's
that shit,
balling.
man. I totally
Yeah,
understand why he's living in a camper. He said the most he could afford in
yeah, and
California
he
where
lives in
he lives.
California, yeah.
Yeah, in Redmond, he said the most he could get would be a shitty ass roach fucking motel apartment for $1,200. That's why
Wow,
he opted to get a camper and
yeah,
work his way back up to where he had shit, from where, because he just decided to let his wife have everything when he left, which to me was a very gentlemanly thing to fucking do.
He needs to
yeah,
hit up Misery because Misery knows where to get the apartments for 1100 in North Hollywood. So he
wow.
needs to hit up that boy Misery.
Yeah, but I mean, it's just, I don't, and again, it's like this whole, like going back to it, like the whole Misery and a lot of them, the echo chamber they have about that. And it's
Yeah,
like,
that's
why?
one thing I completely disagree with them on, is always fucking with you about not working. That's none of nobody's fucking business.
And like, oh, you're all
Nobody.
living off the government. It's like, well,
That's
first of all,
nobody's
no.
fucking business.
But if I did, like, and you know what, I'll probably, now that the divorce is 100%, like it is 100% finalized, and everything. It's like I'll because my two oldest are disabled. Hell yeah. I mean, if I qualify, then yeah, more power to me.
That's
Like,
what I was
and for
gonna
my
say.
kids.
If you're qualified to get any assistance you
Yeah,
need, I say
that's what it's
fucking
there
get it.
for.
Yeah, you
That
will be. Yeah,
exactly.
yeah,
That's
yeah.
what it's there
Definitely.
for.
For people
You know?
like lemonade, yeah.
I mean, no, but right now, do I have food stamps? No. Do I have any of that stuff? No. But yeah, if I
Hell,
qualify, then yeah.
Laura works, and she's openly admitted it. Now she don't try to deny it, Laura. If you hear this, because
Don't you
I know
drag
I've heard you
Laura.
say it.
Don't you
She
drag
has
her.
Oh, we
openly.
will.
She has openly admitted she has 3 kids, and she has openly admitted. She said, "I wish I could get assistance. I wish I could get food stamps." And she's openly said, "If I could, I would."
Yeah, and
But
it's
she
like it's
doesn't
nothing to be ashamed
qualify
of.
because of her income.
Yeah, and it's nothing to be ashamed of. And
Hell no, that's what it's there for. Just like people on
Mhm.
reservations, they get talked about. Fuck. If the government wants to put you on a reservation and give you some benefits because they fucked you over and took all your land, fuck it, take it.
Exactly. And so, and that's what I see a lot on that side, like Misery and all of them. They and it's just something that we don't participate. What's that? What was that? Oh, that we don't really participate in. And like, yeah, we may talk about the situation. We may talk about how shitty, Misery is. And like for him, yeah, because he makes these like things about, oh, you're on government assistance or whatever. We'll point out, well, you have a tab open that says that you're on, but I mean, overall though, it's like
I
they
don't
just,
even have a problem with a dude being on good government assistance.
yeah, just don't make fun of people.
If he legit needs it. If he legit needs it, I have no issue with that either.
But if he's like a single person with no kids, okay, come on, But
job and they need to be on unemployment or something. I mean,
disability.
hell, I mean, why not? That's what the money's there for. It's being paid
Yeah.
in for that reason, and usually by the person themselves have already paid in
Oh, look who
thousands of dollars of
look
tax.
who it is right here, everybody being there.
But
Speaking of the
that disability thing is.
Did you
Yes,
have
you have
children?
to have a
Okay.
child, at least one son
Oh,
with
yeah,
a
and
child.
they're special needs, right? Yeah. Okay. Why in the fuck would you ever go around and say the things that you do? Like come in here and you're a bullying parasite, get a job. What is your fulfillment? Like what does that bring you happiness? Does that fulfill you to treat somebody like that? I mean, I know that you're terminally ill and yeah, that fucking sucks. Cause I mean, I don't think you're that old. I think you're in your 50s. And yeah, that fucking sucks. And I'm sorry that you're, terminally ill like that, but you don't get a pass to go around and fucking be a shitty person and bully people and make their life miserable. Why don't you try to do something positive on your way out? You know what I mean? Like, why don't you try to do something like that instead of bring it down how as many people as you possibly can, right? Like, I don't understand. Like, does this make you happy? Does it make you happy to be like there? To be like that? To be like there? To be like that? You know what I mean? Oh, excuse me. Okay, you're late 40s, right? You're like 48 or something. But I mean, do you want to be remembered as this lady that was ill and was on YouTube all the time, tearing people to shreds? I mean, is that what you want to be remembered as when you leave this earth? Is that really? I mean, because if I were you, like, God, I would never want to leave the earth like that. I mean, I wouldn't want to be known as this dying woman that went around and bullied other women. And just, I mean, the things that you say about me and you say about other people, it's like, my God, seriously. Oh God, here they come.
Oh God, did you antagonize some trolls?
Well, let's count me in. These are being there. It's the mother-in-law that always talks shit about me, right?
I know exactly who you're talking for. You just
And
went
don't.
really raw on this lady right now.
No, because she comes in here and says that I'm a bully and that I need to get a job and all this stuff. I mean, No, like
I'm gonna be listening, but I'll be back in a few minutes. I gotta do something, but I'll be listening.
Okay. But no, I mean, that's all she does is she doesn't like Starlight, and there's a couple of others that she doesn't like, and she's just constantly saying the worst things that you could ever say to somebody, you know, like saying that I'm like Jodi Arias, you know, saying I'm, a bunny boiler, like what is it, Fatal Attraction. I mean, it's like
Being there, sweetheart, you don't get to tell people what we can and can't talk about. And in psychiatric terms, we do it whenever Dana's here, and Dana says you're not qualified. That's the problem.
You're not licensed, and
Dana
you're not
says,
licensed.
and I do watch everyone objectively. I'm one of the most objective persons. I don't like anything everybody does, and I don't hate everything everybody does.
Yeah, she says goes around and calls me the herpes, whatever, which again, I don't have. And yes, I do being there, but you don't. Like, I mean, again, I just, I don't understand. Like, what kind of joy does this bring you? Does it bring you happiness? Does it make you feel warm inside? I mean, just going around and doing this, like hating people so much, is that, or maybe that's giving you a will to live. I don't know. Maybe it's giving you that fight. I don't know. But maybe tone it down a bit, but shit, there has to be more in life to fight for than hating people, but you're qualified in you're not a licensed psychiatrist or therapist or anything. You may have worked alongside, but you weren't a psychologist. You weren't a psychiatrist. And you're certainly not.
God, where is Dana when we need her?
You're not in any position in your state being high all the time and, terminally ill. Do you have any, you should not be going around and diagnosing jack shit. I don't care. Even if you were a doctor, okay, in your state, you should not be throwing around that somebody is borderline personality disorder or has, extreme, abandonment issues, or she's dangerous, or she's, basically like a Jodi. It's like, what the fuck? Obviously, you didn't know anything, because you wouldn't say any of those things if you were actually a license, anywhere near a licensed professional. You would know. You wouldn't do that.
I remember Dana was like, oh no, being there is not. She's not certified. She's like, she claims she worked for a psychologist. She was like, I don't even know what that means, but no, she's not certified. Like,
no,
oh God, she was real dismissive, like immediately, like no, being there
Dana's
does not know what
getting
she's talking
smashed.
about.
No, that's Soul. The being there, Soul is. Thank you, Soul, for.
No, we're not. Yeah, we're not talking about Dana. We're talking about
it's being there, and being there. Did I ever say that I was qualified in any way? No, but I do research about these things. Do I go around diagnosing people? No. Do I say that some of their behaviors seem like this or that? But no, I don't say, oh, I worked in psychiatry, or oh, I did this or that. No.
Being there. You say you don't want to hang out with a bully, or you don't tolerate bullies. Don't you hang out with Misery? Doesn't she?
She's a licensed she's a licensed therapist being there.
I thought I seen her in Misery, but maybe I haven't seen her in Misery.
Yeah, she is in Misery.
Oh, so she's okay with Misery bullying around Hansi and trying to trigger his mental illness as a licensed psych therapist. She's okay with that, right? She supports Misery bullying the mentally ill person. Oh, okay, just making sure.
Yeah. He was on the brink of suicide last night. But do you give a shit? No, you don't. And
being there was there cheering it on.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And also you would say, oh, I just can't stand for bullying behavior. Then look at yourself in the mirror, or maybe you don't, because if you did, you wouldn't be able to stand yourself, because you are one of the biggest bullies I have ever come into contact with on YouTube. Like, seriously, the things that you say and the time and effort you put into just tearing somebody down. Why? Being there.
The very valuable time you have.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. Being there, that we're all on borrowed time, right? All of us are dying, essentially. We're all dying from the day that we're born. We are dying. Okay. Every day that we live, we're that much closer to death. Okay. We don't know when our ultimate time is to leave this earth. It could be when we're 5 years old, when we are 40, when we're 95. We don't know when that time is, but every day that we're alive, we're that much closer to death. Okay. So, I mean, you have your time, especially because you have less than a year to live. I don't know, but you don't have much time. So why wouldn't it be more valuable to you? Why wouldn't you be doing something, to like I said, to leave this earth a better person, and to leave this earth like, whoever you could come into contact with, you lift up and you empower, not tear down. I don't understand.
Being there, I'm not that familiar with you, but
Being
it
there,
just it just sounds
soul
like you're a hurt,
soul
sad
sanctuary.
lady. You're just a
Yeah,
hurt, sad lady, and you're gonna spend the rest of your days on this planet probably spreading all that hurt and sadness you're feeling inside you. And that's the real tragedy. That you could spend your rest of your days promoting harmony and sweetness, but instead you're gonna be nothing but you at the end of the day. And it looks like
yeah.
you're not gonna learn that lesson. That's the
Okay.
real tragedy. I feel bad for. I'm not having to go at you, and I'm gonna be told I'm a monster for saying that. But
No, it doesn't matter.
that's the
No.
real that's the real tragedy is that you don't even get to
Yeah.
fulfill your own self. You're just
Yeah.
gonna go around spreading
Yeah.
all that hatred and sadness that you have
Vitriol,
in your
just
stomach.
venom. Yeah, venom. And yeah, I mean, being there, like the majority of people in this community think you're a bully. So again, where's the self introspection here? Like, do you you lack the ability to look within yourself and say, yeah, I'm a fucking bully, because like, I'm not a bully. I'm not a bully. Now, when somebody comes at me, do I defend myself? Hell yeah. Just like I'm doing right now. But I'm not going around and following you and basically stalking you and going and following you everywhere and trying to get my words in to like ruin your day. Like, no, that's a bully. You're a bully being there. And I would think that you wouldn't want to leave, like you wouldn't want to leave this earth a bully. I just don't think you would. But maybe I'm wrong. But I wouldn't. I can tell you that much. But it's just, yeah. Um, yes, they have being there. Like, what the hell? No, they don't being there. Only the freaking crooked ass part of this community that supports misery in any way. That's who. Okay. But no being there. Wake up. Wake up, woman. Like, most people think you're a bully. Now, not everybody voices it, probably out of respect, because you haven't attacked them, but they don't
Listen,
like
being
it.
there, I've heard about 2 or 3 people call you a bully, and that's pretty bad in itself, but it doesn't help your
Mhm.
case that my initial meeting you and my first like impressions of you as
Mhm.
meeting you as a stranger is that you were kind of a bully. Like I kind
Mhm.
of thought you were going around and using your mental illness or
So,
your terminal illness, using your terminal illness to
yeah.
kind of bully people around a little bit
Okay. Okay.
socially. A little bit socially bully people, a little bit.
Okay. Well, here's the thing. I'm entertaining you right now because, I wouldn't necessarily do this. So this will kind of show that, that I'm not, I'm not this insensitive person. Like, I realize that you're in a very fragile state, and, that you are on your way, you're very quickly on your way out of this, off, you know what I mean? You're not going to be here that much longer. And so that's why I'm even entertaining this interaction right now. But I mean, you either have to be just complete trolling right now, maybe you are, or you're just completely just that far gone, like, of a person to be able to look within yourself, you know? Mm. Yeah, aquarium baby thinks you are, soul thinks you are. Right here. Name someone who, right here, soul, aquarium baby, even cosmic said that you come across as a bully. Okay, that's already 3 different people. So, I mean, one is too many. If one other person, then, if one person thinks you're a bully, then that should be enough. So, I don't know, being there, I mean, just, I don't know, wake up, just wake up. Like,
Again with that talk, she hit me with the "You'll see, Cosmic, you'll see."
what?
And here's what's
You'll see
funny. Here's
what?
what's funny, guys. It's like we tell you that. We tell people like Perplex and Beck and people like you, silly being there. We tell you about Jimmernan, we go, you'll see, or Misery, we'll go, you'll see, you'll see. The difference between us and you is then we can point to Vinvader's channel where there's hours
Yeah.
of damning evidence. None of you
Right.
have ever quit doing this whole like, you just don't know. Well, tell me. Somebody tell me in graphic detail what Jamie has done, or show me some sort of video of what Jamie has done.
Yeah.
None of you can. So I don't take any of that like vague, like you should, like Republican Ash said the most adorable thing to me. She goes, well, let me just say, I wouldn't do the things that she's doing the way she's doing them. Oh, well, let me throw her into the garbage then. But you didn't say anything. You just say, I replied to her, I go, well, I guess that's what makes the world unique, that we wouldn't do the things all the same. Like, I don't know what to respond to that with.
Yeah, I know. Yeah,
Well,
it's like,
now you gotta understand though, Cosmic. Maybe you don't know is
I know now. I know now. Let's not say it.
yes,
I know
yes,
now.
yeah,
I know
yeah.
now.
I told him.
High up there on that. High up there on that scale, though. But yeah, Jamie pointed out not that high because she does this, and
She
as
lives
soon
at
as you
home.
said that, as soon
She
as
lives
you
at home.
said that, I was like, oh wait, she did say that a couple of times in our conversation when she just completely doesn't know a word.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
It does happen a lot.
Yeah. Let's see.
And she doesn't mind people saying that, by the way. She doesn't mind if people say what her situation is. She doesn't mind.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, and I think, she lives at home, right? And she has, I mean, I think, but and this is a thing, like I compare, because, my oldest is autistic and he's low functioning. And so when you compare, my son to her, oh yeah, like she's extremely high functioning in those terms. So, but yeah, I mean, but I think I know, I'm very, very, very familiar with the autism spectrum and, just like things like that. But yeah.
Now, on the sake of fairness, Jamie, you don't have to answer this question. I'm already feeling like I shouldn't even be saying what I'm saying now. But I say this out of fairness because I asked Desiree and Kyle too. So I'm saying this out of fairness that I'm not just fucking with you or being mean. Like, because I'm just curious because I noticed there's a cultural difference. I tend to know there's a cultural difference, but I don't know if it's always necessarily true. But you have a low functioning how old is he?
16.
So he's getting up there, right? Like, what's his plans? Like, did you and your husband ever have like I know in like, or at least where I grew up, or like the people that I have in my life that are autistic, for some reason I've noticed that Hispanic families tend to like have their child live with them for the rest of their lives. Whereas I noticed my European counterparts, they tend to go to a home or to some type of group facility.
Yeah. So, I mean, he's definitely going to, require.
Especially around that age, because they're going through puberty and everything. So they're at that age where.
Yeah, I mean, he's surprised. It's weird because, when he was younger, he was always like, my oldest Ethan was always just so sweet and, just, sometimes with autism, they, have these major meltdowns and sensory overload and, and luckily he didn't have that so much, right?
More gentle.
Yes. But then he kind of went through this weird period when he was like 8. And for a whole year, man, he was like hitting, like destroying things, like just having meltdowns all the time. And because he's so low functioning, there wasn't a good way to like understand what he was feeling and get through to him. I mean, it's one of the most heartbreaking things for a mom, parent to have to deal with and see your child, going through something like that and not feeling so helpless and not being able to help them. And I mean, but he would literally punch me like kick me, just like, you know, a lot of times we'd have to, because we had a ABA therapist, and I'd have to, like, if I had a laundry room, I'd have to like put him in there and like hold the door during like this meltdown, because he would become physically violent, you know.
I did
And
it to two girls who had autistic siblings, and one was low functioning, and one was really high functioning.
mhm. Yeah, so, you know, and we don't understand what was going on. And I mean, sometimes like he would like literally pee himself, like, for, you know, just in these states. And it was like, what is happening? And then we got through it. And I mean, it's been, you know, good. I mean, like, you know, but I always was worried about puberty. I'm like, oh God, you know, what's,
Because that's usually where it's like it becomes too
yeah,
much for a person to handle.
yeah,
Parent.
yeah,
Usually, you need a whole system. You need a whole system, but
yeah.
then again, some of them, like there are the very mild mannered, really soft. Like I don't know. Like I said, I've had autism seems so. I don't know. There's every family has someone who needs help, or someone who's special needs now. It seems to me.
I mean, you know, for me and my family, and even with, um, you know, it's like I was probably one of the first that had a child that required so much assistance. Like, you know, one of my older cousins, she has severe ADHD. And, you know, but she was married, she was able to, you know, she was able to function on some level, but at the same time, like if she wasn't married, she was back at home, you know, so, you know, she never was able to, she didn't finish school. So there were things like that, but she could drive, she could, you know, she could do things like that, you know, my son will never be able to do. And
Yeah, one girl I dated, she had an autistic sister, and she could mop and clean and make ramen noodles on the stove. And then I dated a girl, an Asian girl, Sarah, and her like 20-year-old sister couldn't even really get a handle on a tricycle,
yeah, I mean, that's the one thing, he's been very coordinated. He's excelled. I mean, he taught himself how to swim. He sings beautifully. But he can't really academically. He's not, the dots just haven't connected there. But I mean, he's the sweetest, like, out of all four of my kids. Out of all four of them, he is the easiest, which is, you know, knock on wood, you know, right now, you know. He is, I mean,
My friend tried to explain it to me because he has a severely autistic kid brother, and he tried to explain to me, and I kind of get it, but I kind of don't get it. But he basically explained to me how like these people, they're almost the rawest form of human expression because they don't understand. There's their understanding of words and their understanding of like they even facial expressions, like they don't even understand facial
mhm,
expressions, but they still pick up on when you're being hurtful and when you're being loving. That's pretty much all they understand is when you're being mean and when you're being loving. So they are kind of like the epitome of understanding the binary system of like either anger or kind lovingness. They know when you're being
right,
loving to them, and they
yeah,
know when you're being mean or when you're mad or when you're upset.
yes, yeah,
But
yeah,
but then like the facial expression thing is weird too, because I always thought because like they don't pick up on like even the higher functioning ones, they kind of lose it on the because like what is like because it gets so high it becomes like Asperger's, right? Like at some point
well, yeah,
Asperger's. I always
those
say
are
that
two
wrong.
different
Asperger's.
things.
Okay, well I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No, I mean, like, they're okay. So, and they've kind of changed the DSM, like they've changed. It used to be like it's now just kind of. I think they've kind of melded it into one. I think, but it used to be there was Asperger's, and then there was, you know, just the autism. You're either high or low. But with Asperger's, the differences between that and just regular autism is that they have never had, there was never a speech delay. They always had great vocabulary.
They just have a social delay,
Yeah.
or
And
they
some
never get a
other,
complete permanent social deficit.
right. And so they tend to be, definitely higher intelligence, and
That's where you get like the autistic savants, right?
no, savants are very, very rare, but
Those are people who can like draw and stuff and paint and really good with like. There was one kid who like memorized all the Disney movies. Now I don't know, is it because he's been watching Disney movies for the last 20 years, or but he knew all the Disney. Well, I'm not. He didn't know just all the Disney movies. He knew all the Disney movies, every single song, and everybody who wrote the songs. But they become really like obsessive, right? They usually like my
yeah.
one of the girls I dated, her sister was really into High School Musical, and she could tell you everything, every single thing about High School Musical.
Yeah, so but that's, even though that's not really, that is a characteristic that they have, a lot of them have, that they get hyper focused on something and they just live, eat, and breathe that. And I think Kenny is kind of like that with music and stuff.
Yeah, I think
And
so. Yeah.
and but savant is that's not really what you would consider a savant necessarily. That is very rare to be a savant, um but yeah, so but with Ethan, I call him non-conversational. He's verbal, but you can't have a back and forth conversation with him. I'll ask him, how was your day? Good. What'd you do today? What did you do at school today? He's like, I had fun. I was like, okay, what else? That's it. That's all. And I won't push him that much more. And then there's sometimes where when he does, kind of go into a little bit more detail, I always praise the crap out of him. I'm like, oh my God, thank you for telling me, what you ate today, or, a little bit more. But even at that, like I said, it doesn't go deep. Like, we've never had a deep conversation. Like, we've never had, that's about as far as it goes. And,
what's your theory on why you wound up with two?
Well, so, and they're from two different dads.
Yeah, that's even weirder. It's like, what's your theory on that?
Okay, so with Ethan, okay, he's
the big hypodermic needle in the room. I know. Keep going.
So with Ethan, he's okay. So with Gabriel is my 12-year-old. He has a micro deletion of chromosome 9 at band 23. So like he's missing the very tip of his 9th chromosome. Okay. And so that is why he's considered on the spectrum at all. But that's his main diagnosis. So, because when he was a baby, he was very floppy when he was supposed to start, when his muscles were supposed to be gaining control, he was still remaining floppy. And I was like, and at the time, I still didn't understand. We were kind of figuring out what was going on with Ethan. And I remember I was sitting outside of the therapy office, and Ethan was getting some OT. And I had Gabriel, I was kind of holding him, and I was with my Grammy. And she was like, and he was like 3 months old. I want to say at least 3 months old. And by then they can hold their head up, they're sitting up, and he just couldn't. He was like, it would flop around some. And my Grammy was kind of noticing, and she's like, don't you think he should have a little more control? I'm like, yeah. I was like, and I was thinking to myself, oh shit. Outside of this therapy office, I was like, no.
The second one?
I was like, please, Lord, please, because it was like,
like the second child?
Yeah. And so,
do they have a theory, the doctors or anything though, why it happened that you had two with two different fathers that went up with it? Do they have a theory on that?
Well, like I just said, with Gabriel, he has a chromosomal microdeletion. So that's why he is that way. Ethan's chromosomes are normal.
I understand what you're saying, but I'm saying, do they have any theory as to why it happened to one person twice? You know what I mean? Because I'm not saying it's not probably happened before, but I think you're the only one I've ever heard of that that had 2 autistic
Nah,
children.
it's pretty. I've heard
Oh,
it
I'm
pretty.
sure it has happened, but I'm saying it's like, because a lot of times among the autistic parents group, they think it's got a lot to do with things in food that's causing it.
Yeah. So what? Okay. So I'll say
Oh
this,
my
Mary.
god, I don't know how to.
Like
What
I'll tell
causes
you,
it?
I'll tell you this. Like if Gabriel didn't have a microdeletion, then that question would I would be able to possibly answer that. But because he has a microdeletion, that's why. It has nothing to do with anything else. If he didn't
Yeah.
have that deletion, he wouldn't have autism. He
Robert,
would not.
but the second one, because I've noticed that's a big, big thing amongst parents of autistic children, is a lot of them highly, highly believe that it's coming from all the additives and preservatives and fucked up shit in food.
I will say that with Ethan, because that whole thing about the vaccinations and everything.
Oh yeah, those two, I forgot about that. Yeah, the vaccinations are considered possibly a big source of the cause as well. That and stuff in food.
Yeah. So one thing is that when he was a baby, like, and I was young, you just thought the doctor knows, and you just go with the shot schedule. Not, I mean, I didn't know much. And a lot of people, especially back then, autism was still.
Well, a lot of times they won't even let them enter school if you don't do it right.
Well, yeah, you can get waivers, but you can get waivers, and
Yeah, religious exemption waivers.
yeah, or get on like a alternative schedule. Now,
I had reservations about getting them for my son, but I went ahead with it since nobody in my family had ever had a reaction or anything. I went ahead with it because I don't know if I could have got a waiver here or not, but it was required for school. But I don't know if I could have got a waiver or not. But I went with it, and he was all right.
yeah, I look back at his shots, right, that he got, and like at his 1 year vaccination or 1 year doctor visit, he ended up getting at one time, he got at least 10 shots, meaning now there was a lot of them that were like 3 or 4 in one shot, but he got like 10 different vaccinations at one time. And so if you don't, that could do all kinds of shit, like to your immune system, and then that could cause a chain reaction. And then again, we're talking about like in our DNA, what things are just waiting there to be awakened.
Yes.
That's what
yeah. Because one of the reasons I asked is because I'm not going to say what it is, but in my family, on my dad's side, I almost said the last name, the family name, but on my dad's side, there's like a genetic factor or something fucked up going on that a lot of us have some fucked up shit going on that has to be genetic.
Yeah, it all has to do. It comes down to genetics, and so that's with everything. With every single person, it's all about genetics.
Let's talk about another interesting little fact about autism that we haven't mentioned, and we can even parallel this weird fact about autism. In my weird cases, it was actually with the 2 people I dated, it was actually the opposite. But just like Sans Entertainment, just like Desiree, your boys are autistic, right?
Yeah, they're mainly in boys. Yeah.
Why is autism always hits? It seems to always hit the boys. Now, the girls I dated actually had autistic sisters, but it's just like saying Miss Desiree has 2 autistic sons. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's more prevalent in males, but as we know, there's plenty of females that are autistic. But I think there's just something with neurological disorders that with men that maybe genetically they're just like more predisposed to having these disorders, like autism or ADHD.
Do y'all have any idea what could be wrong with Wendy? I don't think I've ever heard any explanation. Do y'all know what's wrong with Wendy?
They say she's legitimately like retarded.
Like brain damage, probably like at birth brain damage type of thing.
Well, you don't even have to have brain damage to be
Wendy the slow
You don't
adult.
even have to have brain damage to have retardation. That's genetic as well.
She's not autistic. I don't think she's autistic. I think she's Kenny's autistic.
From what I understand, she's totally what they call just retardation, and that doesn't come from anything like during birth. Typically, that's an actual genetic thing.
Okay.
that goes wrong. Like they like a chromosome, right, Jamie?
I wonder what's wrong with. I don't know.
No,
No, the
okay, so
chromosome is Down syndrome, right? Isn't the
yeah, well,
chromosome one Down syndrome?
Yeah,
yes,
the
They have an
Down
extra
syndrome is one
chromosome.
type, and she does not have Down syndrome because people with Down syndrome have mongoloid features.
yeah,
The
yeah, and
eyes,
that's
they
a
have the sloping
specific,
eyes.
yeah, and
Which
that's a
y'all don't go crazy with me saying that because I know that's not a popular thing to say with the mongoloid thing, but they absolutely do have mongoloid
Yeah,
features.
yeah, and Mary, this is not the 50s, please.
yeah,
It's the best way to describe it, though. I mean,
yeah,
that's the easiest way to describe it.
yeah. So Down syndrome is actually trisomy. It's chromosome 21. So you have an extra chromosome. So they have 3 instead of just 2, and that's of chromosome 21. And but there's with all the chromosomes, there's potential for all kinds of things like microdeletions or trisomies. A lot of them, most are fatal, but trisomy 21 is one that has a very high likelihood of the lifespan is there's a good prognosis with that, but a lot of them have medical problems. And but yeah, so that's one of the more well-known ones, and that's whenever I think a lot of us think of special needs or whatever. I mean, I'm talking about as we were growing up, because these days it's different because there's a lot more push of inclusion, and we're just a lot more educated. But when I was in school, like I don't ever remember like sharing, like educational space, like like what I mean, like inclusion with another. Like sometimes you would see some of the kids in a wheelchair like coming, but for the most part, like I just, but now knowing what I do and fighting for my sons for full inclusion and having as much time around typical learning peers as possible. I'm like, God, that sucks. Like, because when I was growing up, but anyways, you really kind of think of it like, okay, Down syndrome, cerebral palsy, and just, I mean, I think that's about it. Like, autism, when I was growing
When
up,
I think of like special needs, I think of those. I think of autism, Down syndrome, and cerebral palsy. But like,
yeah,
what's Wendy? Like,
yeah,
where's
that's like
Wendy
From what I
fall in all this?
understand, like I said, she's just straight plain retardation.
well,
But I
and
There
thought
is
you know,
such a thing.
retardation was a catch-all for like all of those things, right?
Not
well,
typically.
no, and especially now that, God, I mean, we're able to look at the chromosomes, and I mean, it's getting more and more, like we're able to get that much more information, understanding, as for like, 20 years ago, 30, we wouldn't have been able to do that. And they would have just been like, well, they're just mentally retarded. But, I'm pretty sure like definitely she has some kind of, definitely genetic, probably possibly something with the chromosome, maybe not, maybe she had some lack of oxygen during birth. I mean, it
See,
could
that's
be,
why I pin her. I pin her as like she probably umbilical cord wrap around the neck type of situation.
I've never heard of that coming from that. The only thing I've ever heard of coming from that is cerebral palsy.
well,
The lack of
that is a
oxygen
form.
when
Are
Yeah.
those
you're
the
being
people who
born.
walk weird, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
but they can also have mental problems as well, like mental delays and like
Okay.
stuff from that.
Oh, thank you, Sol. So Ben Vader. So yes, her mother tells the story on Stern. So does she say that she had lack of oxygen? Was the cord wrapped around her neck? Okay, she had a cord accident. Okay, she had a cord accident at birth. So there was
I pinned her at accident at birth type of thing. I didn't know.
yeah.
I always thought retardation was just a catch-all for all people, all special needs people. I didn't know it was an actual like diagnosis and an actual official illness.
Yeah, it's called hypoxic ischemia encephalopathy, and that means that your brain was starved of oxygen.
Brain damage at birth.
well, not brain damage, but it just means that there was a certain amount of lack of oxygen. Now the level of damage. See, my youngest had that. She is diagnosed with HIE, and so, but she luckily did not suffer any major brain damage. But because even though I had a C-section, everything seemed okay. And I don't know what ended up happening. I will say that before they started, cutting me open, I had a little event where my heart rate started dropping and I couldn't breathe, and I'm freaking out, and they were about to have to give me like epinephrine because my heart rate was like going low, and it was like really scary. And then everything was okay. Baby, I mean, they just checked on her, like heart rate, everything was fine. Then they opened me up, got her out. She cried once, and then I didn't really hear her cry anymore. And I guess from that point, what ended up happening is she had a pulmonary hemorrhage. So she was bleeding into her lungs. And so basically the first 20 minutes of her life, they were basically trying to sustain her life. Like they were literally, she was dying. And so it took them 20 minutes to get her to even a place where she was breathing, like, okay, see, like there's APGAR scores at birth, and you want it to be around like 7, 8, or 9. That means like their breathing is really good, oxygen, all that stuff. But she was 1. Okay. And you could see it like over, okay, then they, at 5 minutes, she was maybe 2. And then then they checked her again, and it took like 20 minutes to get her to like, I think a 6 or a 7. And all this time, I have no idea that this is happening. And then they come in and tell us, and they have to take her to the NICU, and they're like, I'm just trying to process this, and I didn't understand what was happening, and we didn't get to see her for like 12 hours because they were still trying to like keep her alive. Like they were having to run all kinds of like lines into her, put a ventilator in her, and help her, like make her breathe. And then they came in and they were like, I remember just the expression on their face, and they were like, we finally got her stable. And they're like, but the next 24 hours are going to be really the make or break kind of thing. And as a mom, you're just like, my God, like, I still haven't been able to process that. And then we were able to go in and see her, and she's in this incubator and like, having something breathe for her. We couldn't hold her, it was just horrible. And like, we didn't hold her for a week and a half. She was in the NICU for 3 weeks. And, but luckily they made the call to do what they call a cooling protocol. And it has to be done within the first 2 hours of life, right? They have to make the decision within the first 2 hours. And this is what the cooling protocol does, is they bring the body temperature down to basically hypothermic levels, like 92. So that way the brain can just it can have a break. And so any brain damage that would have occurred would kind of almost like freeze in time, and the brain wouldn't have to work on overload to like provide any support, per se, like, you know what I'm saying, like to the rest of the body. Because
I understand what you're talking about. They use that method in a lot of things that really seems to help.
Yeah. Oh, the night of Invader, thanks for coming in. But and I'm so glad they did that, because again, I had no idea. But once I started doing the research after, if I would have known, because I'll tell you why. Because now, like I was a part of an HIE group, Facebook group, and there was a fellow military mom, and her son had an HIE, and he didn't have the cooling protocol, and he's in a wheelchair the rest of his life. And you know. And again, I think the oxygen, she had a vaginal birth, so it's like I think it's also about the different, like how much oxygen was lost. Luckily, she didn't have that much, but I mean, and also they couldn't tell me what her prognosis was, like what. Luckily, from the brain scans, she didn't seem like there was like severe brain damage at all. But at the same time, you wouldn't really be able to tell if, you know what I mean, like unless it was just like complete, like literally part of the brain died.
Yeah. You wouldn't be able to know until later. You had to keep an eye on her and her brain development.
Yeah, and so like I'm sitting here like waiting. I'm like, oh God, you know, I'm like, you know, until it usually doesn't become apparent until they're 4, 5, 6 months old. You can start seeing some things, but luckily, thank God, you know, I mean,
When did she get diagnosed with diabetes? I think my brother was like 16.
That's my other daughter.
Oh, my bad. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, my daughter was 5 when she was diagnosed with diabetes.
Okay.
Yeah. So, and again, that was just something that came out of nowhere. And
see, you've had issues with all 4 of your children, and that's one of the reasons I was asking is because it seems like I have 2 siblings, so there's 3 of us, and we all seem like we have some kind of genetic fuck up from my dad's side of the family.
Yeah, I mean, well, again, I mean, it's like, you know, I can't say, like, again, within my family, yeah, I mean, I have ADHD, a lot of my, you know, but there's nobody that has like these kind of like autism or
maybe it was like, because I've considered this before, like when there's 3 out of 3 with my brother and sister, when some of the others in the family, there'll be like 1 or so, you know, out of the family or whatever, or 2 or something like that. It's like, I've wondered if it was like, I was gonna say this to you, I've wondered before if it was like some kind of bad cocktail between my mom and my dad's genetics, you know, that caused the shit to go awry, which might be the case with you and your husband, where it's like shit just, you know, didn't mix right with certain genes, didn't mix right and shit. You know what I mean? Because I've seen that in several cases, you know, of like type of things. Like, for instance, I had to have, this wasn't the case with me and my siblings, but I've seen cases, you know, where I had to have a Rogam shot because me and my husband had incompatible blood types. And if I didn't have that shot, my son was at risk for serious issues, you know, like maybe missing limbs and things like that. Yeah, that's a common thing, Cosmic. That's a common thing. Yeah, that's common. That's very common. A lot of women have to have what's called a Rogam shot because 2 incompatible blood types can't have children, or you can have like major serious disabilities. I mean, down to missing limbs and everything.
Damn.
Yeah. Now, with my
I'm Rh negative blood factor.
So is my sister.
Ooh, that's rare, isn't it? Rh negative.
Yeah. And see, there's a lot of blood types aren't compatible, and and 2 people, if they have children with incompatible blood types, and I know this for a fact, that's why it scared me so much. Is when I was 16, I used to babysit a boy that him and his mother and his dad, they were incompatible blood types, and he wound up with he was 10 or 11 years old with, from the elbow down, his arms were like baby arms. And then he had like a little piece of meat for hands, and then 1 finger on each tip of that piece of meat. So and that happened from nothing but incompatible blood type.
And so, like, I mean, how did y'all? So you guys planned to have a baby, and you went to a doctor to see if you had compatible blood. Like, how did y'all discover y'all had incompatible blood types?
No, after you get pregnant, they'll typically test you. You're muted.
So it's a shot they give you after you're already pregnant for like the development process.
Yeah, and then if you if you need another one after birth, they'll give you another one. But my son wound up having AB negative blood type, which was compatible to mine. So my body wouldn't attack him. So he didn't need another one after he was born because me and his blood types were compatible.
Yeah.
Yeah, look that up since you like research and stuff,
crazy.
Cosmic.
Yeah.
There's some really fucked up shit that can go on if you got. So keep that in mind if you ever get with the girl.
Yeah.
Because not all doctors will test you. Most of them will, but not all of them will check you. And if you don't
That's
get that, if she
crazy.
doesn't get that Rocam shot and y'all have incompatible blood types, you can have some terrible shit. Like that same woman I said that had the really severely
That
handicapped
changes
child.
everything. I don't know.
Yeah, that same one girl I told you I was babysitting for that had the handicapped son due to her and her husband having incompatible blood types. Her third child actually died from that same condition.
How detrimental is it now though? It sounds like, that most places give you a shot and it's taken care of. I mean, is it
Well,
still a big risk even though you get the shot?
there's still a risk, but I don't know how big it is. Rogam is not a complete cure-all, but it does a lot. And then there's cases now, even sometimes, from what I understand, there's cases when incompatible blood types can have children and never take the Rogam and their kids turn out fine. So I've heard, if that was accurate, but I don't know if that's how accurate that is. But yeah, it's an important thing because my husband is I think he's B positive. I'm A RH negative, A negative, and my son is AB negative. See, and it scared me probably worse than it would most people when they told me because I knew what could happen from that girl I had babysit her children. He was he was okay mentally and everything. He just had the severe, you know, deformation from the elbows down. But other than that, he was fine, which is not fine. But he was mentally okay and everything. And like I said, their third child died from it.
Shit. I don't know. I feel like that changes everything.
Well, it's nothing to worry about because, like I said, you could research the stats on the Rogam,
Yeah.
but I've never
Pretty
known
effective.
anybody that took the Rogam that had a problem. Not saying it's impossible, but I've never known anybody that took it wound up with a problem.
And I wonder
that shit
what
scared
is
me.
that stuff?
Woo!
What is a Rogam or what is it? What does it do?
Actually, I don't know because I wish I would have looked it up. You could look it up right now and find out, but I
Okay.
never looked it up because back then that was before internet and all that
Are
shit.
you talking about the RH thing?
Yeah.
And then when do you
yeah.
think it
Here.
came out? When do you think it became popular?
Okay, I'll tell you like what it is. Okay, so it has to do with the woman. Okay, like ultimately. So, but what I mean by that is that if you're RH,
God just really gave y'all this shitty lot in life. Go ahead.
Yeah. So basically, like the RH factor, the protein, right, in the blood. And so, like, if the mom is RH negative, okay, and the baby is like RH positive, the first pregnancy, everything's is gonna be fine. Now, if you have like a miscarriage,
not always, because the
okay,
woman I just told you that I was babysitting her son, he was the first child, and he was really messed up.
but did she have a miscarriage before
Not
him?
that I know of. But
Yeah,
I
she
don't
could
know.
have had one, and if they have a miscarriage, and that could cause the antibodies to be created, and then that means the next pregnancy it's going to be a problem. Okay,
Well, see, what happens is what happens, Cosmic, is the mother's blood. If you're having a baby with somebody with an incompatible blood type, your immune system will go after and attack the pregnancy. That's what causes the problems. They find it a foreign invader and they attack it.
Makes sense now. It's just crazy.
Well, only after again.
Because what is blood types is that what does blood types that's not it's not a human being's blood type is not what's the prejudice, right? Like everybody has different blood types, right? Or are different blood types predominant in other races? Are mostly Mexicans RH negative, and like what I'm saying is like every human can be different with their blood type, right?
I think Jamie, isn't this right? Isn't my blood type? Isn't it a mutation? I think everybody that branched off from O positive is a mutation, right?
You mean like A, B, like things like that?
Yeah, I think all blood types that went
But
away
I'm
from the
saying
universal blood type became mutations, I think.
if we didn't have the technology to pick up on this incompatible blood situation, would there be any other way to figure it out? Would there be any other way to figure out who we can mate with and not have, a miscarriage or damaged child. You know, like, is there any other way that we could figure that out? Like, I don't. It seems just so confusing to me. But I guess it's a part of life and part of being human. I wonder when they discovered this. You know, I wonder if it was like, is this something that came about in the last 100 years where they discovered the medicine to help this? Has this always been a thing?
It
Well,
has
yeah,
some
this has
kind of
always been a
connection to the
thing.
rhesus monkey.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's always been a thing. It's just back then they lost the pregnancy, or they,
Yeah.
they just didn't know why, but they just, but now with
A
technology,
lot of
we're
them
able to see
survive, but they're just can be severely handicapped. Because, like I said, I dated somebody that her son was severely handicapped from that, just incompatible blood types.
Well, and again, it's like it's really if like you're negative and like a father is like positive, and the baby could maybe be like, if they're different from you, if they're positive, then you're gonna potentially have a problem. If this is the second pregnancy, the first one, the body's not going to pick up on it because the mom's blood does not mix with the baby's blood until there's actual like either trauma or birth. Okay, so that's when it happens. So once they have the baby, maybe it's miscarriage, but once that occurs, the blood mixes in, and then it picks up on the foreign body, and then it starts producing the antibodies, and then that's why every other subsequent pregnancy
starts attacking the baby itself.
Yeah,
your body will start
from like the
attacking
get-go. Yeah, from almost like conception, and then you have these
Yeah.
no legs, or missing
that's
half
what I
of a
was saying
brain,
about what
or,
happened with that woman I used to babysit. Were you there when I described what his
without the
handicap
shot.
was?
No.
Okay, his handicap.
That must be why we don't have like the flipper kids anymore and stuff like that. Like we don't have.
That still happens. That still happens. That still happens. I had a doctor that had that situation.
What do you mean of the flipper?
They
Well,
call
like the webbings between their fingers never stop developing. Like
that happens.
I wasn't talking about that. What I was talking about, what they call lobster hand disease.
Oh no.
Oh yeah. Oh no. You know what? That's I had my oldest son's father. His best friend had that, and there's a name. It's something.
It's
like
called lobster hand disease. It has another name, but it's also called lobster hand disease.
But like his fingers are kind of like it's like, yeah, he kind of looks like that. Like he only has, literally, it looks like you said, lobster. Like it's their what is
like
it?
A lobster claw. Like a lobster claw.
Yeah, it's kind of like the joints and everything are God damn it, they're like, what's the word I'm looking for? Whatever, they're not separated. They're whatever, you know what I'm talking about. So, but
okay, yeah, I'm looking at pictures. Okay.
There's, and again, with everything, there's a severe and not so severe. And even with cerebral palsy, I mean, Brian St. John's wife has cerebral palsy, and she has a little bit, you can notice a little bit of it, but other than that, but then there's severe cases where they're completely wheelchair bound and can't talk. And so again, that comes down to genetics, right? Like,
I wanted to tell Cosmic and you too about with my blood type, Rh negative blood factor. Now, of course, I don't believe this to be true, but some people do. In fact, Kay Smalls is somebody on here that believes this to be true. In the Bible, it says, there was the Nephilim. Y'all know what I'm talking about?
I was about to tell you that, Neri, when you told me about that RH negative. There's a whole metaphysical mythology behind you people. How y'all are special.
Yeah. And okay, so Cosmic, do you know what Nephilim is? You're muted.
The sons of God that came down and slept with the women of earth, like in Genesis.
They're the offspring of the sons of God that mated with the women. Okay, in the Bible, Jamie, it says when the fallen angels came and intermingled with the human women, and their offspring is called Nephilim, which they were half human, half demon, so to speak, or fallen angel. Okay, if you look on the internet, a lot of people believe that people with my blood type are of the Nephilim genetics, that we are like the genetics. I can't think of the right word I'm looking for, but anyway, the lineage, that's the word, of the lineage of the Nephilim. I don't believe that. K. Smalls believes that.
Yeah, I've heard about that before.
But
The
why?
RH
You know
negative
what I
theories.
mean? Why?
I think there's
Why?
a pretty decent reason. I think RH negative blood is kind of like unique in some way. I don't know if that means it gets all these metaphysical special properties or mythological properties,
And
but
it's
basically,
true. I'll tell you why it's true, because I didn't until recently, like the last year, look up things to do with my blood type, and there was explanations that I had never heard about myself from
yeah, about why you
anywhere
guys are
else.
special. There are legitimate reasons why you
Yeah,
guys are
when
special.
I looked up, I knew all these things were different about me, and then just in the last year, I looked up things about the characteristics of people with Rh negative blood factor, and I saw written in research stuff I had that I knew existed with me, but that I could never prove it on paper until I researched it. And everything they said was true, like down to the psychic abilities and stuff, the extrasensory abilities. They can't figure out why we're different. Their theory is because we're of the lineage of the Nephilim.
Well, that's where y'all lose the sciences. But no, the sciences have studied these people, and they do say that you guys tend to have more out of body experiences. Y'all tend to have more astral projection type experiences. Y'all tend to suffer from another negative you guys have is sleep paralysis. Y'all ever had sleep paralysis
Oh, I
before?
Okay,
have sleep paralysis. I do.
I've
It's
Yeah,
never done that out of.
RH
I've
negative
never.
people tend to have that a
I'm
little bit
not
more.
RH negative.
Huh?
I'm positive. I said I have sleep paralysis and I'm not RH negative.
Well, not always, but it statistically speaking, it tends to happen to RH negative
Okay.
people. Everyone can have it, and most people tend to have it before the age of 18, and then it tends to stop after that.
Maybe I am. Like maybe am I RH negative?
I don't
Maybe
know.
I
I
am
don't know what my
negative.
blood type is.
No, because
Now listen, with mine, I've never had the outer body experiences or the astral projection, but I definitely have the extrasensory abilities and the extremely sharp discernment.
well, okay, this is
Never
weird
had sleep
though.
paralysis.
Never.
I have. Let me tell you something. Sleep paralysis. Okay, and the first time I had it was when I was like 13, and it's and I still have it sometimes, and it's like you'll just be. It's weird. It's the scariest thing
That's
because
what I was getting ready to say. My husband has had a problem with it, and I hear it's very, very scary.
it is because you're there, you can't move. Literally, you can't move a muscle. You literally cannot move a muscle. Like you can't open your eyes, you can't move, but you're like.
Did you hallucinate? Because my husband and other people I know that have had it hallucinate as well, and they said that they feel a strong demonic presence when it happens.
No, I don't. No, I don't feel like that. I mean, you can hear, everything, and and you're just like wanting so bad. You're like, please, and it's this weird thing. And lately, like I'll get this like shock of like, it feels like electricity, like going to my
My
body, and it
husband
hurts.
gets that too.
It
He gets
hurts
the
like.
electric zaps.
Yes, electric zaps like through your body, and it's like, and then it's like, it's weird because your mind is awake, but your body is still trying to stay asleep, and I have to literally get up, or it'll keep trying to take me, and it gets painful, and so, but to get up, like I literally have to I'll start like breathing really hard, and I've had like in the past when anytime, like if somebody was there with me, like my ex, I had him like video me because I'm literally trying to talk, and I'm like, help, and I'm like,
I was getting ready to say that. Before you said it, I was getting ready to say my husband will go like this. He'll start going.
yeah, you're just like, and you're like, you're just,
yes,
and you're saying help, and you can't even get that out, and sometimes he have to like pull me up to like literally just shake it out of me so that I would wake up, and then I have to walk around. I mean, it's crazy.
Yeah,
but
my
then,
husband has actually laid there before, and I've heard him doing that noise, but I just thought he was having a dream, and he would tell me when he woke up, he was like, I was making that noise trying to call for you to wake me up.
Yeah, it's weird. It's because, our body goes into that, it kind of paralyzes itself so that we don't act out our dreams. But what happens is that your body thinks it's in REM sleep, but your brain wakes up and you're in that in between. But yeah, it's crazy, and it's just feeling like that. I mean, it's just you're completely out of control. But sometimes I'll have to like focus on like my arm, or like I said, I'll start breathing heavier. I'll be like just trying to like do something to like that would hopefully like jar something up in my body to wake up, and then I'd have to try to visualize me like moving a part of my arm, or it's like it's crazy stuff that happens. So
Yeah, a lot of the stuff they say about people with Rh negative blood factor is definitely true. There is definitely some kind of something different about our blood type, because when I started researching it in the last year, there were so many things, like I said, that I knew about myself, but I could never prove it until I looked it up, and I was like, damn it, there it is. Proof.
The weird thing is that I'm reading about it right now, and a lot of it, the things sound a lot like, okay, it says there's belief that they're like higher IQ, sensitive vision, lower body temperature, true, higher blood pressure, increased occurrence of psychic intuitive abilities.
Absolutely, for me,
Yeah,
that is way
predominantly blue, green, or hazel eyes. I have green. Red or reddish hair. I have red hair. Increased
Why is
sensitivity.
your eyes blue in your picture then?
Well, it looks, I don't know, like it looks, if you look at my picture, you can see it just looks, I have green. Sometimes it's green, blue. Like it's just my eyes can kind of change, but no, I have green eyes. But in pictures, a lot of times it'll kind of look blue. And I don't know.
My husband and my
But no.
son have hazel eyes, and sometimes theirs look green and sometimes they look blue.
Yeah. Like, I mean, I have green, but I mean, like sometimes it'll look kind of bluish. But green is the rarest color eyes in the world. Believe it or not, like there's more people that have red eyes than green. And so it's an interesting thing. And I didn't even know that.
Well, you redheads are going away eventually.
No, we're
Y'all are
not.
you're going away.
No, we're not.
Gingers, y'all going away.
Actually, we're not. Like the science actually proves otherwise.
Okay, just tell yourself that well, go ahead and order your lobster dinner while the Titanic sinks, darling.
No, but yeah, it's interesting. But yeah, I who knows? I'm like, but I think wait.
I think you can go get a test at Walgreens and check yourself. But you had babies. You should know your blood type.
Well, I know I'm O. I know I'm O, but I'm thinking but I didn't have to have that shot with the RH factor. I never had to have that.
My ex and my brother have that green eyes, blue eyes things. Mine are hazel and they don't ever change. They're always just hazel. They're green, light green with a little bit of brown around them. That's it.
Lucille has the kind of eyes that have every color. Yeah,
Here's another thing that's weird about my husband, and I knew it happened, but I knew nobody would ever believe me, so I never told people. And it wasn't until I saw it on like a 2020 show or a documentary or something like that people with malignant narcissistic personality, their eyes can change color. And when they're going into the alter ego or whatever you want to call it, because remember, Jamie, me and you talked about that we feel like they have two personalities that they kind of vacillate back and forth between. Well, when he would go into the dark side, sometimes his eyes would glow this bright blue. And I knew it happened, but I never told people about it because I knew they'd think I was crazy and making shit up. But I saw it on a documentary one time where this woman said the same thing about her husband. When he would flip over into the dark ego, that his eyes would start his eyes would change color and start like almost like glowing. But since then I've researched it and it's really a thing. You there?
Sorry. My ex's eyes were always like going between blue and gray. She would get this real interesting gray color I'd never really seen. And I think, yeah. Now, does Soul Diversity say I have the eyes with every color in it? Does Soul Diversity
That's
really
called
just
angel
say
eyes, I think, when they're like that. I think
that?
that's
Soul
called angel eyes.
Diversity, pictures or GTFO?
Hold on, sorry. I didn't mean. I was like, ah. Okay.
Eyes with
Yeah.
every color in them, Angel or Soul. That sounds like something you just made up.
You can look up what I said, Jamie. That's the thing with people with malignant narcissistic personality and other disorders. Their eyes will literally change color, and they'll start to kind of glow when they flip into like an altered state or whatever.
Mm-hmm. So, like Jade was saying with redheads, and that's very much they're very, very true. Like we require like more anesthesia, like more pain meds. Like, I mean, it's crazy because it takes more to put us out, like more to control pain. Yeah.
I'm like that, and my hair is not red. But I've got some kind of something going on that causes me to be like that too.
Yeah. And it could be that you have the recessive gene. You just don't know that, but we all
my mother has red hair, but it's like a reddish brown.
Mm-hmm.
And also it might have something to do with the Rh negative thing as well. I'm not sure.
And now I'm like thinking to myself, I know I have O, like I know my blood type is O, but now my type is the type that it's not it's not the universal donor type. And I don't know if that's the positive or the negative, but
I thought
think
it was O blood. O blood was universal.
well, yes,
right?
but there's negative and positive, O negative and O positive. And I think that the plasma is universally whatever, you know what I mean, accepted with all the blood types. And then there's one that the blood is, and I think I have the type that it's a plasma. So I'm just like,
I think isn't O negative the one that everybody can take and be all right, or most people at least?
I think so. But maybe I am O positive.
See, I have a really rare blood type, and so does my son. I think his might even be more rare than mine with the AB negative.
Oh, you're AB negative. Okay.
No, my son is AB negative. I'm A negative.
Oh, okay. So your husband is.
He was B positive. He's B positive.
Yeah. Yeah, that's just an interesting thing. I don't know what my parents are, but I know my sister is negative because she had to get the shots with her, with her pregnancy. So yeah, so I guess I'm positive.
So do all you gingers? You pretty much all get traced back to like Ireland and Scotland, right? I mean, that's where that feature comes from.
Possibly.
I'm sure you can find the 1% of Africans who grow red hair, but you know what I'm saying? For the most part, I imagine you all are from some sort of Scottish, Irish heritage.
What about that African tribe that dyes their hair?
That's why I get my red
cows
beard.
pee on their head?
What?
There's an African tribe that dyes their hair and makes it. They like how it's like a style for them. They want their hair to be like red, so they let cows pee on their head so they can have red hair.
What does that have to do with anything? Why does it have to be cow pee? Like,
I guess because they don't have access to dye or anything, and I guess the ammonia in the pee lightens their hair, so they'll let cows pee on their head, or they'll like get it in a bucket and soak their hair in it and shit.
Ew. Yeah, what?
Those are also the people that they blow into cows' vaginas as well.
Excuse me,
I don't remember, but they do.
Why? What?
Yes.
What?
Guys, the heavens have opened up over here. It's raining.
They said in the documentary why they did it, but I can't remember what it was.
Well, I mean, take a shot in the dark. What would you think would be the purpose of that?
I don't know. I don't remember, but it surely was just some kind of crazy notion they had. It certainly wasn't any legitimacy to it.
I mean, I can't even imagine what blowing into a cow's vagina.
Google it. Say, why does the African tribe blow into cows' vaginas? It'll probably bring it up.
Okay, let me see. Okay, let me see here.
Yeah, and the adults will not do it though. They make the kids do it.
What? Oh, good. That's it. This is just bad. This is morbid.
And they had a reason why, but I don't remember what it was.
Let's see. All right. Okay.
And it literally showed the little kids out there blowing into cows' vaginas, standing there going.
The hell? Let's see. Oh, here. Or anus. Oh my Okay.
Oh, it's to help them produce milk.
I was thinking I was going to say that I thought it had something to do with milk, but that's so ridiculous. That is no connection.
What? Hold on here. Just a minute.
See, I'm a big documentary watcher, so I've seen a lot of shit.
Let me see. Oh, for crying. Oh. Oh. This is funny. Let me see. Hold on.
You want to eat those corn pops? The milk has to come from
the little
somewhere.
kids blowing in their vaginas?
No, I mean, and I will not put up a picture like that, but hold on. Let me see.
Jamie is supporting pedophilia and bestiality.
Yeah. I mean, it's like, yeah, that's all we need here. Okay, hold on. Oh, my Lord. Okay.
Jamie put up a picture of a young boy filleting a cow.
Giving fellatio to a cow.
He's just getting that milk. You know, you got to eat your Lucky Charms with something.
Yeah, they think it makes them produce milk better, but it's so ridiculous.
You want your Captain Crunch lemon or not?
Yeah. No, not that bad. I'll tell you that much. It's
Hell
kind of
no.
blow. If you're easily grossed out, go away now. Per
Those are the
Wikipedia.
same ones that dye their hair with the cow pee.
They obviously have some serious issues. Okay, just straight up. Okay, it's Kablausen Fuka or Doom Dev is a process used in many countries, according to ethnographers, in which forceful blowing of air into a cow's vagina, or sometimes anus, is applied to induce her to produce more milk. Cow blowing was the reason why Gandhi abjured cow milk, saying that since I had come to know that the cow and the buffalo were subjected to the process of fuka, I had conceived a strong disgust for milk. There is, of course, okay, well, Jesus Christ, I don't think we need to see that. Thank God. Oh, okay, yeah. God knows why, you know what I mean? Why, who knows?
Every morning I send my son out into the fields and I tell him to blow in every cow's vagina. That's his first morning chores.
I mean,
but daddy, I don't want to. Well, if your mother is to have your breakfast with milk, son, you have no choice.
Yeah, you have no choice. So go. You know,
It's just one of those things where they're like severely uneducated and stuff, it's like those rural tribes in any countries, that are like kind of like these rural tribes that just they come up with these crazy ass notions that they think are legit,
Yeah.
Well, how did y'all feel? Were y'all paying attention? Remember when that one missionary kid was gonna bring those tribes people Jesus, and they ended up just killing him with spears? And they were like, the government was like, God, do we go in and get his body, or do we leave these people alone? Like, I'm super obsessed with uncontacted tribes. I love watching
I
all
like it too. I like it
videos
too.
of uncontacted
Yeah, it
tribes.
is.
It's like, come on, Jesus boy, what were you doing? Leave these people alone.
Yeah, that's true. Like, I remember that was one of the warnings when pregnant, not to allow any air. Like, especially in the third trimester, be careful with going down there, or to potentially blow some air in the vagina, because it could cause, issues. But, I don't know about this whole thing.
Every morning during her pregnancy, when my wife woke up, I blew into her vagina for at least 45 minutes each morning.
No, you're funny. No, like, that's something you try to, prevent. Now you can have, as long as there wasn't any complications, have as much sex as you can, especially towards the end, because then that kind of.
So they used to think it was the opposite. You remember that when they used to think it was the opposite, that you shouldn't be having sex at all because it would cause like a miscarriage or a premature birth.
Let's see. Oh my gosh! Wait, Robbie and Nikki are live right now. Lord on high. I'm like, are they or not? Or are you just
See
saying?
if you can
God, speak
find.
of premature birth. Sorry.
Stop.
See if you can find
That
any
was just
footage.
hurtful. It didn't mean
No.
anything.
No.
See
Oh,
if you can
premature
find any footage.
ejaculation.
See if
Sorry.
you can find any footage of the cows peeing on their head so they can have the light colored hair.
Oh, I think that's something that we all could just. I wasn't. There's a video of the blowing of it. I'm like, you know what? I think there's just some things that we just don't need to see.
We don't need
You know what I mean?
There's a
Like
time and
some
place for
things,
everything, Nary.
you know, like there's just some images that we just don't need seared into
I
our
told you
brain.
guys about the beheading videos. I didn't go, hey, Lemon, pull that up. Pull that
Yeah,
old
it's like,
2001 beheading video up.
I
Hey,
think.
I wanted to ask you something, Jamie, on the other subject we were talking about a little while ago.
Mhm.
Have you ever seen the pictures of the post mortem pictures of Bianca Devins? Have you ever seen that?
No, I
I
did.
have them. I have them, and I can send them to you if you want to see them.
Yeah. Why would like?
They're
Did
pretty
you?
bad. They're pretty extreme. She was almost decapitated.
What?
Yes. I mean, it's bad. So I don't ever put them on nobody unless they want to see them, and I wouldn't put them out in public.
Right. And I'm gonna like I do have them, but I never looked at them. So
They're bad.
yeah, yeah, like I said, like I think Antimone sent them to me, but I never looked at them. You know, it was just like that thing that I don't know. There's something, at least for right now, I don't know. But at the same time, I think we're all kind of like curious.
Yeah, true crimers.
Yeah.
True
Of like,
crimers are always curious. You know, even if it's bad, most of us are curious. You know.
yeah. So, I mean, I think we've all seen, postmortem, like JFK or, just things like that.
Tupac.
Yeah. Tupac, Elvis.
True crimers, we always typically want to see it, even if it's really bad and gory. We typically want to know because we're very curious, about the crimes and shit.
Well, yeah. And, I mean, you want to, it's because of the whole picture. Because if you're into a case and, you want to know everything you can about it. And, I just,
Which I
yeah.
think a lot of true crimers kind of have a fascination with death anyway.
Yeah, like it definitely is
Yeah,
that.
you guys are definitely murder porn people.
No, not. I wouldn't say that at all. It's psychology. Just
Yeah,
I think it's
more
not
about
murder.
psychology than anything.
Yeah, true crimes.
And
Oh
the
no,
fascination with a lot.
you guys are getting off on these stories of women decapitating their
No,
husbands
absolutely
somehow.
not. No, absolutely
No,
not.
the one I was talking about, that was a young teenage girl that her boyfriend almost
Yeah,
decapitated.
17-year-old. Yeah, and no, not at all. Like it's the complete opposite.
Yeah,
And
it's more for true crimers. For us, it's more about the psychology and fascination with life and death and human behavior.
yes, yeah, and how certain people are capable of horrific things, and why, what things in their life and leading up to it would have in any way, influenced that horrific act.
Like the Dolly Routier case is hands down the case that I've always been most interested in because she was portrayed as being such a nice, like good, caring mother and nice to everybody in the big parties and all this. And I know there's people that say different, but that's why it's always tripped me out is like, damn, what the fuck? You brutally murder your own two children? That's just to a mother and a woman that's like so damn perplexing, like what the
Well,
fuck happened
y'all
to
remember
you?
that? What was like the first like really bad mother one, the lady in Texas?
That was her.
Jamie.
That was her.
I'm talking about the one who drowned her kids in the bathtub.
Oh, Andrea
Yeah, that was
Yates.
Andrea Yates, but she was
Yeah,
mentally ill, man.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah. She was.
That's why she wasn't even charged. She was just ordered to go into a mental hospital for the rest of her life because she had what's called postpartum psychosis. It
Yeah,
kept getting worse from her having
That's
children.
real. Hell yeah.
yeah, and she was hearing voices, and you know,
Which I
it's like,
think even it might have been I don't think it was the whole reason, but I think that was even an exacerbating factor with Darlie. I think that something kind of tipped the scales. I think she was already an existing sociopath and a narcissist, and then the postpartum psychosis kind of tipped the scales. From the third child, Drake, when she had him, I think that was all it took to put her over the edge.
yeah, and you know, it's these
Not
situations.
that she's innocent. I'm just saying I think that was icing up the postpartum.
How many kids does she have?
She had 3 and she murdered 2 of them.
Okay.
That's Darlie, not Andrea.
Oh,
Andrea
Andrea.
drowned 5.
5. Jesus, I'm saying fucking 5 of them.
Yeah, but that woman was truly mentally ill. If you saw her in her interviews, that woman was, I mean, it wasn't act. She was truly, truly, truly mentally ill. And her stupid ass husband shouldn't have kept making her have children knowing that she had that problem.
Right. Let's see. I was looking at, let's see.
Like I said, Darlie's my all-time hands down most interesting, the one I'm most interested. I've been following that case for over 20 years now.
I forgot it was like the ID channel. They were showing a bunch of like the kids who kill their parents and stuff. Those kids interest me. Like the Menendez brothers. That was interesting.
Yeah.
Bart Whitaker did the same thing. He just hired somebody to do it so he wouldn't have to do it himself. And he had his friends shoot him to make him look like he wasn't guilty.
You know, here this is actually the corpses that changed my life. So this woman is a mortician, so she kind of talks about, you know, death and stuff. I'll be right back.
All right.
Do you remember meeting your first corpse? I do. I was 23 years old and had just taken a job at a crematory. My position there was going to be not only cremating the dead, but also preparing the bodies so the grieving families could see them one last time. I won't say that my first meeting with a corpse, day 1 at this new job, went entirely smoothly. I walked into the sterile preparation room, and there he was, laying under a white sheet. I was a little terrified of him, to be honest. I slowly pulled down the sheet to reveal his face, and he looked so dead.
I'll tell you in a minute when she comes back, Crow,
Right.
and so she can mute it so I can answer you.
Mouth, his sunken skin. In spite of him looking deader than I had ever seen anything look dead, the room still seemed to pulsate with electric energy. There was something so visceral, so powerful about being in the same room as a dead body, something that my society, your society as well, has systematically kept away from us our entire lives. Now, I said this was the first time I had met a corpse, like formally, but it was not the first time I had ever seen a corpse. When I was younger, probably in elementary school, I went to a viewing for a distant relative. He had been chemically embalmed by the funeral home, meaning his blood was drained out and a mixture of formaldehyde and water put in. That procedure had swollen his skin and dyed it, so he looked a bit more like a wax figure. He was an elderly man, but was wearing a full face of makeup, including pink lipstick, probably not the shade he would have chosen. So now, 15 years later, at the crematory, I had finally met a corpse that I liked better. No embalming, no makeup, no casket, just the reality of death. Even better, I didn't have to walk up to the casket, peek in, and then scamper away in fear. I was actually going to be able to spend meaningful time with this dead body. In fact, what my boss wanted me to do was shave him. Never met a corpse, certainly never shaved a corpse, but as it turns out, it's not that hard. Shaving a dead man's face is not all that different from shaving my own legs, for example. Use a lot of cream, short strokes, be careful. This might be the time that you start to think how you would feel in this situation. And maybe you're the type of person to say, you know what, this is no big deal. It's just a dead body. It's my job. I can handle it. Or you might be the type of person to go, is that a corpse? Is it? Nope, nope, bye.
Can you mute that for a minute, Jamie?
Oh, yes. Yeah. Then we see that.
Whichever one you're at right now
Okay.
is completely.
All right.
Oh,
there you go.
because Crow wanted to ask me what I thought about the sock with Darlie. My opinion is Darlie totally took that sock up the road and threw it and the people question whether or not that's what really happened because her DNA was found, and she definitely did it because her faint DNA was found in the toe of the sock. And but people, the opposers, the supporters, try to say that they think, oh well, that happened when a wife like puts her hands in the socks, after doing her husband's laundry and turns them inside out. But I disagree with that because she had like a maid that did her housework. So yeah, I think that was her that ran that sock up the street. Yes.
What? But how does she have time to do that?
Oh, she had time to do it. Easily, she had time to do it.
I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of things about it that, I mean, I don't know.
I mean, nobody can say the timeline but her. The investigators can only guess at what they think, guess at a time frame. She knows the real time frame.
Yeah.
They can never get the time frame exactly right as investigators. They get as close to it as possible. But I mean, she knows how much time she had. She definitely ran that shit up the street. Everything points at her.
The thunder is coming, guys. I hear the thunder roaring in the distance.
The thunder, is it raining? Oh.
Raining right now where I'm at.
It's raining, man. Yeah. Yeah, so you were saying again, what were you saying? Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, what?
I think she totally had time to do it because, like I said, the investigators, they can only guess to the closest of their ability to what the time frame was. She knows the real time frame. I think she totally ran it up the street and threw it and ran back home. Because they even said to her, he had his Darren had a pair of tennis shoes right there by the window, and they think she slipped on those tennis shoes and ran out the door with that sock and ran it up the street and came back. And I think that's what happened too.
I don't know. There are some things about the case that,
I agree there's some weird things that are kind of hard to explain, but I do think everything points to her. She knows all the answers.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's just, and then you think, okay, well, God, her trial, there was definitely some people on that jury. I don't know, it was a small town, and all these factors come into play.
Her behavior, I know you can't convict somebody on behavior, but all her behavior looks so terrible.
Well,
I mean, think about it, Jamie. Your children were just murdered in your house. You were almost killed. And 8 days later, you're standing by their grave laughing and chewing gum and snapping gum and spraying silly string. No, something very fucking bad wrong with that shit.
But it was their birthday, right?
Yeah, but Jamie, you think about it. If that happened to 2 of your children, you're not going to be standing there smiling and snapping gum and laughing and spraying silly string 8 days after your 2 children were murdered. They'd have to carry me down there, and I'd be laying in the fucking grass.
Right. Yeah, I mean, there's just some really, I mean.
And they're saying, oh, she was acting like that because she was on Xanax. Bullshit. I have a script for Xanax, and it will not cover up that kind of depths of nothing. And people admit that too. They're like, Xanax is not going to make you act like everything's okay and you walk around snapping gum and spraying silly string and laughing and shit. And if you'll notice, there's a video on YouTube. There's a video when she's talking about her. There's a reporter down there interviewing her and Darren, and there's a part in there that they point out that I probably wouldn't have noticed had they not pointed it out. Even though I'm pretty observant, I didn't notice it until it was pointed out. Where while she's talking about her kids, she takes her head and she, like women do, when you want your face covered up, but you don't want to look obvious doing it, you'll nod your head so your hair will fall over your face and conceal what your face looks like,
Mm-hmm.
She nods her head and causes her hair to fall over her face so she can smile and smirk.
Oh, let's see. Which one is that?
It's on YouTube. You could probably find it by saying graveside interview where Darlie conceals face with hair from smirking or something like that. I'm sure it would bring it up. Brian can find it. I'm sure he's seen it.
Let me see. Okay, let me see here.
I could go find it, but I'm eating right now. But I've seen it before, and yes, I mean, you watch that whole interview, and they're both. The thing is, Darren even acts funny, and my theory is that they were both sociopaths, and that's why he didn't have normal reactions, and she didn't have normal reactions, because, in my opinion, they were both narcissists with narcissistic personality disorder and sociopathy. That's why he didn't act normal, and that's why she didn't act normal. Although she was the killer, I don't think he was involved at all. That's probably it right there. I think the one right on top right there.
Well, I'll give Brian some views.
I don't think he's got that one on his, but I'm not sure. You can see, but I'm not sure. Because you remember, Brian was a supporter for many years, and then he flipped his stance on it, you know?
Mm-hmm.
You were just talking about this flag. I mean,
yep, there she goes. Notice
well,
she's smirking. See?
Flag is that
See?
on Memorial Day, we were
See how she flips her hair and then she starts smirking
we
and
were all
smiling?
leaving
Look
to
at
go
her.
home because we had a full day of barbecue
She's
with
like
the
trying to
family
keep
and
almost
swimming
from
in the backyard and
laughing.
stuff over at her
See,
mom's
look at her.
house. And I went to go unload the truck. I mean, I went to go load the truck up. I opened up the back hatch, and there was 2 American
Rewind
flags
it
in
and
there.
watch it again.
And
Why
I
is
said,
she laughing? Why is she smiling?
Where did
Like,
you get these flags? And he said,
is it the story maybe? Like, he's telling a story.
You still wouldn't laugh because your children were just murdered. To me, it's more of a smirk, like she can't believe she got away with it type of thing.
We were just talking about this flag. I mean, what
See,
was
look,
it?
flips the hair,
The
then
significance of
starts
the flag
laughing, and
is that
look at her.
on
She's almost to
Memorial
laugh,
Day,
and she stops
we
herself.
were down the street, and we were all leaving to go home because we had had a full day of
Notice
barbecue
when
with
she
the
tries to
family and
like
swimming
straighten
in
her
the
face up,
backyard and stuff
and then
over
she
at her
keeps
mom's
smiling
house.
again. See?
And
So weird.
I went to go unload the truck. I mean, I went to go load the truck up. I opened up the back hatch, and there was 2 American flags in there. And I said, Damon, where did you get these flags? And he said, I got them down the street.
Chewing gum and smiling.
I said, well, I saw those flags when we drove up. I said, those don't belong to you. And he says, I know. And I said, well, then you need to take them back. Well, he had walked about 2 doors down instead of 4. And he said, I told him, I said, you take those back. I said, the police are going to get you. You cannot steal stuff, out of somebody's yard. And he says, well, Daddy, I just wanted them for my clubhouse. And I said, well, I'll buy you some. I'll get you some. We'll get you some for your clubhouse. But I said, I want you to take those back because those people are going to miss them. So basically what ended up coming out of it was that he went about 2 doors down and just stuck one in the ground. And then he laid the other one on the grass because he was lazy, just like any typical kid. And then
See, she's
I
acting
was
just like he's
watching
telling
him,
fond
pointing my
memories
finger
about
at him, and he knew
children that are
that
away at
didn't
summer camp
satisfy
or
me.
something.
He went and put them back
Yeah.
exactly the way they were.
I mean, that's not normal parent behavior out of either one of them for 8 days later. 8
We tried to
days.
teach them a lot. We, didn't teach them anything. They didn't see any bad. They still believed in everything that we're taught as kids that are true.
Everything was equal. They didn't believe that anybody had a different color. They didn't see the world cruelly as adults have to see it. They saw it as, okay, I'm just like you and you're just like me. And that's really the way they were.
They knew that we were more fortunate than other people. But
They were giving.
Right, but we
They
tried
were
to teach
very
them,
giving.
like when the Rowlett Needy Children's Fund started, and we went to the house at Christmas time. They wanted to go home. They wanted to take all their old toys. They wanted to take, any toy. I mean, plus we bought new toys to be able to take up there to them. And they were just a giving type of people. They were just, they learned that from us, but we saw it through them.
Your sweetest memory of these boys and boys. I've got a lot of sweet memories. I could talk to you for days and days and days. You have to come and come and move in.
Look at how much he smiles.
How about the?
No, we can't tell them that story.
Well, we have some videotape that we can't wait to get back.
The Home Alone house was a sweet story. When we first bought this house, so this is so sad because. It's sad, but it's sweet because it's just the way they were. When we bought this house and we were having it built, the movie Home Alone had come out. And they just loved that movie. They thought it was, just the all-time movie. And they kept calling our house the Home Alone house. And they were like telling everybody, this is our Home Alone house. This is our Home Alone house. And they said, Mommy, when we get in the Home Alone house, we want to take a sled and go down the stairs like you did in the Home Alone house. And
Okay. One thing I was noticing that she's using they.
Mm.
Like she's using that pronoun that is more of like indifference, like it or they, not like, using their names.
My babies, my
Yes, like
babies.
they like this or they like that. And that's very typical with killers
Her
is
face.
they
Look at her glee on her face.
they
That is
disassociate.
the smirking and smiling of a woman that thinks she got away with it.
I just don't, I mean, yeah, but then again, remember when you can't always, because
I
we were
know, but I mean, come on, Jamie, think about it. Just imagine in your head for a minute. Any woman on this planet, if you're down there 8 days after your children were murdered in your living room and you were almost murdered, are you going? If I would, one, either I wouldn't be there at all, or I would be laying in the grass. They wouldn't even be able to get me up.
but that's
I wouldn't be able to. I would be laying in the fucking grass.
but that's you. And like the thing
That's
is
normal
that,
for all people, though. This woman is a sociopath.
I mean, yeah, I mean, mostly, definitely, she is probably narcissist. I mean, who knows? But what I'm saying is that we all like just because like you and I would be, on our knees, crying and crying and crying. Some people would be able to deal with it a different way. That doesn't necessarily mean that they're guilty. Like if we look at like what just happened.
There's so much more besides this, though, Jamie. Like, there's so much more. I mean, I don't know how in depth you've been in this case, but I've been deep into it, like Brian. There's everything, almost everything points directly at
I'm
her.
sure, like I pretty much believe that she's like 100%. You know what I mean? Guilty.
What year did this happen?
Well, this was in the early 90s, like
Jesus
right.
Christ, you people.
But I mean, I'm just saying though that there are some things, but overall, what I get from this is that she's guilty. Now, what I'm saying is that, ooh, do y'all hear that?
I heard it.
Thunder.
Better get
I'm
scared.
I'm sure that Cosmic heard that same thunder. That's the
Might
great.
have.
Like, but anyways, what I'm saying is that there are some people that they would just have the act. I mean, if we look at the Heidi Burchard case, we were all like, oh God, because he was laughing.
Yeah, but remember, I did tell you, even though I thought he was guilty, remember, I did point out that I thought he was laughing out of nervousness. And when he put the phone down and walked off, that I didn't, you saw the laughing is like delight about it, and him putting the phone down and storming off is like aggression, where I saw both of those as nervousness.
Yeah,
Even though I thought he was guilty. But now I think the reason he seemed so guilty was because he knew all this abuse that he had done to her was going to come out. And he also I think he was scared it was going to get pinned on him because of
Yeah,
this.
he knew all that stuff she told her homegirls was about to come out. Everything that he had told her, or she had told her homegirls, like, oh, he did this and that and this and that.
A lot of them had witnessed the abuse. Some of them had witnessed it.
Yeah, and that's why I'm like, again, that's a good example of somebody that, you just don't know how you're going to act, and you're going to react to a situation, and him laughing and not looking at the camera and just being, to me, I can't say that somebody wouldn't handle it like she's handling it. And
Remember, I clocked it though on the other guy. Not saying I'm an expert, but I clocked it as nervousness on the other guy. I clock it as glad that she feels like satisfaction, like she thinks, hey, I did it. I pulled it off. They're all believing me.
It that could very well be, it very well, but at the same time, we can see that there are situations like the Heidi Burchard where you would think that was a duping smile too, and that he was like giggling and laughing, and you're like, what? Why?
Get Brian to talk to you about sometime. I've never had him talk to me because I was sure she was guilty before I ever even knew Brian.
Oh, fucking God damn it, man. Jesus.
Just thunder, Cosmic.
No, it was lightning.
Oh.
Oh, God, I don't like that.
But, Brian can break it down for you, but, I could too, but, like I said, long before I knew Brian existed, I had already put together basically the same thing he thinks. There's only a couple things me and him differ on.
Yeah, now I'm going to have to, because it's been a while since I studied this case.
If you pay attention to it, you'll see. I'm sure you will see what we're talking about. I mean, everything, all but like maybe a couple of things point at her.
Yeah, I'll
She
God
even
damn
has
it.
that look. There's an interview that I watched. This, I think it's called "The Last Defense." It's on YouTube. It's the whole show. It's like an hour or two long. Watch that one. Also watch Forensic Files. Forensic Files. For any doubts I had, Forensic Files sealed it for me.
Hold on just a minute.
God damn, it's rip roaring over here too.
Yeah, we had some bad storms here for the last like couple days for today.
Hold on. That woke up my daughter. Wow. Okay. Oh, yeah, that gave me a fright. Okay.
You know, and I was like, oh no, you can't do that. You can't do that, you know, and you know what? If they were here now, I would let them do it.
Well, they would, to an extent. They would get in a pillow, and they would sit inside of a pillow with the soft part on their hind end, and then they would go boom, 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 all the way down the stairs, and then they would stop down at the bottom. Yeah, they wanted a slab. It wasn't a straight. It was an angle staircase. And our house wasn't as big as Home Alone, but they that was how they described it because of the fact that they right. You know, and I mean, they were little when we moved into that house. I mean, that was 3 years ago. And, you know, when you're 4 years old, they recollect things and we recollect things. And I mean, it was just a couple weeks ago that we had pulled the video camera out and I finally got it working again. And we were watching them videotapes when they were that little. And Damon could hardly talk. And you know, and Courtney's been a big part of their lives too because they've experienced Christmases and Thanksgivings
That is
together.
she's smiling
I mean,
again.
we did that with all of our friends and all of our family. I mean, all of our friends are our family because when
But also, I'd have to say that they are recalling fond memories. So, you
I
know,
don't think you could be happy after. We're not talking about children just dying in a random accident. We're talking about being murdered in your home.
Yeah, and I'm
They
just
saw
playing, I'm
them
kind of playing
dying.
devil's advocate right now, but I'm just saying that, like, at the same time, you would wanna remember the good things and the happy memories. And so if in those moments she's, you know, in back in those times and that's what she's expressing, it could come across like that. And I mean, and she's definitely high, you know, on Xanax.
No, I take Xanax. You that would never cover up that kind of grief. Never. Whenever I've even been super depressed and my children weren't murdered, I don't smile and laugh and shit on fucking Xanax.
But some people do.
Where? Because I haven't seen them. Because I've seen people go on these shows that were people that have used Xanax and swear that the same thing that I just said.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard.
I mean, if that was going to be the truth, you'd have to take more of them than she took. And if she took that many, she certainly wouldn't be standing there
You
that
don't
damn
know how
steady.
high she is. She could be super high.
And
You
look
have a
at
super low
Molly
tolerance too.
Golightly. Molly
But
Golightly.
people that are that high, though,
Molly Golightly takes
can't
it.
stand up like she's doing there. There's so much that points to her. If you watch that interview with her in The Last Defense, you can tell she has even the experts say that she had all the body language of somebody that was lying the way she talks to them. And I picked up on it, and I'm not even an expert. I'm just an amateur, you know, observer. And I noticed it. Because if you look at her, you can just tell. And they said every time she cried, there was never any tears. That's a telltale sign. Why would you pretend to cry if you're not going to, I mean, why would you, if let's say you're so stern that you wouldn't cry in front of people or in that situation because that's just your personality type, why would you pretend to cry with no tears? You would just be solemn and what do you call stoic instead of pretending.
But I think, you know, it's a funny thing because, you know, when you're in these moments and you're going through these things, you know, things are just happening and you're reacting, and because, you know, it's just something you've never experienced before. And so like you could picture what you might do if you're in that, but until it actually happens, you can't say for sure how you would react either.
She lied so much about all the evidence too, though, because they had laid out butcher paper and took pig blood and had her step in it barefoot and had her run across the butcher paper to go, because she says she ran through the house. They said the blood, the people that were the blood experts said that there was no way she ran through that house by the way the patterns of the blood. And you can see when she runs on that butcher paper as compared to the way it was in the house, she didn't run. She was walking slowly, casually through the house, taking a stroll.
Well, and here's the thing too, is like, first of all, back then, technology wasn't probably as precise as it is now.
They still had pretty good DNA. They still had DNA because DNA came out in the 80s. So it was, they were using it at the point of her. But I don't know. Do you believe she's innocent or guilty?
You know, I mean, it's one of those things where for the most part, I believe that she is guilty, but there is a little bit of a doubt. But here's the thing I'll say about the blood thing. Like, pig's blood is different than human blood. Like, the weight.
Well, now, I could be wrong about pig's blood. They could have used some from a blood donation thing. I don't remember.
I doubt they would waste human blood on something like that. They
may have used like I said, I'd have to go back and see it. They may have took it from it might have been human blood through a donation thing. I'm not sure which way it was.
Like I said, I don't think they would waste human blood, but
yeah, they probably would on an investigation.
We get it, Lemonade. You sir, defending this child murderer.
No, I'm not. I'm just playing devil's advocate. That's all I'm doing right now. I'm just saying
it wouldn't be entertaining if y'all just agreed with each other.
Yeah, that's all I'm not saying that I agree. I'm just saying what I'm doing is just countering, like.
So this lady got away with it, huh?
No,
she's in prison.
on death row.
She's on death row.
Oh, then she okay.
But
her family is trying like hell to get her out. They've even got her signed up with the Innocence Project now. But Brian just made a video the other day, Jamie, saying that they ran that that smudged print that they could never identify after all these years, and it's still unidentifiable.
So, meaning that whoever DNA that is, they're not in the system.
No, they said it was unidentifiable, period, that they couldn't even clarify it enough to, I think, run it. It was so smudged. Or they may have run it. I don't know. You'd have to go look at Brian's tape. He did a tape about it. But anyway, it helped them in no way. It didn't help anything for them to run it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, well, we'll have to look into that, because now I'm like, shoot, we need to look into this a little more. But yeah, that's all I'm doing. But when I think of things like when you said about the pig's blood, like, I'm like, okay, well, you could scientifically say if that's not the exact blood, then the patterns could be off. If you're just
you'd have to go back and look pig's blood, because I think they may have used human blood. I'm not sure. It was one of the two, but the ones to look at are the one that's the Last Defense and Forensic Files. That's what really sealed it for me, was those two.
Okay.
When I had even some doubt, that's what sealed it for me to where I have no doubt.
So you said the Last Defense.
Yeah, and it's the whole show, not just a clip. So both of them are on YouTube. It's the full episode of The Last Defense and the full episode of Forensic Files. Sealed the deal for me. I was like, she's guilty. Even when I had some doubt and leaned toward there was a possibility that maybe she hadn't done it, they sealed the deal. I was like, girl, you're guilty.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, over most, like, I would say, I can't even find a percentage, but I'd probably be like almost 100%. But there are some gaps, but I'll definitely watch those.
Yeah, because there are even a couple of things that I wonder about and question still. But the ratio is overwhelming towards her. And like I said, if you have any doubts at all when you watch, a lot of people say that once they watch Forensic Files and The Last Defense, they're like, "That's it, girl, you did it."
Yeah, no, I'll definitely watch those for sure.
A lot of times you come from another place and you come to Dallas, the friends that you have around you are your family away from your real family.
Let me ask you, why the confetti? Why the balloons? Why the happy birthday song?
Well, because even though we're sad because Devin and Damon aren't here, we try to hang on to what we can to get us through these times. And if you knew Devin and Damon, you would know that they're up in heaven and they're up there having the biggest birthday party that we could ever imagine. And they wouldn't want us to be down here being sad. Even though our hearts are breaking, I know that Devin and Damon would want us to be happy. They wouldn't want us to be crying, and they wouldn't want us to
Okay, this bitch definitely murdered her children.
not to
I
be
don't, I'm
happy. They would
100%
want
saying
us
that.
to
Living,
celebrate
that's my
if we
opinion.
were with them. And in a way, they are with us because they'll always be with us. No matter what we're doing, no matter what we're thinking, they'll always be a part of all of us, and not just Darren and I, but they touched a lot of people.
Think about the man who did this.
We can't get into that.
I don't mean, don't tell me.
The anger?
The emotion, what you feel. What is it when you think about
And this is another
We
Texas
get
parent.
very sad.
Yeah, in Dallas.
We cry.
Now, here's the thing too.
Now we're in Rowlett.
Okay, well that's close. Yeah, that's close to Dallas. So basically, but when you look at the dad though too, I mean, if anything, like it's funny because he's showing no emotion. Like he's not even showing emotion.
That's what I said though.
Like,
is I believe there were two sociopathic, narcissistic people that got together. It happens. It's not always one sociopath in a relationship. Sometimes both of them are.
yeah, because geez, and he's even kind of smiling.
They said there was absolutely zero evidence pointing towards him though. But I think he was a sociopathic guy too, because they said when they first came down there when they tried to interview him, one of the first things he started saying is, "Look at my wife, isn't she beautiful? Doesn't she have beautiful breasts?" Well, fuck, that's weird to say that when they're coming to interview about your children being murdered, you dumbass. And he was always talking about living large. They were living large and talking about the money they had. And so I think that his behavior just chalks up to he was a narcissist and possibly a sociopath, but you can be a narcissist and a sociopath and not murder anybody. So I think there were a couple of sociopathic narcissists that found each other. Therefore, it worked.
But then, like, why would she kill two of her kids and not the youngest?
Yeah, and I've wondered about that too. But you also have to think about people that murdered their children don't think normally anyway. So only she would understand her philosophy in doing that.
But yeah, like I said, I mean, because I guess
there's some people that think she would have killed Drake, but he just happened to be upstairs the night she decided to do it. He was upstairs.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. I forgot. They say that there's also evidence out there that she attempted to kill Drake before that. Like she tried to smother him and shit. You'll have to look up about that. And there's a picture of Drake standing in a crib. And I noticed this, and nobody's ever said anything about it that I know of, but there's a picture of Drake standing in a crib, and he's got a mark on him that looks like a cigarette burn.
What?
Yeah, they got a picture of that. And I noticed it. I don't know if anybody else picked up on that, but it's a picture of Drake standing in the crib, and he looks like what's a cigarette burn on him.
Okay, I'm going to play this, and then I'll look at that.
We get sick. We get very angry. We get very angry because this person is still out there and he's doing whatever he wants to do.
Sound very angry, ma'am.
And we're just like in a time warp. It's like we're walking in limbo. We don't know whether we're coming or going, And he's free. He's free to do whatever he wants. But I know that he's not going to be free for long, and I feel it. I feel the support and the hard work that these detectives
This girl also
and
sounds a
policemen are
little
putting
bit like
into this
Starlight.
is
I just want to point that out.
It's just, it's beyond the call. I mean,
there's high-tech stuff on this investigation, stuff that I wouldn't believe and hadn't even seen in the movies. That they're taking absolutely it's all expense. They're doing the most and the best job that they possibly can, and
find this person. They are going to find it. We're having prayer groups everywhere. Everybody is praying. I said, God's hotline must be swamped because everybody everywhere is praying, and we can feel it.
And it started that night, first.
Oh.
Well, what do you guys, no detail, what do you remember from that night? What is it that
fear and pain. But even when what had happened to me, I didn't feel anything because I was in shock. But I wasn't thinking about me. All I was thinking about was trying to save the babies. I mean, Darren and I tried to save the babies, but it was too late. The babies were gone. But we tried, and we have to live with that forever.
We have to live with what we saw in their eyes.
Nobody can ever imagine.
And it happened so fast that not anybody could have done anything about trying to save them any faster than what I could. I mean, you just, you keep going over it, and you what if it, and you what if I done this, and you what if you done this. But if you've never lived in fear, then you'll
never think of those things.
You guys said you're angry because people are making accusations and
we don't want to get into that part. People evil.
We understand anger, but we didn't teach it.
No,
the
but
boys never saw
evil,
us angry.
Unfortunately, our world, gossip is the biggest evil in the world, and unfortunately, there's nothing you can do to stop it. And we're not going to make an issue out of this because anybody that knows us knows how we were, how we lived. They know the story, and we don't have to explain ourselves to anybody.
Nobody else? Who cares?
It's like,
no, I'm gonna need some
fair.
answers, Starlight. I think you killed your kids.
They can't do anything to us. They can't damage us any worse than what we are.
Bottom line, what would you want to say to the person who did this?
Oh, we'll get into that when we catch him.
I think he's a coward.
Yeah.
I think he's a coward because he went after something that was so innocent that couldn't fight back, and then he tried to come to me, but he had to go to them first, and to me that is such a cowardness.
Well, it's an animal that goes after a weak sheep that is asleep, is completely lifeless, and attacks the weakest person in the room first to be able to get off on whatever he was thinking that he was going to accomplish. I mean, I kept hoping and praying that this guy had stolen something out of my house, that he picked me and my family because I had more than some, or had more than this person. That way I could, in my heart, think that, well, living large is the reason why we got targeted.
Now you don't know why.
Now we don't know why. Now we know that this is a sick individual that took absolutely nothing from our house, but took the two most important things that were important to us away from us. That's the part that we don't understand. That's the part that we may never understand but our goal now in our life is to live our lives the way that God wants us to, so that we can be with our boys again. And they'll still be 5, and they'll still be 7, and they'll still be playing and fighting.
See, there's a lot of people. See, it's also a possibility that if he was a narcissist and or a sociopath, see, they were having financial issues, and they believe that was one of her ultimate reasons for killing the 2 boys. Is because she was spoiled rotten and she didn't have the money that she had, and she wanted the freedom of not taking care of kids and to have the money that she had before they started having financial problems. And so it's always a possibility if he was also a sociopath or a narcissist or both together, that he might have not have had anything to do with it, but yet when it happened, he was kind of like, whew, well, I guess that kind of worked out in my favor. I mean, I've seen couples like that before, that where both of them were sociopathic narcissists. I've seen it, before, where there sometimes 2 of them get together. Now, he might not have had the component, because not all sociopaths and narcissists are capable of murder, and he might not have had that component. But when she did it, he might have been crazy enough that he thought, okay, well, that's a relief.
I mean, I was just looking at some of the photos. Oh, God. I didn't realize that when you look up images that you're going to see the kids, like...
Yes, I've looked at the the autopsy pictures and the crime scene pictures.
What do I look up to find those?
Autopsy pictures of Devin and Darren Routier, and murder crime scene pictures of Devin and Damon Routier.
Yeah, I mean, what I looked up was Darlie Routier Drake, but then I just came up with the crime scene. And
yeah, see if you can find that picture of Drake standing, or I can find it and send it to you. And
yeah,
if I'll try to see if I can find it, because it looks like he's got. Because they say there was an episode after she had him that she was definitely suicidal and homicidal, because they say that she was holding him one time and trying to squeeze him to death, and somebody caught her doing that.
I remember hearing that. Yeah. I mean, it could very well be that she was in a state of psychosis or something.
Like I said, my theory on it was she was already a sociopathic narcissist, because they've got stories about her doing narcissistic things from the time she was a teenager. Like, for instance, one time when her and Darren were together, he was in when he was in college, he graduated, so they were throwing him a graduation party. Well, she got so mad that at their graduation party, his graduation party, she kept getting mad and telling him she wanted to leave. Come on, leave with me, come on. And he was saying, "No, this is my graduation party. I'm supposed to be here. What is wrong with you?" So she got mad and walked off and left and made up a story that a guy tried to attack her and rape her just to get the attention back on her, because she could not stand the attention not being on her.
Yeah.
That's already precursors right there.
Right. Definitely sounds like, of course she's, narcissistic, personality disordered, and possibly, some kind of post, what am I trying to say?
Postpartum.
Postpartum, yeah.
Psychosis. See, that's like I said, that's what I think happened. I think she was already a sociopath and had narcissistic personality disorder, and that once she got postpartum, I think that's what tipped her over the edge.
Right.
Where I think maybe possibly had she not had that last baby and not had postpartum on top of the other two, she may have never done it.
Right. Oh my goodness. I mean, this is just this is an interesting.
Yeah, those pictures are pretty fucking brutal.
Man. I mean, sheesh. I mean, what did she stab from the front, or did it go
Oh
all?
God,
The
she's
picture
one of
I
them.
saw looked from the back. It was
Yeah,
a,
one of the at least one of the boys she stabbed from the back.
And that's interesting. When she was talking about, they were asking about the, quote unquote perpetrator or murder, and how she was using they're a coward, that, and it felt like she was projecting in those moments.
See, another thing too is let's see, what was I gonna say? Oh, they said another thing that made her look real guilty is she wasn't consistent with her stories at all. She kept constantly changing it.
Oh, play the emergency call. Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna tell you that earlier that somebody requested that. I forgot.
Okay. Yes. Let me.
I'm trying to find that picture of Drake. I'll see if I can find it. And everybody says she was very, very self-absorbed and really into her image. Because even in prison, they talk about her what looks like glamour shot pictures in prison. That she was all about her image and money and things. And they said that's another thing that looked weird is when one of the first things she said when her children were supposedly murdered by an intruder was, "What about my jewelry? Did they take that? Where's my jewelry?"
Okay, yeah, hold on. I'm going to pull that up.
Well, she wanted to look like she definitely had nothing to do with it.
Yeah, but think about it. If your children were just murdered, would you even ask about your fucking jewelry?
Yeah, it's weird how all these TV interviews end up being evidence later, or at least subject to investigation.
Even though this has been discussed in the past, when I wasn't around, I think I was a supporter when on this 911 call, you can hear. I hear something different than what's written down. Now, I took this. This is from the Free Darley YouTube posting of the 911 call. I hear something different that Darren is saying than what's wrote down here, and I pass this along to the supporters like Stephanie. And they're tossing it around. 2, Darren seems, as the time goes on, Darren seems creepier and creepier and creepier to me. That crap that he came up with on the last defense about Stephen Loesch, put this piece of paper in front of him and had him sign it. See, he says things, he does things in such a way that it doesn't incriminate him. Like when he first came out with that affidavit, 5 years after the crime, he said he asked multiple people to break into his house, but he never mentions the name of a person. Never. I mean, if you think that maybe your insurance scam had something to do with your kids coming up dead, why do you not name the multiple people that you allegedly asked around to break in your house? He hasn't named one of them. None. But in this 911 call, it's very interesting to me what I hear, because if I didn't hear it, I wouldn't say it. I'm all about Darlene being guilty. But the more and more Darren speaks, the more and more he puts his foot in his mouth. I always knew that he's known more than what he said. I've always felt like he covered up for Darlene from the get-go. That's why I was a Darlene supporter in the first place. Because I thought, nah, he's too shady. And there's something going on with this guy. He did something and had people come in there. But I'm going to play this 911 call, and I want to see what other people hear. I mean, I'll say what I think right here. Let's see here. Okay, what they have written down here, I believe Stephanie Hopkins made this. It says, "Oh my God, when are they going to get here?" I'm going to play it one more time in fast, and let's see what happens. Let's see so you guys can hear it. Oh my God.
Wait, is he, I'm sorry, is he just reading it?
No, he's not reading it at all. He's going off what he's hearing himself in the tape. See, I've seen Brian's stuff before too, and he tries to say that there at one point that he hears what he thinks is Darren saying Blake came in here, but I don't hear that, and a lot of people don't hear that.
I want to play the one where she's actually talking.
You need to play the version you get off the the one where he's not talking and stuff. The one that's the regular version.
Let me see here. What's this? Is this it?
What is your emergency? Ma'am? What? Who did? Hang on. Hang on, ma'am. I got medical emergency. 1501 Eagle Drive. Ma'am, I'm trying to get an ambulance to you. Hang on a minute. What's going on, ma'am?
Wait, hold on. Hold on.
Calm down and talk to me. Ma'am, I need you to calm down and talk to me. Ma'am, I need you to calm down and talk to me.
I think that's the place where they might. It sounds like he said something about.
Said Blake came in here. That's what Brian says he hears, but I don't hear that. I know what you're talking about, but to me, it doesn't sound like he's saying Blake came in here.
Well, it did sounds like that to me, like Blake came in here.
But you gotta remember, their youngest child's name was Drake, so he could have been saying something about Drake.
Right, like, oh God, you know, he came in here or something.
15-1 Eagle. Ma'am, listen to me. I need you to. Oh my God. Can you take the radio clip? Yes. Ma'am, I need you to talk to me. Ma'am, I can't understand you. You're going to have to slow down, calm down, and talk to me. What is going on? Ma'am, is there with you? Ma'am, is there anybody in the house besides you and your children? Oh my God. Okay, how many little boys? Is it 2 boys?
Wait, like, okay. Okay, didn't it happen on the downstairs? Why did she say that my husband, he just ran downstairs?
Because he was upstairs sleeping.
No, my husband just ran downstairs. Oh, okay.
Yeah, because he was upstairs sleeping, and she supposedly he heard her a glass break, and that's what woke him up. And then she started saying, "Darren, or Devin." I think it was Devin, or Darren, one of the two. And that he flew up out of bed when he heard that. That he heard the glass break, and he jumped up. And then when he heard her saying that, he came running down the steps.
Listen to me. Calm down. Eagle Drive, 1501 Eagle Drive. When are they going to be here? Ma'am, they're on their way. Ma'am, how old are your boys? What? How old are your boys? No. Okay. Oh my God. Calm down, can you? Is your name Darlie? Should I put that down? There's nobody in your head. You don't know who this is? There's a knife. Don't press anything. Okay, ma'am, listen. There's a police officer. Your front door. Is your front door unlocked? Okay. Okay, is 82 out on Eagle? Oh my God. What would they do this? What do you say? Why would they do this? Okay, listen, ma'am. You need to let the officers in the front door, okay? What? Ma'am? You need to let the police officers in the front door. Okay, it's all right. It's okay. We got the press, baby. Ma'am, hang on a second. We walked in here and did it, Derek. Okay, ma'am.
See, And you pause it right there.
Yeah.
Now notice, to me, a grieving mother that somebody came in there and stabbed her children. She says to her husband, kind of sarcastically, like she's trying to convince him. She said, "Somebody walked in here and did it, Darren." Who would
Right.
talk like that?
Yeah. 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 I noticed that. And also
Because
the
she says it almost like sarcastically and like, "Don't you dare try to blame me." When that wouldn't be a normal reaction to a woman that really wasn't guilty. She goes, "Somebody walked in here and did it, Darren."
yeah. And also the fact that she's like, "Oh no, I touched it. I touched the knife. I could have gotten prints off of that." You know, like I'm just like, well, first of all, why would you touch the knife? Like, I don't know. Why? I don't know. Why would you touch it? I don't know. Would you touch it? Would you touch the knife if you
I
saw it on
think
the
I,
ground?
I think I probably would out of not thinking, but I still think she's guilty.
I
I
mean,
think she picked up that she claimed the pick up the knife story just to make it seem for to have an excuse for her prints being on it.
well, yeah, true. But what I'm saying is that if you're in that situation, you were just stabbed, you know, and your kids are dying, like the last thing you would think is to touch. I mean, you would just be going for the phone. That's all. Like,
Now, see,
you know?
I can understand that part of it. Is I think that if you're in a panic, you might grab up the knife, not thinking about that because you're in such a panic. But I mean, come on, like I said, and if you'll notice some of the stuff she says, like if you play it, well, okay, Ing wants you to play the whole thing over again, and I want to point out when you play it back over again, there's parts in there that it just, I mean, to me, it sounds very fake. Or let me hold on a second. I agree with what you said, Ing, 100% about that. The call seems over the top, and then the graveyard scene seems way too calm. And
Right.
because you'll notice, like at times she puts on this, like she's one of those girls that if she was a narcissist, she would be what was be classified. One of her subtypes is somic or somatic. I can't remember which one. That's the one that's all about the makeup and the hair and the physical appearance. And if you'll notice, she seems like one of those girls that tries to put on this particular voice that men like, kind of like, kind of thing. And if you'll notice, she does that like a couple of times in the call where she says, "They probably could have got the prints off of it." Then it's like she seems like a
Mhm.
conjured voice. You know what I mean?
Well, and I will say that if that was me, I would be hysterical. Like I would
Right.
be
To me, she didn't
screaming.
seem like as hysterical enough.
Yeah, I mean, I do. There are parts where like I was like feeling like I could feel the panic, but then there's times where I'm like, okay,
Yeah. See, it
you
seems to
know.
me like that's where I stand on the call. Is at times she sounds legitimate, and then other times it's like, motherfucker, you're lying." And if there's Brian's got a call, I don't know if you've ever heard it, where he actually interviews over the phone her former I think she was the daughter of the woman that was her like maid and like also babysat the boys a lot, and she was he does a whole interview with her on a call that he's got on his page that's very interesting. Because now look at this, looks guilty as fuck too, because this is a woman that knew her.
Mhm.
Okay, she says the night that it happened that she went over there and that Darlie was sharpening the knives.
What?
Yes, and that
I'll
she
play
was
it again, guys.
and that she was sharpening the knives, and that she was under the pretenses that she was sharpening them to prepare dinner with. And Baja says she had a gut feeling that she knew some damn body was going to die in that house that night. And she said but she said she thought it was going to be Darlie killing Darren. And she said that Darlie and Darren were arguing that night, and she was sharpening the knives under the pretense of she was sharpening them for dinner. And as I repeat myself, Baja says, though, she had a deep gut feeling that somebody in that house was going to die that night, but she thought it was going to be Darren. And she also said that the boys kept asking, could they please go stay with her? And said, Mommy has been being mean to us, and kept begging her to go spend the night with them, with
Really?
her. Yes.
Fuck. Okay. Let me play this again. Jeez.
Lynn B's heard it, and Lynn B says that's a good interview, talking about the one Brian does with Baja.
Ma'am? Who's it? Hang on. Hang on, ma'am. Ma'am, I got medical emergency. 681 Eagle Drive. Ma'am, I'm trying to get an ambulance to you. Hang on a minute. My babies are dying. What's going on, ma'am? Oh my God!
And also, like, why is she saying, "Oh my God, my babies are dying. They're dead"?
That's another thing. They said that she never went over to comfort the children. Which that would be the first fucking thing I did. Even if I was on the call, I'd be holding the fucking call. I would put that shit on. I'd be holding the call with one hand and fucking hold my children with the other.
But I mean, like, she kept saying this, like, "Oh, they're dead. Oh, Devin is already dead. Oh, I don't know. I don't even know." It's like, what?
Can you pause it for a minute?
Yes.
Jade said this too. Said Jade in the chat said, and she had a diary entry from before the murders that was suspicious. Yes, that too made things look guilty because she's got this whole diary entry apologizing to Devin and what's the other one's name? Damon. Damon and Devin saying, "Please, I hope you can forgive me for what I'm about to do." And some people interpret it to mean she was about to commit suicide. Others wonder.
And that was to Darren? Or
No, it was to the children, Devin and Damon. She writes this whole journal entry, you can probably find it, where she's apologizing to them for what she's about to do. And some people think that it meant she was about to kill herself. Other people think it was an apology for what she actually did do. Now, there's also a theory out there that she intended on killing them and committing suicide because she did slice her own neck. But now, it's my personal opinion that maybe she did intend on killing the two boys and then committing suicide, but that once she sliced her neck, she thought better of it and tried to save herself.
It's possible. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's possible. Man.
Ma'am, I need you to calm down and talk to me. 1501 Eagle. Ma'am, listen to me. I need you to. Oh my God. Can you take the radio clip? Yes. Ma'am, I need you to talk to me. Ma'am, I can't understand you. You're going to have to slow down, calm down, and talk to me. What is going on?
Even in that, some of those, oh my gosh, she sounds kind of fakey.
What?
Even if you listen to when she says, "Oh my God," those even sound kind of fake. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Right.
Okay, how many little boys? Is it 2 boys? Listen to me, calm down. 501 Eagle Drive, 601 Eagle Drive. It's going to be a stabbing. When are they going to be here? Ma'am, they're on their way. Ma'am, how old are your boys? What? How old are your boys? No. Okay. Oh my God.
See, that sounds kind of fake.
Yeah, it
Those
does.
oh my gods don't sound totally genuine, you know?
Right. But again, like, why does she have to keep saying, like, he's dead? If it's me, I'd be like, please save him, God, please save him. Not like, he's dead, he's dying.
Especially if you're a Christian, you'd probably start calling, and you'd probably liable to be cradling your children and, you know, praying, Lord, please, God, please.
Yes.
I
Yes.
don't know that I'd even be talking to anybody as much as praying
Right.
out loud, you know?
Yeah, I'd be like, please, God, please don't let him
Yeah,
die.
I would
Like,
probably be saying, like, please, God, I'll do anything. Please,
yeah,
please, please.
let him live, let him live, let him live. It's like dead, dead, dead. It's like, what? Like, I don't understand.
There was so many things about her behavior that was not normal.
And also, I mean, obviously, they were still technically alive at a certain point during the calls, but she was already referring to them in the past tense, like, he's dead.
Right.
Like, dead, he's dead, he's
I
gone.
wouldn't even want to let those words come out of my mouth.
Right. Or they're dying, or, you know, it's just, I don't know. And yeah.
Your name's Darlie? Should I put that down? There's nobody in your head. You don't know who this is? There's a knife. Don't press anything. Okay, ma'am, listen. There's a police officer. Your front door. Is your front door unlocked? Okay. Okay, is 82 out on Eagle? Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, they did it. What do you say? Why would they do this? Okay, listen, ma'am. You need to let the officers in the front door, okay? What? Ma'am? You need to let the police officers in the front door. Okay, it's all right. It's okay. We got the press, baby. Ma'am, hang on a second. We walked in here and did it, Jen. Okay, ma'am. Ma'am, is the police officer there? Okay, go talk to him, okay? Yes, that's okay. Go talk to him, okay?
Okay, so let me get this, Darlie, promise, her promise, whatever. It's from Brian? Because I found one. Let me see.
What are you talking about?
The Darlie's promise?
I don't know anything about the Darlie promise. I don't know anything about that.
Okay, let's see. Yeah, let me play this. But hold on. So we got, I wonder, I don't know, like, is this just, so he actually posted this back in 2013. So let me see.
Yeah, he's like me where he was always really about this case. I mean, before I ever even, that's how it wound up on YouTube, was looking up about the Darlie Routier case, and found Brian long before I knew who Brian was.
Let me see what this says.
Watch it at 522.
Hang on. We walked in
See how funny that sounds?
Yeah. Mhm. Yeah, it's like they walked in here and they did it, Darren.
Yeah, she said it to him like it's like, don't you dare accuse me. Somebody
Yeah.
walked in here and did it, Darren. Kind of like he
Yeah.
was like, because they say that he asked her, said, what did you do? As what they claim he said, and she goes, somebody walked in here and did it, Darren. You know, she's
Right.
saying it kind of like poutingly, like, don't dare think God did it.
Yeah, like a little kid throwing a fit, you know?
Yeah.
Now look, do you hear how she says this right here? That somebody walked in here and intentionally did it? You think of yourself, you're mad at me, right? Think of yourself. I want you to hear her tone of voice. And this is something I brought up in the group. I want you to understand. First, she says, I promise. What are you promising? You know, you got 2 kids laying there dead. What are you promising? To make meatloaf tomorrow or, rub his back later? Now listen. Do you see how pissy she sounded?
Yep.
Somebody who walked in here and intentionally did it, Darren. Let's hear that
Sounds
again.
funny to me.
Yeah.
Boy, did you see how mad? Did it, Darren. Well, she sounds kind of pissy to me there.
Yeah.
Yep.
Sounds to me like her husband was
giving her like a. Wow.
It sounds like she.
I know what he's talking about now. I don't
And if
remember.
anybody wants to
part,
refer to that,
but I know what he's talking about now. Now I don't know that I've ever heard that with my own ears, but he claims that he hears her whisper down underneath, says, "I promise."
Yeah. I kind of like. It's one of those things where it could sound like something and not be anything, kind of thing.
Right.
Not
But she
clear.
definitely sounds funny when she says, somebody intentionally walked in here and did it, Darren.
Right.
Kind of like, how dare you think it was me?
Yeah. How dare you? How
Now,
dare you?
And the fact that he even questions it makes me think that he already must have thought she had the ability of doing it. And that's why he wondered what the fuck happened.
Right. Giving her like this look, you know?
Yeah, that he already had the idea that she was capable.
Right.
it's on Shania Kay's video on YouTube, and it's at 5:31 into the video. And I'm gonna play it one more time, just so everybody can hear her tone of voice and how she's getting snippy with her husband while her kids are laying
That's
there dying.
right.
That's right.
Here, I'll just rewind it right back to here. Boy, she was pretty direct with him. She even used his name. Somebody who did it intentionally walked in here and did it, Darren. He was accusing her. It's obvious.
Yeah. Man. Oh, tell you what, man. You know?
Yes, about the cast off blood evidence, Jade, I agree.
Yeah, I mean, another thing is on her nightgown. Okay. And in the reenactment, it was from bringing an, god damn.
Yeah, see, I saw that whole thing where they talked about the cast off evidence to where she had blood droplets on her back that were conducive to her raising, like her plunging the knife in them and it going back up over her shoulder and back again and back up over her shoulder.
I'll tell you, I mean, man, I can't. Oh God. Her husband tried to give CPR to one boy and his breath came through their chest hole. Damn. Oh man, I just can't even imagine. You know, I just can't. Right? Well, I'm gonna have to get off for now, because I'm gonna have to get the kiddos up. But definitely we'll definitely be studying this, especially with the Innocence Project. Like, I think they've officially taken it on, right?
Yes.
Like, okay. So they're, the Innocence Project is it like a legal organization, or it's an organization of lawyers and advocates that help I guess, who they believe are wrongfully imprisoned and on death row, right? Mainly it's just death row. And they help. Yeah, I guess they fund for defense or to put in for an appeal. And I mean, of course, this is a situation where, I mean,
How many minutes are left on this video right here? How much time's left?
I think it's over, if I'm not mistaken. It's a short video. Yeah, it's over. It's only like 2 minutes.
That's the whole one of his?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. That was the end of it, Trudy, on the one Brian had. If in order to hear the whole thing, we'd have to go back and get the other one. And I guess we can pick up back up on this tomorrow and replay it for y'all and stuff.
Yeah, and have some more like the interview with the housekeeper and some other things to kind of put some more of the pieces together, and like maybe some of the reenactments. But again, like I said, because the Innocence Project has picked up this, case, and I mean this, and they also don't just it's not easy, right, to get, for them to take on your case. Right?
No, but see, a lot of people think just because the Innocence Project picks up a case, that means that you're innocent, but that's not true because they're just human beings. They just take it, if it has enough possibilities of like open gaps or whatever, they'll take it on. But just because a lot of people think, well, she must be not guilty if the Innocence Project took her on, but that's not the case. Just if there's enough stuff they feel like was like a loophole or left out or unanswered, they'll pick it up. Just because they picked it up, they might think she's not. There's a possibility that she's not guilty, but it doesn't mean just because they think it that she's not. Because we're all humans, we're all fallible. And
right. But I'd also say that and also because they probably had a lot of, people asking for it, and this is something that takes years. It's not like, a month ago somebody was like, oh, why don't we, try to do this case? So, but it'll be kind of interesting. I think it'd be good to put these pieces together and see if, now that we're in, 2020 and that they've tested some things, let's like look at that and, see what we can come up with,
Yeah, she's yeah, like I said, just because a lot of people think, well, you're absolutely 100% innocent if the Innocent Project picks you up, but that's not the case. It just means that they think there's enough factors to look into it.
Right. And, and of course, I think that the people that are part of that project, they definitely have what am I trying to say? Like, they definitely are probably the ones that don't want the death penalty to be around at all.
Yeah. I don't know if they are or they aren't, but they might be. I'm not sure. But one thing I was going to say is you got to also keep in mind, too, that if the Innocence Project did not take it up for over 20 years, it must mean they didn't feel like they had enough doubt for quite some time.
Right.
Or it would have been picked up a long time ago.
Right. Well, yeah, I mean, and it's just, it's one of those things I don't think you can necessarily gauge. But I think that, they are selective. So, they're definitely, they wouldn't sit here and take on Bundy's case. Okay.
Right.
And so, so that there's enough doubt that, maybe we can, help solve, because this is something definitely where not the Watts case, which they actually, the attorneys put a statement out. I think it was today, about the Lifetime movie being made, or that has been made and that is coming out, I believe, the 25th.
About this case?
Well, no, I'm saying about the Watts case.
Okay.
I mean, that the Lifetime movie that's coming out.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
The family, they were not consulted with at all.
Trudy says you can be guilty but have an unfair trial and qualify but still be guilty.
Okay.
So the Innocence Project, I guess, can pick you up if even if they think you're guilty, they could pick you up on under the pretense they feel like your trial wasn't fair.
Right. And, and I'm glad, Irish Eyes, I know, you've been a little disgruntled, lately. So I'm glad you enjoyed yourself this time. But yeah, I think it'll be interesting to look at this, because there are, like we saw in the Don't Fuck with Cats, which, again, we're going to look at that as well. But online sleuths, I mean, like, it is for causes that, not for the Watts case, but for causes like, Innocence Project, like Darlie Routier, or, the Luca, how do you say his last name? How do you say his last name?
I don't know what his last name is. I'm not that familiar with that one.
That's where you put your energy into, But anyways, yeah, we'll do that. And yeah, we'll do that tomorrow or whatever. I always say tomorrow, but it's technically tonight.
Look at that last comment from Trudy. Her phone does some weird like autocorrects. Look at that word. You had another one earlier that came out just as crazy.
Kill that boy for killing
it like
a
makes up
nun.
its own fucking words.
Yeah. That was meant.
Yes, like she had one earlier did the same thing. It's like her autocorrect just comes up with some shit that just does not even exist. I think Diane Downs is crazy as hell in Psycho too. I mean, yeah, she's guilty of sin and crazy as fuck. Obviously, yes.
Yeah,
she's a true nut job as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Magnota. There you go. Yeah. So yeah, well, we got some stuff. We got some digging. We got some sleuthing to do. So, but thank you for hanging out, and this was a great stream, and I guess we'll pick up later on, like tonight.
Okay, yeah, we'll look back into this because I could tell they really I don't know if you noticed or not. They really wanted to hear the whole regular 911 call again, so we can do that tonight.
Yeah, definitely, absolutely, yeah. They did it again. The autocorrect.
Yeah.
No. Oh, I know that gets frustrating.
Killing
the
none.
Well,
mental
yeah,
retarded man killing none.
Oh well,
you should really play the whole interview too if Brian doesn't mind with Baja, because that was interesting because she was there the night it happened. She was there about the sharpening the knives and all that stuff. She had a lot of interesting stuff to say.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm sure like he, I know Brian, like he's especially, for like something like this, I mean, he wouldn't have an issue, but I'll check in with him just in case. But yeah, definitely play that. But I definitely would want to play any of his videos to give him the views, and the time and everything. But yeah, thank you guys for hanging out. We'll see you later tonight. We'll be back.
Okay, I'll see you tonight.
All right. Thanks, Mary.
Right.
Bye.
You're welcome. Bye, everybody. Bye, y'all.
Bye, Sugar Plum.
Bye, Sugar Plum.
Bye, guys. Y'all have a good day. Okay. Love you all. Bye.